Mr. Duckworth.
All of these hoes make it difficult.
Session 10. Breakthrough.
One of these lives I'ma make these right with the wrongs I done. That's when I unite with the father, son. Till then I fight. Rain on me, put the blame on me. Got guilt, got hurt, got shame on me. Got 6 magazines that's aimed at me. Done every magazine was fame to me. It's a game to me with the bedroom mat. Sleep, I ain't never had a fast with that. What's fair when the hearts and the words don't reach? What's fair when the money don't take things back? It's rare when somebody take your dreams back. I care too much, wanna share too much. In my head too much, I shut down too. I ain't there too much. I'm a complex soul. They layered me up, then broke me down. And morality's dust, I lack in trust. This time around I trust myself. Please everybody else but myself. All else fails, I was myself. Outdone fear, outdone myself. This year you better won yourself. Mask on the babies, mask on the outwear, mask in the neighborhood stores you shop, but a mask won't hide who you are inside. Look around, the reality's carved in lies. Wipe my ego, dodge my pride. Look myself in the mirror, Amityville, ain't seen nothing scarier. I fought like a pure poor terrier. Blood I shed could fill up aquariums. Tell all my angels carry them. Every emotion been deprived. Even my strong points couldn't survive. If I didn't learn to love myself, forgive myself 100 times, dog. I love when you count me out. 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 Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, fucking it up. How you gonna wear my trust when the lies run deep? How you gonna bend your love when the bed don't sleep? Deep crash our feelings in the middle of the street. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, fucking it up. When you was at your lowest, tell me where the hoes was at. When you was at your lowest, tell me where the bros was at. 3:30 in the morning, scroll through the call log. Ain't nobody but the mirror looking for the fall off. I love when you count me out. 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 My name is in your mouth. Sure.
This don't take more than pride to stop me. Call 911, the heart of the body. Sign out now, the day is fading. Feelings only a hollow.
Let me tell you about the woman I know. That's my baby. I know karma like to follow us strong. I know millionaires that feel alone. Anytime I couldn't find God, I still could find myself through a song. Many find their life in the phone. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up. You said I feel better if I just worked hard without lifting my head up. That left me fed up. You made me worry. I wanted my best version, but you ignored me. Then changed the story. Good energy in the room, drop the location, please. Anybody out there for the one when I'm frustrated? Trying to keep my good conscience in rotation. Thoughts in my head, they living there with no. Trying to keep my good. I made a decision, never give you my feelings. Fuck what you from a distance. I'm putting on the devil when they fall short. I put it on my ego, Lord of all lords. Sometimes I fall for doubt. I love when you count me out. 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 My name is in your mouth. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, fucking it up. Miss Regrets, I believe that you done it. Miss Regrets, can you please exit out my own? Miss Regret, I think I'm better off alone. Miss Regret, I got this deep regret. Some things I can't forget. Lord knows I tried my best. You said it's not my best. I came about my flesh. Some things I must confess. Spoke my truth, paid my debt. Can't you see I'm a wreck? Let me loose. I digress. This is me, and I'm blessed. 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 Anybody fighting through the stress? Anybody fighting through the
I keep forgetting we're not in love anymore.
forgetting. Every time you're near, every time I see your smile, hear your hello, saying you can only stay a while. And I know that it's hard for you to say the things we both know are true. But tell me how come I keep forgetting we're not in love anymore. I keep forgetting things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made that so clear. I keep forgetting, baby. Every time I hear how you never want to live a life, how it's gone too far, and you don't have to tell me why. Why you gone, and why the game is through? If this is what's real, if this is what's true, tell me how come I
Keep forgetting we're not in love anymore.
baby.
Things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made it so clear.
Yeah, baby. Don't say that, don't say that, don't say that. I know you're not mine anymore, anyway, anytime. Tell me how come
We're not in love anymore.
how come
Things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made that so clear.
I keep forgetting, baby. Every time you're near,
We're not in love anymore.
every time you're near,
Things will never be the same.
hey, baby.
Forget how you made that so clear.
Every time you're near,
Forgetting. I stumbled on this photograph. It kind of made me laugh. It took me way back down memory lane. I see the happiness, I see the pain. Where am I? Back down memory lane. I see us standing there, such a happy, happy pair. Love beyond compare. Look at there, look at there. The way you held me, no one could tell me that love would die. Oh, why? in this photograph. I thought I had forgot the past, and now I'm slipping fast. Oh, back down memory lane. I feel the happiness, I feel the pain. Here am I, back down memory lane. I'm in the sunshine, I'm in the rain. I thought it was over, here I go again. The way you held me, no one could tell me that love would do. Faster than the speed of sound. Back down memory lane. It's still my foolish heart. Don't let this feeling start. Back down memory lane. I don't wanna go. Ooh. Back down memory lane. Save me. Save me. Ooh, back down memory lane. Save me. Save me, save me, save me, save me. Back down memory lane. Whoa, back down memory lane. Sneaky little, creepy little whack bitch, creeping on me, speaking on me, sleeping on me mattress. Now I got some bands to burn and bars to bend them backwards. It's time to wake them up cause they been sleeping on the track list. Body so attractive, y'all be giving catfish. Log them off the web and every gangster's giving actress. Gangsters giving actress and all these fake activists leave me baffled, bewildered, relax a bit. Let me relax a bit, I think I need to cool it off. I put some pep up in my step and then I do it up. I shine my cutlery and hit my jeweler up. Tell a bitch, hoorah. Step up in this bitch, I look too fly. Cop the Dior shit on Ventura. Took a midnight swim in my Jura. Hating bitches clogged my Madura. I showed the bitch my pen, then I schooled her. Shot a essay, them in my chulas. Dolce the Don, Dolce the Dean, Dolce Supreme, the swamp cooler. Niggas dick ride, the dick riders gon' dick ride. Make a few bands and switch tribes, they switch sides. Niggas flip scripts like B-sides. Who these guys? Only thing switching on me is thick thighs. I been did the black slugs, then I did the clown face. Took them to the swamp meet, that was on a Saturday. Mud on the Prada pool, and that was on a bad day. I'm the hardest rapper, this your motherfucking training tape. La bitch, hoorah. Step up in this bitch, I look too fly. Cop the Dior shit on Ventura. Took a midnight swim in my Jula. Hating bitches clog my medulla. I showed the bitch my pen, then I schooled her. Shot a essay them in my chula. Dolce the Don, Dolce the Dean, Dolce Supreme, that's what I'm hula.
She's not the same, I just pills to the pain. It might be a habit, I think I'm addicted. Chasing this money, I'm running in circles. She got me dizzy, my hair really spinning. I've been feeling so lonely for a long time. God handed me some else around the wrong time. You gon' bury me, but still gon' see my soul fly. I'm by a rose when you ever seen a ghost die. Wake up in the morning and think about sinning. Majority losing, but someday I'll win it. Pouring the more in, fucking my kidney. Showing love to the fake, only thing that I kill me nowadays. I cost money, so I don't want it. Feel the lust of those sweet, tell me saying you love me. 1,000 horses under the hood, I'm chasing money. Count stats under my ass, explain the stomach. Life's the hardest thing to do, why it's hard just to live. I be giving all I got. Why it's hard to say sorry to the ones that I do wrong. Whoa, I think I get it from my mom. She's not the same, I just pills to the pain. It might be a habit, I think I'm addicted. Chasing this money, I'm running in circles. She got me dizzy, my hair really spinning. I've been feeling so lonely for a long time. God handed me some else around the wrong time. You gon' bury me, but still gon' see my soul fly. I buy a rose when you ever seen a ghost die. I don't want the pussy, give me head through your wrist work. I don't wanna fuck, little baby, let's get rich first. She through with this bitch, now you hesitant to kiss her. Round around with case, spending corners, make the whips go. Not enough drink, drop it back, how you stretch. Put a pint one night, put a pint one night.
Whatever it takes. It's Holly. Baby, what's up, nigga? You asked me for a half one. I ain't have to measure it. What the fuck going on? Look. Yeah. He asked me for a half one, I ain't have to measure it. Bagged it up and threw it on the scale just for the etiquette. Code is what we live by, never put myself above this shit. My plan was always ownership. Came from selling grams and now the flow, it got me selling ships. I got my rook on this bishop, I rub my fingers together like Salt Bay in the kitchen. Gas stove got it clicking, got them salty and bitching. When I spin through they block, we talking for demolition. That's a ghost apparition, no they hating, but these niggas gotta love my ambition. I really came from the trenches, he got his gun with him. Really ain't no love with him. Rather be alone inside these streets to put my trust in them. Slide into the law, get them. I do what it takes, I put my all in it.
Shout out to the ladies and gentlemen.
Really came
Chat
from
that
nothing, we was
pulled up,
starving.
man.
Put all on my
Power
dreams,
to
how
the
the skills we been
motherfucking
carving.
people.
Like I had to bargain it.
They ride out.
He asked me for
Hey,
a
Manny,
half one.
your
I ain't
device
had
is
to
not
measure it.
connected, bro. Your device
I ain't had to
is
measure
not connected.
I ain't had to measure
I'm gonna let you up
He
as soon
asked
as
me
it
for a
connect.
half one. I ain't had to measure it.
The rest of y'all, don't cut them no slack.
He asked me for a half one. I ain't had to measure it. He asked me for a half one, I ain't had to measure it. He asked me for a half one, I ain't had to measure it.
So, Bayard.
Whatever it takes.
I made them feel the habanero over my dinero. They rockin' ice grills, that's suicide apparel. Now you decide your peril, I supersize the barrel. I'm shooting wide and narrow. When you survive the arrow, I told my youngin' better clap the chrome and do it. I do it with them or I chaperone them to it. And I ain't talking prime night, but the bomb fight. We call each other's mother's mom tightest with the bond light. So please don't talk down to me. I had your picture in the heart round the T. We split the sticks, but we ain't walk round a tree. I bust a UE, then I walk down your V. I'm with the robberies, I pop out charms. Instead of glass, now I grab the gas, crop out farms. Fall baby, and I'm all Navy, Glock out storms. Call shady, then it's dog baby, swap out arms. I'm on the track, then I'm out of mind geeking. In beast mode like a child of mine bleeding. But on guard like in Columbine teaching. Just watch the time in them Sotheby's meetings.
Big Dog Philly OG in the motherfucking
I
building.
ain't have to measure it. I ain't had to measure it. I ain't had to measure it.
Manny Avedis Jr. in the motherfucking building. What up with you, bro? Milestones in this beat.
I ain't had to measure it. He asked me for a half one. I ain't had to measure it. He asked me for a half one.
Old Mental Supreme.
Whatever it takes.
Brown nigga, no ice. Pull up, nigga. Pull up, don't slow up. Jaja and this beast. Hey, Greg, what's up with you, bro? Daniel Berry, I see you. Chrissy in the house. Up, sis. And Nev Zaki. If I'm butchering it, please. 1,000 pardons. What's up with you, though?
Whatever
Hold on,
it
let me
takes.
take this song up.
It's Holly.
Somebody just sent me a request anyway. Epic Studies, what's up with you, bro?
What up, Smoke? How you doing this evening, bro?
Same old shit, dog, just a different day.
Indeed, I feel that.
King J Aim Show, what's up with you, bro? I see you. Roger W in the house. Who else in here? 305 War Chief, what's up, my nigga? I got your infamous style. I got your request coming up. Molten Gator, always speak the truth. Truth builds trust. There is no trust without truth. One love, my nigga.
One, shout out to Moon Cave.
All right, let me get this request underway. Then we can talk about whatever. Oh shit, this nigga got okay. This nigga took me back a minute. It took me back a minute. Take me back a minute. I got you.
For the 93 shot. MCA
Yeah, I can hear.
fucking house. Gia. And it ain't nothing but a Compton thing, y'all.
I can hear it, Smoke.
And this goes out to my niggas. Yeah. A fucked up childhood is right the way I am. It's got me in the state where I don't give a damn. Somebody help me, but nah, they don't hear me. Though I guess I'll be another victim of the ghetto. Ain't no escaping cause I'm way too young. Pops is dealing, and on top of that, got mom sprung, scheming off the top. Pops never figured that he go down by the hands of another nigga. Now my pops is gone, and that ain't no good. Got to follow in the footsteps of the homies from the hood. And where's the role model? Niggas putting fruit in my fucking baby bottle. Damn, and through all the motherfucking pain, they done drove my mom's insane. So I guess I gotta do work, so I ain't finished. I grow up to be a straight up menace. Come on, y'all. straight up menace. Now I'm up age and living in the projects, getting paid off the clerks and the county checks. I'm telling you, fresh out of high school, never did I wonder that the motherfucking hood would take me under. Gee, I'm kicking it with the homies and they got the straps off to the corner store owned by the fucking. See a bitch in the right lane, so I comes with the Mac. Astro Bam pulls a motherfucking jack from the back. Now we got the strap to my homie's head, saying play this shit cool and don't be a fool. He shot my nigga in the fucking head. I caught one in the shoulder. If I didn't run, I was dead. Now I'm laying in the hospital bed, thinking about the punk motherfuckers, and my eyes is bloodshot red. Cheer, motherfuckers, I ain't finished. Be on the lookout for the straight up menace. Cheer. What's up, y'all? Straight up menace. Damn. Straight up menace. I'm in too deep. I done killed the motherfucker and I just can't sleep. One time's trying to do a smooth creep, and on top of that, niggas after me for fucking one of they hood rats. I ain't got time for the fucking bitch's story. Niggas want me, gotta come to my territory, and ain't no you can get the fist. Niggas come and they get done on their own risk. What is it all about? Should I leave or should I stay? Cause I don't wanna punk out. Or what should I do? The homies say the hood's where it's good. Homeboy, I thought you knew. So in the process to show the hood my best, no time to react, caught two in the chest. Now look who's down, I guess I'm finished. I go out like a straight up menace. Cheer. Come on, y'all. Straight up menace. Damn. And on that note, I guess we out of here. Peace to my niggas on the run. And they ain't never straight up menaces. Damn. Just like I said before, y'all, it ain't nothing but a compliment thing. And MCA's in the house, and I need to be shot. And this one's for the niggas. Shit.
Once again, salute, ladies and gentlemen. Chat power to the motherfucking people. What's up, fellas? What y'all got going, man? Y'all come to listen to smoke, talk some more bullshit? Or we trying to figure out some shit this time? What we doing? It's on y'all. Y'all got it.
What up, Smoke Signal?
What's going on?
What up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
No, you loud and clear. Molten Gator.
Peace, Molten Gator.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
All's well.
What do you
Let me
think?
pull up this definition.
Hey, can you hear me, Smoke?
Yeah, you loud and clear.
All right. What do you think of my avatar?
Apocalypto. Is that what they say? Apocalypto?
Nah. Oh shit. Hold on. Hold on.
Hey, Smoke, I've been hanging out over there at Cuba for a few hours. I saw you come through and Dev and you bumped heads real quick, and then that was it. I thought you were going to jump on and do some things, but I guess you could work better.
I got
here.
the win. Yeah, I actually got in the win. I was gonna come up there, but it was it didn't seem like they was interested in any calamity or challenges or any type of smoke at the moment. So I just let them have it. I let them have it.
Yeah, I noticed that just using logic or reasoning and stuff did not favor whatever. But I had dropped some coincidental observations, and they just got all upset and stuff because it seems that the historical landscape in their mind is very small and westernized. So anything else is kind of objective to them. They object if it don't fit in the Western storyline.
Are you saying that they are of the opinion that the Western storyline has the most accurate information regarding whatever particular subject matter that comes to the table? Is that your opinion? Or is that your assessment? No. What you say?
I'm going to agree with that statement, but that's not really what I was speaking on. However, I do agree with that statement.
So you were being more specific?
Yeah, what I'm saying is their entirety of historiography is based on Western stuff. So they got the Levant, they got fucking Greek, Athens, Rome, whatever, Latin, this, and every word you hear got to go back to Latin. Everything that concept got to go back to. You see what I'm saying? And that's not how the real world works. It is, or even, but that's kind of myopic to say every word goes back to this, every word goes back to that. That's just like, to me, I don't see it, but that's how I'm seeing things being framed in a Western point of view.
So you don't support a mother civilization with a mother language and a mother culture?
You mean for all the people on the planet?
Yeah, because they're saying everything going back to Latin.
Oh yeah, that's how they see it. I don't see that. No, I don't see that at all. That's like, to me, it's ridiculous. I mean, to me, it's ridiculous.
When you do any type of linguistic studies or research, do you find some common things within the linguistics per se?
Yeah, in different languages too. And some of those languages have absolutely nothing to do with the Western languages. Nothing. Yet they have similarities, commonalities, and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just saying everything don't come from one, what you call it, mother tongue. I don't think everybody come from Africa, first of all. I mean, that garbage. I mean, that theory about that.
So suffice it to say that with these discrepancies of existing in our actual reality, that out of one place theory is kind of difficult to substantiate.
Right. I don't see the logic of it. It don't make sense to me.
Now, any other theory, would you suggest that it'd be far-fetched, like multi-regional or like that? The multi-regional theory suggests that life began simultaneously in multiple regions. It's the multi-region theory.
I wouldn't
Do you find
necessarily add the word simultaneously.
well?
Some
Okay,
may
let's
have,
say let's we don't say simultaneously. Let's just say independent of each other.
I would say fairly independent of each other. Yes.
Okay, what do you mean by fairly independent? Like is there
You
some
know that.
necessity?
Yeah, I'm saying there will be some commonalities, like I said. I'm saying there will be some commonalities, like I was saying about the different languages and stuff. That there are commonalities. This is what I look at, right? So I'm just saying I look at culture and languages and stuff like that. So the stuff I look at, I see different commonalities among far-fetched people all over the place. So I'm saying the same thing might be or seems to be also true about how people began. Everybody then began from the same sperm and something like that, Adam and Eve type of attitude. That just that's what most people are set on in their minds, regardless of whatever. They still set on the Adam and Eve concept because that's what they learned when they were children, and they haven't
Well,
dispensed
even
with it.
science suggests the Adam and Eve theory, but they call it mitochondrial in Adam. They call it the Adam Y, and the mitochondrial Eve. So they're even suggesting that those would be the origins of modern man and woman. How do you feel
So
about
for
that?
yeah, I know you said even scientists like they're exempt from the religious precepts of their society. And they're not. Maybe they argue with them or something like that, but they're not free of them. The village raises the child, even if the child is a fish. The people when they grow up in Tsarish or whatever they say that word, Tsarist Russia, then they're gonna have that societal imprint on them as children. And so whatever comes out of that is still gonna, you know what I'm saying, the foundation or most of some of the foundation. Even like some people be saying, my dad was a cop, I ain't gonna never be no cop, or my dad was a this, I ain't gonna never be no that. You're not following your dad, but you're using him as a pivotable force to go in the opposite direction. So I'm just saying a lot of times that's what I'm saying is that the people, were not necessarily of the same stock, gender, or nothing. They're just different people, man. And yet they still people.
I've often heard you say that you practice voodoo. Is that a religious
Mhm.
concept, or is that some type of spiritual science paradigm? What is it exactly?
It's more of a cultural science paradigm than spiritual. It's a cultural, science paradigm. Like I said, all religions are simply a matter of ancestor reverence and national culture, traditions. All religions are that to me. And so when I look at them, I see all the different religions, they go back to their own ancestors. And that's a
So
little
if a
bit.
child, I want to see the logic behind that. So if a child reveres his mother and father or any combination thereof, are you saying this is how the religious paradigm originated?
Yes, yes. And when you do that, when we do it with our own people, then that's how we get into the paradigm of what I was called scientific cultural paradigm of voodoo. It's scientific to a degree and it's cultural to a degree.
From the outside looking in, would you consider voodoo a pseudo spiritual religious practice from the outside looking in?
Oh yeah, because from the outside looking in, you're suffering from the propaganda more than the information or the knowledge of the actual, subject matter. So very few people have the actual knowledge of the subject matter of voodoo. Voodoo itself. Most people have a propagandized concept of voodoo, and so that's what they run with. That's usually what I see.
What does voodoo promote actually?
You know, the reverence of our own ancestors and
Is
our
it limited?
cultural
Is it limited to just that reverence of the ancestors?
and our cultural traditions. I mean, yeah, cultural. I say traditions, but cultural.
Give us an
They
example of the cultural. Give us the example. Give us an example of the cultural traditions that's being practiced in voodoo.
okay. The original one, of course, is always respect your ancestors. I mean, your elders. That's a like something you live with every day. That's a cultural tradition. So when especially when I'm around people, like I go into the Aboriginal, I'm mostly into the Aboriginal environment. A lot of people respect the elders, but in the Pan African and some of these other man shit, I could be lucky to get out of there with my head. You know what I mean? I have to kill my way through with a machete because they don't have that cultural involvement. They're not coming from a cultural place. I don't know exactly where they're coming from yet, but that's not where they're coming from. A cultural.
Have you internalized voodoo to the degree that you have given it its own definition that you personalized?
No, I don't. I would say no to that because I was taught voodoo in a formal setting. I wasn't just reading books and come up with it on my own. I had actual instructors. I had people. I mean, people would come in from different areas and walks of life and walks of understanding in voodoo to teach us. I was in a group that went through what it was called Elisha Shangomi Ma Extension University. And so we
Wait a
had
minute.
extension.
You saw. I mean, you learned voodoo from an outside source.
I learned. What do you mean by outside source?
You said the university.
The university was the source. The University of Voodoo. It is.
Right. So, I mean, you said voodoo was a traditional or a cultural thing.
Cultural.
I mean,
yes.
Culture would have been learned outside of a university. Just you would have picked it up just by participating in said culture.
Yeah, you can get so much like that, and then you have to really be formally educated. I would suggest, especially if you're not growing up in a total environment of the culture, which I didn't grow up in a total environment of the culture. So therefore, I had a diluted understanding from just living. And then when I went to a more dynamic understanding under the tutelage of the instructors, yes.
There's a definition. There's a definition for voodoo that has made it into the official record. Do you agree with that definition?
Probably not.
Okay. I'm just asking. No further questions.
Yeah. I was talking
Daniel, what's up with you, man? What's up with you? Bap in the building.
I just checked in to see what y'all lying about today. That's all.
Oh man, we got the most beautiful lives, man. They killing y'all lives. Our lives killing y'all. I really stick to these. Yeah, I rather stick to these lies than y'all goofy ass lies. Y'all lies ain't.
Smoke.
Y'all lies ain't elaborate enough. Y'all lies ain't elaborate enough to even please my nigga.
Hey, Smoke. It's one of y'all.
Let me ask you
hold
this.
on. Let me say this. Let me say something real quick before you ask me this question. The most diabolical lie I done heard on your channel is space don't have no heat. That shit had me fucking in tears earlier today. But come on with your question.
Do you see the comment that's on the screen?
Huh?
The comment that's on the screen.
Let me see. It's from my dog. It's from my motherfucking dog. So let me see what it say. Not one woman. Smoke, yo.
Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. What up, Smoke? Hey,
Super duper in the building.
Willie Daniels, rapper.
Hey. You hear me?
What's up? What's up, Soup? What's happening? Okay, so what's up with the comment?
I was going to ask you, do you agree with it?
Let's see. Well, if my dog said it, then yeah, I agree with it. So
are you agreeing with it only because? Are you agreeing with it only because your dog said it?
That's right. Yep. I ain't even got to read it.
All right, I feel you. That sounds a little bit like a follower, but hey, however you develop your relationships with your dogs is none of my business.
Now, see, here's where I have my problem with what you just said, Smoke. Y'all do the same shit all day, every day. You just agree with nothing. You just say, yeah, that sounds about right. That's right. It'd be the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. But when somebody else do it, you call them names and say they followers.
That sounds good from what I've witnessed, but from what I've actually witnessed, the niggas in this sector get into it with each other about information more than any other sector that I've engaged in. So I wouldn't say that we actually echo chamber, or that we just agree with each other just on the strength that we agreeing with each other.
That's a lie. Because the only person I heard challenge that bogus information was Soup. Soup was the only one on his head. Everybody else was like, that shit makes all the sense in the world. When he said that the heat come from inside the planet, I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Well, that just proves the point Smoke made. This ain't no
it wasn't.
chamber.
No, listen, it was a full panel because I was trying to get in here that night. Out of 10 people, only one person challenged them. Everybody else is followers then, right?
Bro, it don't take number one person to challenge it. Everybody don't have to present the challenge.
So 90%. So you telling me 90% of y'all are followers?
No, I'm
not. No, nigga, we be having Royal Rumbles up here.
No, y'all don't.
Man, well, me and Epic, me and Aton, me and Smoke, man, we get into it.
Well, see what I'm saying is a comment like this that's on the screen. I don't think anybody around her would have said, "Oh yeah, my partner said that. We agreeing with it." No, we would have looked at this shit and been like, "Hold on, let's see what this shit talking about." As a matter of fact, let me read the comment. MTDNA Eve is a group of women, not one woman. Smoke. You missing the signs up. Sign for the Y DNA. Shaking my head. Now I never articulated the claim based off mtDNA. I only said that scientists use mtDNA Eve, mtDNA Adam as comparative to like a religious standpoint. Right? So how did they get the name Adam and Eve? Aren't those biblical characters? Couldn't science have come up with alternate names? Why use Adam and Eve? That was my point.
Okay, but y'all don't believe in science.
One
guy said education is an indoctrination. I've never understood that fucking bullshit.
There's a fellow on my panel right now by the name of Aboriginal Power, aka the Hood Scientist. So how are you saying that all of us don't agree with science, brother? Where are you getting?
Man, listen, I done heard Aboriginals say some shit that I just turned the I just logged off YouTube for the rest of the day. Like,
okay, I've heard Pan Africans say some very strange things.
You're right. I have too.
Right. And for the most part, y'all agree with the strange shit that y'all.
No. I don't agree. Listen, I don't agree with no pseudo shit. I don't agree with.
Well, you just agree with not a coincidence off the street.
That's my dog. Because I know he's not gonna. I listen. I know he's not gonna put nothing up. There's some bullshit.
I'm not saying it's bullshit or not. I'm just saying that you even check into the check into the subject matter for confirmation.
Nope. Now, if you would have put it up, I'd have been looking into it.
No, man. deplorable. Those are deplorable. Those are deplorable tactics, my guy. Y'all got it.
Hey, Smoke, I missed the beginning. You had cherry picking on the screen. Y'all discussed it.
Not yet. Not
you
yet.
missed everything, Soup.
Yeah, Wale came up here with his sentiment, and I was just addressing some of that.
Soup, you missed everything.
Yeah, nigga, because I be busy in real life sometimes. I fuck around.
You act like you the only
I be had the
motherfucker.
real shit to do, brother.
You act like you the only motherfucker living real life. What the fuck does that mean?
No, you said that I be missing shit. It's because I be doing other shit. That's the reason I miss shit.
Well, since you brought it up, let's get into it. Because I've been accused of this often when visiting oppositional platforms, right? And this is what it says. Hold up. Cherry picking, action or practice of choosing and taking only the most beneficial or profitable items, opportunities, etc., from what is available. All right. Let's see if we can get some additional. To take only the most beneficial or profitable items, opportunities, etc., from what is available. This is very clean and cut. It's very clean cut. There's no vague language within this definition. And for the most part, I say I'm in favor of cherry picking. I mean, if you had the opportunity to choose from the cream of the crop, why wouldn't you? That's what I would say. Why would anyone accuse anyone of cherry picking? It seems logical that any one would choose the most desirable or beneficial or profitable items when they are indeed available. Why am I being accused of cherry picking? It seems standard to me. I mean,
but you got to look at the examples. It's in an exaggerated. It is an exaggerated base in exaggeration based in cherry picking of facts.
Okay, it's an exaggeration based on the cherry picking of facts.
The accusations
that's what Willie Daniels and them be doing.
The accusations against you, Smoke, is 100% correct.
But that's what Willie Daniels and Not a Coincidence do. They'll pull up a fact out of a source and exaggerate it and make it more than what it is to prove their point.
No, listen, that's not what cherry picking is. Obviously, you can't read and comprehend. So let me tell you what you do, Smoke. You can have an article presented in front of you, and if anywhere in that article it has the word probably, you stick right there. That's cherry picking.
No, that's not. Well, probabilities don't necessarily substantiate facts.
Well,
I think anything dealing with facts should avoid the word probably.
Just because the word probably is there, that doesn't make it factual.
If you ask me, you know, hey man, let me hold $30, and I say probably, right? I haven't given you any confidence that you're actually going to get the $30. Matter of fact, you might even continue to search for the $30 based off that answer alone.
Now you see how you just cherry picked the best fucking scenario to suit your agenda. You just did it.
Just like you cherry picked this.
Y'all niggas can't read, bro. Y'all can't read.
Yo, Smoke, remember the other night you was looking up logical fallacy?
I know he was looking up etymological fallacies.
Yeah, so why didn't you look up cherry picking fallacy so you can stay on topic? Like, you know, We're talking about cherry picking in these discussions, not just regular cherry picking. You should look up cherry picking fallacy.
What up, my dog? What's happening?
You know, you was looking up straw man, red herring, confirmation bias. Those are all logical fallacies. You should stay on topic. Don't cherry pick.
Okay, so let me ask you a question,
not a
brother.
coincidence.
Let me ask him one question before you get on his neck. Pause. Is cherry picking fallacies? Is this the hill that you're choosing to die on tonight, brother?
Yeah.
Think about it. Consider. Weigh your options.
That is the hill. I mean, it goes to topic, brother.
We can do this, brother. I will beat you up with cherry picking fallacies, brother.
Okay.
Go ahead, Super. You got it.
And I'm gonna put some hands and feet in there too. It just said that it's an exaggeration. It's an exaggeration of a fact.
No,
that's
exactly
what y'all do.
That's not what cherry picking
said, bro. That's what's on the screen.
No. Not in these debates and conversation. That's why you have to go to logical fallacy. It's a logical fallacy that occurs when someone only presents evidence that supports their argument while ignoring or dismissing evidence that contradicts it. That's what y'all do. That's a cherry picking fallacy.
Y'all do all of that. Y'all do all of
Not a coincidence. You read that a little too fast for Soup. Read it a little slower so he can actually process what you just said.
Just
slow it down a little bit.
Is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone only presents evidence that supports their argument while ignoring or dismissing evidence that contradicts it. This practice can be intentional or unintentional, and it can harm credibility and persuasiveness. So yeah, that's what y'all.
Bro, you are a textbook case of what you just read. Every source that you bring up supports your argument.
You see what happened there, right there? Not a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even process what you just said.
Nope. So one example I can give y'all of y'all doing a cherry picking fallacy is just how y'all like to go to the.
Not a coincidence. This is you. This is a mirror of you. They should have a picture of you right next to the definition.
Like when we look up, Negro, the definition or the etymology, y'all skip over the African part. Colored, y'all skip over the African part. Black, y'all skip over the African part. This is what y'all do all day, every day. Like there was a source going around. If Tight Sam is out there, he knows what I'm talking about. That was presented about the Yamasee, saying that they was here before Columbus or was here when Columbus got here, and they're black and this and that, but they skipped over the part that says they're African. It was Africans that came here before. That's what the source says. But A1 and BAP, a bunch of them used the shit.
Who presented that source?
Tight Sam, A1, BAP.
So if that source has any validity to it, why is Columbus giving credit for discovering America?
Well, that's another problem with the source, because it's not from Columbus. It's from some other white dude who just said that.
So you're saying the source is not valid?
Well, the person who said is not an eyewitness to Columbus. That's what I'm saying. I don't know where he got that from.
Hey, well, if it isn't Sephardic coincidence, what's good, bro? What's your point of contention, bro?
All right, the topic is cherry picking fallacy. That's what we're talking about.
So you brought up Columbus, bro. What's your contention?
And we both accusing each other of doing this. That's what's on trial.
Yeah, and I gave
they
several.
Saying we do this, and we saying that this is what they do.
Yeah, but you can't say this.
Examples.
You can't say that's what we do, because everything we bring up, we stay strictly to the topic, to the information that's presented. So you can't say that, Sue.
Not a
Are you aware?
coincidence, brought a census record up here and gave his own interpretation of it. What the fuck was that?
Yeah, I kind of get that from Safari coincidence at times, bro, because you assume that everybody was African when pretty much their African claims are vague.
So the census that he brought up, so did you recognize that they were showing that there was differences between people? That didn't even matter, right?
He gave his own
No,
interpretation
he showed
of the census.
no, Soup, you're lying. He showed where they were
What?
identifying different people with the letters on it that validated who they were.
How would
How
that
did
be
you
an
No,
identifier
the,
of different peoples?
those.
hold on, Lingly. I'm talking to Soup. When I talk to you, then you can address me. Soup,
Yeah, go ahead,
he broke it down to you what this meant. How did you turn it into it? He made it up. How did you get
brother,
that part?
brother. The census had been written over by a third party, and
Exactly.
then, not a coincidence, brought it to us trying to interpret what the third party was interpreting.
So if it was written by a third party, then how the fuck did he make up what he wanted to make it up to? He
Because
Yeah,
would have
that
put.
because he was
commonly
saying
Come
that,
happened.
on.
That commonly happened back then with third parties because they had their own perspective of what definitions were.
Salute, salute.
no. I'm saying when whoever was translating, they wrote over the census, and then not a coincidence took their interpretation and try to make it be fact.
It wasn't interpretation, bro.
No, he didn't.
You see the
Yes,
numbers
he
at
did,
the bottom. It's that simple. Like y'all niggas just
bro.
So pull up
You know
the.
what
Could
you
you pull up the
did?
census that you try to use with
Like
the third party?
nah, I don't remember all that.
I
this
know
is
he ain't
We're
gonna
talking
bring
about
that shit up because
confirmation
then
bias.
he gonna reveal that he
We're
did
talking
this
about
shit.
confirmation bias, right? Let's stay on topic. It's not about what we're not doing tonight is proving this source, this source. We proving who actually does confirmation bias, right? So
Mac, you did
I'll
it
give y'all one
differently.
example of how y'all do confirmation bias. Share Smoke, can you share my screen? Since y'all like to run and cherry pick little arguments you want to make.
No, I don't run or cherry pick anything.
All right. So again, y'all pull this up plenty of times, but y'all skip over this member of a black skin race of Africa. But y'all go on and say that your family was called Negroes, XYZ, y'all was labeled that, y'all call yourself that, but y'all skip over what the word was actually used to apply to. How does that make sense? How is that not cherry picking?
For one, it's not cherry picking because we have a book right here and I can pull it up for you. It's by Jack D. Forbes. And from different European perspectives, they change the definition depending on who you're talking to. So we can read about the definition from the perspective of the Spaniards, the Portuguese, and the English. And so we're in the United States, right? So the main language would be English. Yes or no? Not a coincidence? Because
I said
etymology
yes,
is not the only
yes,
source.
yes.
So
And
we're in.
what is the English definition of the word Negro? Can you provide that for us?
So according to Jack D. Forbes, and I got the book right here in hand.
Can you provide the English definition for the word Negro, please?
Yes, I
I
can.
thought
Hold
we
on. Let me
weren't
turn to the
talking
page right
about
quick.
definition. We was talking about confirmation bias and
No, we're
cherry
talking about
picking.
cherry
Yeah, he
picking.
brought it up.
Cherry
So this is not cherry
No,
picking.
it is because the definition says it's a person of African descent, but y'all
So
say that and y'all skip over that. That's cherry picking, but y'all call yourself Negro. That's cherry picking right there. So let's get the definition of Negro.
No,
so
no,
let's look
no,
at the
no.
definition,
No,
bro.
no, 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 no.
Pull
Not
up
a
my screen,
coincidence.
please.
You brought a source that a decree came down and said stop calling these people Negroes because they're not. What about that?
That was in Brazil, and like you said, they're not. The Indians are not Negroes, but y'all
Yes,
say
they
y'all
are called Negroes. They
at the same
are.
Last time I
So
was
you're lying. Not a
No,
coincidence. I can pull up the passage where
Indians
they're talking about Negro
two different
in the
people.
Portuguese sense.
Indians and Negroes are two different people.
No,
Can we
they're not.
talk?
They're just
Can we?
one and
Can
the
we talk?
same. It's an
No,
interchangeable definition.
no,
So
it's
So do you
not.
want me to
They're
pull up
different.
thesaurus?
show us that
Do you want
interchange.
me to pull up a thesaurus? Not a
No, I
coincidence.
want the definition for Negro.
Matt, can you
Do
hear
you
me?
want the thesaurus definition of the various meanings of what Indian means? Because
See,
it
this is the
also
cherry
shows
soup.
Negro
Soup. This is
on
the
the
cherry
thing.
picking right here, soup. Right in front of your face.
That's not
Mac,
cherry picking.
It is cherry picking. He asked you
No,
for
it's
the English
not. No,
definition,
it
and
is
you went to
not. If
some
you
bullshit
are
definition
familiar with a
instead of sticking to the.
thesaurus, because I know y'all niggas
Listen,
don't pick up a
listen,
thesaurus.
listen, listen, listen,
I
listen,
already
Ling
beat
Ling,
up several
listen,
Negroes
Ling
in
Ling,
final
Ling
battle
Ling,
over this
Ling
shit.
Ling, stop, Ling Ling, stop.
No,
You can't beat
bro.
up
No,
nobody.
bro,
All right,
because
A third grader will beat the
I
socks
know
off you.
interchangeable
Stop. Listen,
definitions.
listen, listen,
I know
listen,
y'all don't
listen,
have reading comprehension.
listen.
So,
We speaking English right now. Let's stick to the English definitions.
all right, the
Let's stay
English
right there.
definition, when they appropriated the word Negro from the Portuguese and the Spanish in the colonies, they were referring to Indians as Negro
See,
because they
this is
weren't
the shit
bringing
I'm
in
talking
any
about right here. So,
Africans like that at the time. So I'm going
and
to read the passage.
and the
I'm
crazy
going to
part
read
about
the
it, Soup,
passage of
you get
Africans and Native
quiet.
Americans,
You
so
get quiet
the
and
history
won't
of
say
red
shit.
black people in English sense. So it says, in any case, another association gradually arose in North America, and that was between Negro and slave. Early legislation commonly referred to Negro and other slaves, or to Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves. Over the years, Negro and black both became synonymous with enslavement. In 1702, an observer wrote that the wealth of Virginia consisted in slaves or Negroes. But in 1806, Virginia judges ruled that a person who has of a white appearance was to be presumed free. But in the case of a person visibly appearing to be of a slave race, it is incumbent upon him to make out his freedom. In 1819, South Carolina judges stated flatly the word Negroes has a fixed meaning, slave. So anybody can be a fucking slave. An Indian can be a slave. A white person can be a slave.
a
So
Negro
that's
could be
not cherry picking anything
yes,
because it
he
has different
Hey,
meanings
hey,
depending on
hey,
what white man you're talking
hey,
to.
Soup, hey,
he just
Soup,
cherry picked
hey,
when
Soup,
they made the
That's not
distinction.
cherry picking. I read the
Hold on,
passage.
hey,
hold
Soup.
on, bro. Yeah, you read the passage. It just said Negro, Indian, or wait, Negro, mulatto, or Indian. Those are three separate things. It didn't
That's
say that
not three
Indian.
separate things. That's all
Hold on.
black.
It didn't say Indian and
That's
Negro.
all black, nigga. It says Indian, Negro, and mulatto slaves. That's one and the same. That's not cherry picking anything.
You cherry pick. Yeah.
What is a mulatto then? It is the combination between a white, an Indian, or an African. And also, I can turn to the passage. Hold on, brother, because
Yeah.
I can turn to the passage in the book that says 1590, Moor mixed with an Indian means mulatto. So you're lying.
This why we can't get nowhere, because you get this super long-winded motherfucker with
That's
bullshit all
not
the
long
goddamn time.
winded. Y'all keep
Can I let me,
lying. You keep
let somebody
lying.
else talk.
You fucking keep
Let somebody
lying.
else talk.
can
We
y'all hear
simply
me?
asked you for a simple
That's
definition
a
of the
straw
word
man
Negro.
fallacy, bro.
It's not
Here
going to
we
get
If
go with this
you
new
look up
word.
the
Here we go.
definition of a nigger, it says in U.S. use,
not going to get.
especially referring to an Indian.
All right, hold
That
on.
it say that.
Exactly. And we can pull up a thesaurus.
Hold on, stop, everybody. Hold on. That is not a definition. That is telling you the usage in books and writings. If you go to the top, wherever you just read that from, it gives you
What
the
else is
definition.
the definition? The definition tells
It's
you
not a
how a word is
definition,
used.
brother. It's giving you the usage in writings, and it tells you the years that it was used in books. In books, it's not talking about that's the definition. If you go to the top of that, it tells you what the definition of nigga is, and it comes from Negro, which is a person of African descent. In that same Oxford English Dictionary, y'all keep cherry picking that also. I did this
So
for
how
years.
we cherry pick? I just dropped a link in the back chat
Already.
about Indian in thesaurus, and it has Negro right up there on the list.
And what's
So you're
crazy
lying.
about it is when y'all do that, you know right then you want some bullshit. If you gotta
How am I
skip
on
past the part,
bullshit, nigga? It's
I'm
in the
not
book.
talking, Ling, I'm not talking to you. Everybody's not addressing you. We know you want bullshit all the time. But when you put up,
I
a
brought up a
definition,
source. You brought up an
Ling, can
internet
somebody else
website.
fucking talk? Damn. When you put up a source and you try to escape from showing the part that says African, you know you want bullshit right there. That make your
That's
whole
somebody who
situation
got
pseudo.
something to deny, or
Hold
somebody.
on, wait
That's
a minute.
somebody who
No,
got
that
something
does
to
not make
hide.
any sense because Negro did not stick in Africa. Your only argument is the 1728 map of Negro land. But they soon took that shit away because Charles S. Coon said we need to stop using Negroid and come up with new words like Congoid, fucking Hottentot, Bantu, fucking
Where's your proof of
Hamite.
that at? Where's your proof that people in Africa come from a lineage of Negroes?
It's called Negro land, West Africa. That's where they got
That's
the
only
word.
been
Them
applied to
people was called.
1728 though.
I'm asking y'all a simple question. What people in them lands of Negro land was called Negroes? Because when I look at it, them called like Bantu and Igbo and Fufu and Kuku and Kunta and Kente and Jaffa and and Fufu. Y'all just nobody a Negro over there, bro.
Wait, who
Unless
is
you can
that?
prove
Is
it.
that root word talking? Is that
Who
root
cares
talking?
who it
Yes,
is?
it is,
Just
bro.
No, I'm
answer the
asking.
question, Ling Ling.
No,
Ling
listen.
Ling, since you
Negro is one
saying
of
that
the oldest
Negro,
words, the oldest terms for a West African. Negro is one of the oldest terms. It's
I'm
not the
asking
oldest.
y'all a simple question because I believe that's a red herring, and y'all pulling a pseudo scholarship thing when y'all are saying that Negroes are from Africa, but everybody know that Africans are tribal, and there's no tribe called the Negroes.
Africans are the
I
first
digress.
Hey,
people to be called
but
Negroes. Black
let's deal
Portuguese
with
in
that lie you said
1405.
last night, Root. You said all your
No,
family
let's deal
came
with
from the
this right
north.
here.
There's
I'm
a
not
lot of
changing the
coincidence on here
subject.
right now.
Hey,
Salute
I
to
can
told
we
you,
man. I'll
can
beat
I
the man.
told you
we
you
Nigga,
was
I'm
lying
not
last
lying,
night,
nigga.
didn't I? I
let me say
told you you
this.
was lying last night.
West
I'm not lying.
Africa
What
is
I'm
the
lying
first
about? Why can't you
people.
stay on subject real quick?
No, because I came on here
No,
waiting on you
why are you trying to
with
change the
your lie.
subject? Because y'all cotton wrong that there's no such thing of a
No,
Negro in
listen.
Africa? Bro, we can get to that next,
Africans
man. I'll
are the
beat up on.
first Negroes. What are you
Okay,
talking about?
long as you
Africans
don't
is the
let it
first
go.
A
niggas to be
person in
called
Africa would
Negroes.
have been called a Moor, not a Negro.
Now, I'm asking y'all, since Africa is a tribe, what tribe in Africa is called Negro? Don't change it to this Moorish
Africa
shit.
is not a tribe.
Hold
Africa is
on,
a
stop.
misnomer
Negro is an
of a
exonym.
set
Yes,
of
it is
people
a
who was
tribe. It's
enslaved
a
in North
far
Africa.
tribe. So
It's
you
a name
lying.
that was applied to them. They didn't call themselves that. That's
Yeah,
Okay, now I'm
like, what are you
asking,
talking
not a C, and I'm asking Ling Ling, since y'all saying that the Negro is a part of Africa, what tribe do they belong to?
There
about?
is no tribe called Negro.
There's no
Okay,
Pan
then, so how can
Africans
you
is
put them
just
over
making
there?
shit up.
Negro. What are you talking about, bro? Like I said, it's not something that we called ourselves. We adopted it, but the white people called us that first. It's namely the Portuguese. So, like, where are you getting this bullshit from? You asking these dumbass questions?
Because you
So
can't. I
let's
know I
read.
said if
Let's
the
read.
Negro
Now,
is from
see, I want
Africa,
you to read this shit.
man, if the Negro is from Africa, put the Negro tribe to Africa.
From the definition.
you
Now, see,
become a
I want you to
Negro
read
when
this
you get
shit.
enslaved.
Nah, because
Once
Ling
you
Ling
become
saying some
enslaved, you
dumbass
get
shit
called
talking
a
about
Negro.
Negro and slave mean the same thing and everybody could be a slave. That shit
It
sounds
says that
stupid.
shit
That's
in
why
the
I came up
book.
here,
What
man.
you mean?
You weird
The
ass
word
Indians,
Negro
man.
is
Fuck, do Ling Ling?
synonymous with
When do
slave.
he
Root
not
word, you're
say dumb
lying,
shit?
bro. It says it right here in the book.
When does Ling Ling not say dumb shit?
Okay, how am I saying dumb
Okay,
shit?
look,
This is
let
the
me say
book
this.
that I'm
I'm a
reading.
Because
So
the
let's
word
read what's on the
slave mean
screen
that you
right
have
quick.
no rights, man. Because
Let me
I
say
mean
this,
everybody,
and
I
I'm
be
gonna
hearing
mute up
everybody
after
play
this.
that stupid ass shit today. Slave means you have no rights.
Yeah, which you
And
did
somebody
have
could beat you.
rights in cases. You did have nigga slaves. You did have
No, when
Indian
you said that
slaves.
Indians could be slaves, when you said Indians could be slaves, you saying your
Yeah,
tribe let white men
they
beat on
could
you.
be slaves.
See, y'all gotta watch these motherfucking weird ass niggas, man. You
So
gotta
what are you
watch these
talking
weird
about,
ass
root
niggas,
word?
man.
It says it right here in the fucking book.
I can show y'all
Who
more cherry
created the
picking.
word Negro?
I can show you
It
what cherry
says it
picking
right
is.
here in the book, nigga. So let's read what's on the screen.
Why they're not definitions, man? Come on, man.
Not a C.
Right.
Read what's on the screen.
He
You
you
over
won't.
here
saying
lying and
Hindu
say that
sun?
Indian and
Y'all
Negro
Hindus
don't
saying
mean the same thing.
y'all Hindus? Y'all Hindus? Because that's a
Yeah,
synonym.
they are also
Are
black.
you? Bro, are you Hindu?
But read
Hindus are
the
not
whole
black. That's
thing.
what I'm
See
saying.
this.
Read the
This
whole
is
thing. Let's not
Bro,
get Gallo.
oh man, this is ridiculous. So now
see.
y'all
It's not
saying
ridiculous. Let's
Hindus
read.
are black. Everybody, y'all
You know
agree with
what a
that?
synonym is,
Y'all
bro?
agree? Is anybody, any other Aboriginal agree that a Hindu is black?
It's just as ridiculous
Yes,
as
they
that
are,
bullshit you
nigga.
pulled
They
Negroes
dark.
here. Read what the
Have you
man got
not
on the
been to
screen.
Andaman Islands or
Soup.
Sentinel Islands?
Soup. You shut your ass up.
Have you not been to Sri Lanka?
Can y'all hear me?
Cause y'all let
Yeah,
this
we can
Teenage
hear.
Mutant Ninja Turtle looking motherfucker come in here and just come on some dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all been
How's
talking
it
about some dumb
dumb?
shit
We can
all
read
night.
what the
Because
synonyms
The whole time
mean.
you been
hey,
talking
What
about
does
is the
that
shit
shit
you
say?
do. So
Let's
what you
not
mad? You
run.
talking
Let's
about some
not
dumb
run and
shit?
hide.
So
Let's
y'all sitting up here
read.
talking about yourself.
Listen. It was a
Y'all
very
sitting up here
simple.
talking
Let's
about yourself.
It was a
read.
very simple question. He said we speak
Y'all sitting up
English.
here talking about yourself,
Hold
cherry
on.
Let's
picking and all.
read. Let's
Oh
That's
not
what
man.
y'all
flee from the
do.
subject. Let's read.
Listen, Ling Ling. It was a very simple question. You said we speak English. We in an English. We speak English. The language over here is the primary language. He said, put up an English definition of the word Negro. That was so simple. You didn't want to do it
Nigga, I
because you
just read
knew.
a book
Hold,
passage that said
Ling
Negro
Ling,
was
can you be
used
quiet and
interchangeably with
Ling
mulatto,
Ling,
Indian.
Ling Ling, can you be quiet and listen? He asked you
The
to
source
put up
in
an
the back.
English
The source is
definition,
in the back. Fuck
and
all that
you
talking.
went
The
to
source already
everything
answered this
but
in the
that.
back.
I went to a book, nigga.
You went to
I didn't go
everything
to. I
but
did not go
what was
to the
supposed to
first
be
Google
posted.
search engine thing. I went to a book.
He
Now,
asked you a very
again,
simple.
let's read. Let's read on
This is
Thesaurus Plus.
this
Let's
is
not
what we mean
gish
by
gallop
cherry
and
picking,
flee.
Sue.
Let's
He
not
went
gish
to
gallop
find
and
something.
flee.
He
Let's
went to find
stick to the
something
topic.
that suits what he subscribed to, because he don't want to be, a Negro or African. He
Wow,
want to
the
be,
proven wizardry on this African gish
he want to
gallop.
be, shrimp fried rice maker. You know what I'm saying?
Huh? You getting off topic. That's gish galloping. So let's stick to the topic. I want not a C to read what was
It
on the
ain't our
screen.
fault you want to be Captain Fufu.
Salute.
Exactly.
Smoke signal. Salute to the whole panel. Hope everybody doing all right. I woke up late as fuck. Jesus. Hope y'all doing all right.
Hold on, Smoke. Let's get back to that screen because I want him to see where he was wrong.
Nigga, I had that
You
screen
pull
up
that
30 minutes,
screen
and
back
y'all
up,
didn't even
bro.
want to fuck. The mask on, all of a sudden.
Can you share my screen, please? Can you share my
Smoke,
screen?
just put up the definition of Negro. Fuck all that shit Ling Ling trying to do.
Nigga, it's a thesaurus, nigga. It's also a dictionary, you fool.
Smoke, can you pull up my
You not know what a synonym is. It's okay. You can say it's you
Look,
don't know what a synonym is.
I got this. So look, here we go. This is the old Oxford English Dictionary before they changed it, where you got to pay for it and all that. And this is what they always did. They used to go right to this and cherry pick, right? Nigger, right? If you go right to the top, it gives you the definition. Tells you a dark-skinned person of sub-Saharan African origin. What they
Cut
do?
that bullshit out and hit historic. Now, fuck all that talking. Hit historical thesaurus right now.
This is it right here. This is it right here.
Hit historical thesaurus and look at them words, nigga.
But it also says that it is applied to Australian Aborigines, American Indians, and Polynesians.
Look,
but see, this is what you call cherry picking right here. This is what you call cherry picking right here. When not a C know that all dictionaries cherry pick off etymology. Etymology, the word, or you doing some cherry picking shit. Not a C.
Let me stop crying.
Not a C. Quit using this old bullshit ass cherry picking dictionary and go to the etymology.
Shit y'all use. Y'all been quoting this shit all night.
Quit cherry picking, not a C.
It says nigger.
I'm fucking with you, cherry, but it is cherry picking.
Where it came from?
Oh, go to the etymology.
I'm fucking with
Go to
you,
the
but
etymology of nigger.
don't get mad at me, not a
that
C.
it's Australian Aborigine and East Indian.
Like I
don't
said,
get mad at me, not a C. All I'm saying is you're cherry
And
picking.
then when
I'm
you go
proving
to
the point of cherry
etymology
picking,
with
bro.
Indian, it says Australian Aborigine.
Y'all cherry picking. This is y'all cherry picking. Y'all been
Oh
using
my
this.
goodness gracious, you cherry picking the
God
fuck out
damn,
of the
Ling Ling,
word,
shut your
nigga.
bitch ass up sometime. Quit cutting everybody off, man.
Y'all been using this source for years.
How's you cherry picking? It's a motherfucking fact.
Over
In
the
1843, they was
You
using
said
it
we
in
use
America.
this
It's a
source for
motherfucking
years. Go
fact.
to
How's you cherry
etymology,
picking?
nigga. Go to
Y'all have a good
etymology
one,
of the
man.
word nigger.
How's you cherry picking? It's a fact.
Y'all cherry picking. That's it.
How's you a fact? Why don't you hit historical authorities and see what the words say in that motherfucker under the bottom of that definition right there?
Why y'all not dealing with? Y'all been looking at this.
Why you acting like? Hold on, because you trying to make it like it's one type of Negro. It's not.
Question: why
Cut
nobody?
this bullshit out you trying to play.
No,
It's not one type of Negro. It's
slaves,
not.
not a C at the source, bro.
It's not
You
one
got to
type of
change your
Negro.
name
This is the
to
game you
die
trying
at
to
the
play.
African
It's not
source,
one type
nigga.
of Negro. We all know it's a different type of Negro from a different landmass. Cut this bullshit out. Not a coincidence.
Running from
I
the
ain't
question.
running from shit because we can pull up. I got the real definition from Oxford. Instead of you trying to cherry pick what you pull up, why don't you just pull up all of the historical source that's in the back check back there? Why don't you just pull up the historical source and go through all the fucking words that got something to do with the word? If you want to instead of cherry picking what you want to show.
It's on the screen.
Now you can just scroll down the words. It's gonna tell the story for itself. You ain't gotta just do nothing.
Yeah.
Tony Moore. Name given to a Tony or brown skinned people, probably originally the peoples of Northern Africa. Person of color, originally and chiefly U.S. of color, designating a person who is not white skinned, especially a black person, as a man of color, person of color, people, buck, sensitive, referring to a person, offensive, chiefly North American, Australian, and New Zealand, a black or indigenous man.
That's also used to apply to slaves.
Calm down. Just calm down, nigga. Originally, colored, and chiefly U.S., a member of any dark-skinned group of people, especially an African American. CF, since whatever the fuck they say. Now it's offensive. Indiano, no definition. Nigger, a dark-skinned person of any origin. A dark-skinned person of any origin. All right, any. In early U.S. use, usually with reference to American Indians, usually offensive. Native, a member of an indigenous ethnic group, frequently with a suggestion of inferior status, culture, etc., and hence, especially in modern usage, considered offensive. A member of an indigenous ethnic group, frequently with a suggestion of inferior status, culture in Britain and the United States during whatever. Non-white. Hold on, who just calling me? Oh man, hold on. God damn, this works some motherfucker. Yeah. Hello? All right. Back on track. Non-white person with plural agreement with the non-white people collectively. Fuzzy. Now usually derogatory and offensive when used of a person, originally a nickname for a member of the Hindandoa people fighting in the modest side against Egyptian and British forces in the conflict. Fuzzy Wuzzy, derogatory and offensive, chiefly in colonial and imperial context, a member of a non-white indigenous people, especially a black African person. Gollywall, a black or dark-skinned person, especially a person of African origin or descent. Monk, a non-white person, a Chinese person. Non-European, a person who is not of European descent or ancestry, a non-white person.
Well, you wasted
Bone. All right, I'm just gonna read these motherfuckers, just to get up.
To waste time.
I'm just saying. So basically, this shit all over the place is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's conveniently that nobody, since Oxford English Dictionary, they changed their website. Nobody can go back and look at the full thing in context, like I was trying to show y'all, right? And when you go and look at that page originally, they give you the definition. It goes Negro comes from Niger. A nigga comes from Negro, which comes from Niger. It tells you this is a person of sub-Saharan African origin. Then it goes and gives you different dates, starting in the 1500s with nigga
No, man, stop trying to make it apply to fucking African. It means a dark-skinned person of any origin, man.
No,
Stop this bullshit.
Smoke, can you just go back to my screen, please?
Stop the bullshit. It means a dark-skinned person of any origin.
Please, Smoke.
That's what the fucking word means. It don't even mean a group
Smoke,
of
before
people.
you go
All it
back to
means
the
black.
screen, pull up
Negro
Negroid.
means black.
But he fails to start. So he goes to the Oxford English Dictionary, and he skips all the way down to 3A. But he fails to start at the top.
All of them say a dark-skinned person of any origin, idiot.
A dark skin
All
tell you it comes from the
all
word
of them say a dark-skinned person of any origin. So who do the cherry picking?
He doesn't read the part where it tells you.
All of them say a dark-skinned person of any origin.
Please be quiet. It's going to be 30 seconds. Please be quiet.
So who's doing the cherry picking here?
We
Me or
understand
you?
you don't want people to hear it so they can actually hear the argument. So you're doing all that. Just please be quiet. It's 30 seconds.
First it tells you.
You could have got the argument off while you still hollering me to be quiet.
But
bro,
he doesn't read
not
the
a
part where it
coincidence.
tells
Let
you
his diarrhea
it's a
get out,
dark-skinned
bro. Let him speak his piece. So we can
Just
kill
say
him.
it. Just shut the fuck up, man. Shut up. You don't got to tell him to be quiet.
You shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. We already watching you up here now. You goddamn self.
So look, like we see in A, when they're talking about people from Africa, right? We got Sierra Leone and things like that, starting in the 1600s. What
the fuck do that got to do with a dark-skinned person in origin?
43, to get them using it right in Indian.
It still mean a dark-skinned person of any fucking origin. It does not keep it applied to a stinking ass African.
Can you relax? You come in all the time with this estrogen.
No, fuck all that. Ain't nobody got time for this dumb ass shit. We done read the goddamn definition 1,000 times. It means dark-skinned person of any origin. It don't even mean a fucking people. It's talking about Negro. It just means black.
Like a goddamn bitch all the goddamn time.
A1.
Y'all niggas weird. Goddamn, grow up. We grown ass men.
So this is way before 3A. Now let's look at the years on 3.
So we not gonna have a discussion if we're not gonna have a discussion. Hey, we good, y'all. We good. We're gonna go with our own. We're gonna go with our own interpretation.
Hey, Smoke, you'll pull up Negroid. Balance also Smoke and the chat and everybody on the panel.
Smoke, there are a couple.
There's no need. There's no need to pull up Negro because we all agree with what Negro is. So ain't no need to pull it up.
Negroid. Negroid.
Yeah, we agree with Negro.
That's what the word.
It ultimately goes back to Negro. We already did that.
It actually don't. Actually, Negroid came first, and that's where they got the word Negro from. It came from the word Negroid.
It still mean a dark-skinned person of any origin.
Exactly.
No, it actually don't. It don't. It only means Ethiopian. It doesn't mean a dark-skinned person.
No, it doesn't, bro. It don't mean shit about no damn Ethiopian.
You know how many folks they classified Negroid that ain't Ethiopian?
Negroid. Negroid. Negroid.
Pull it up. Pull it up. Pull up
Negroid was a phenotypical classification for anthropologists and shit. Man,
exactly.
It's fake. That's what I'm saying. The word Negro is fake. They made it up. Let me pull up the word.
People found in South America been found Negro. They keep all over the damn world. Negro. That don't just mean Ethiopian.
Y'all gonna argue about something that can be pulled up. Pull that shit up, man. Pull it up real quick. We're gonna take all day arguing about something that can be pulled up. Hey, pull it up real quick, bro.
Negroid, hold on. From my understanding, Negroid is unscientific because it's an outdated
wait a second. Let's find out what it says. We looked at the other definitions, so we're not cherry picking. Let's look at all the different definitions from Negro, and the root word is Negroid. Just click on that, and let's actually read the actual definition of Negroid and who thought of it and where it actually came from to become Negro.
There you go, right there.
It says relating to the division of humankind represented by the indigenous people of Central and Southern Africa.
Now, could you go inside the wiki though, so you can get the full definition of it?
The wiki is not really going to tell you much of anything, but it says Negroid, less
Read the
commonly
second
called.
paragraph.
It says
Go ahead.
less commonly called Congoid is an obsolete racial grouping, like I said, of various people. So I can't see past the logo, Smoke.
I'll read it.
Drop it
You want
down
me
a
to
bit.
read it?
Various people indigenous to Africa south of the area, which stretch from the southern Sahara Desert in the west of Africa, Great Lakes in the southeast, but also to isolated parts of South and Southeast Asia, Negritos. The term is derived from now disproven conceptions of race as a biological category. The concept of dividing humankind into these three races called Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negroid, originally named Ethiopian, was introduced in the 1780s by members of Göttingen School of History and further developed by Western scholars in the context of racist ideologies during the age of colonialism. With the rise
You
of
can stop
modern
right there.
genetics.
That's all you got to read. It was a made up term that came about after the 1780s. So Negro came from this actual word. So when they say the
No, but in a
Portuguese
deeper
started up,
dive, brother, it actually comes from the scientific word for the nightshade berry, which is Solum nigrum, which grows in Europe. So they would be comparing these people on the Joblaya River, which we call Niger River, as being the color of purple berries, and comparing these berries to their dark, melanated skin. That's where the word Solum nigrum comes from. That's how you get words like Negroid and Negro and Nigger.
Well, Negroid comes from Negro because Negroes
Yet
from Africa. So
they're not really African. They're coming from Europe. They're using
I
that
come from
word and
Africa and the
applying it
Portuguese made the
to
word up and it
African.
mean black. Crazy ass man. It don't come from it mean black.
Negroid.
Weirdo.
no,
1844, a hybrid from Negro. Right? We click on Negro.
Negro still mean black when they made it up, nigga.
Now pull up nigger on there. Pull it up. Because it don't say African.
I bet you
it says other groups. It says
no,
Australian and
they wrote the
Polynesian
word
up on that
Negro
bitch.
back into history, is what I'm telling you guys. They wrote the word Negro back into history because
it says see Negro, and which goes back to Africa. Y'all can't change this shit no matter what y'all
It
want
don't
to do.
go back to Africa. It actually goes
It
back
does
to
not
Europe.
go to Africa. It goes back to the Portuguese who made the fucking word up, and the word just means black.
Man,
exactly.
People in Africa. That's it, bro. What the fuck is you talking about? Like it says from Spanish.
But read right down
It
at the
don't
bottom
mean black.
part. It says
Negro
English
shit.
colonists
It
and
means
dark-skinned
black.
native peoples of India, Australia, Polynesia.
Motherfucker, the word means black. It's still on the crayon today. It means black.
It doesn't. It's not just restricted to a color. It's ancestry, brother. Like stop with the bullshit, man.
But then why does it
ain't got shit
include
to do with
people
no
of
ancestry. It means
non-African
black.
background?
That's why they call them Negro. And they call Negroes motherfuckers all over the world Negro because it just means black.
You had African ancestry. That's why they called you Negro.
No, it don't got
it's
nothing to
not,
do with no
because we have African ancestry.
The word just means black.
Where in America it didn't mean that, bro?
You
Like,
want to make it mean African ancestry to push your pan-African pussy shit, but the word just means black.
Exactly.
We can go to black laws. Negro. The word Negro means
The
black.
word just means black, man. The word just means black. The United States made it mean African because they on that pan-African pussy shit with you. You know, they fun pan-African pussy shit.
Now
So,
when the black law say it don't mean nothing, right?
The black law do say it mean African. I told you, the United States on the pan-African pussy shit with you. I know the South Carolina case when they did it, and they solidified it with Dred Scott with that bullshit. I know about all that, but the written definition of the goddamn word is black, nigga.
Smoke, if you could go back to
You and the white man wanted to mean African. You and the white man want to be answer, but the original definition of that word was Portuguese made of a black nigga.
We could go back to that legal definition.
So, in the Portuguese use of the word Negro for Americans, insofar as the use of Negro or its equivalents for the Americans is concerned, it is well to begin our analysis with a brief review of usage in the Portuguese language. First, it must be noted that Europeans generally regarded the Americans as being of an intermediate color. Pardo, Loro, Tino, Olivestri. For example, in 1519, it was said of the Brazilians, I'm not even going to read this Portuguese shit, but basically they're saying that they're calling these people not black, white, but an olive color. But the same writer also remarked that the Brazilian canoemen he saw were so black that they could have been taken for sailors on the Sea of Styx and Hell. So they're calling Indians over here black, bro. And then it says that another Italian in 1533 described them as the color olivestro. So that is olive colored and almost black. And in 1492, also 1493, the Caribbean islanders were said to be Loro color, white more than black. But in 1524, the Carolina coast people were said to be dark in color, not much in like the Ethiopians. So it all goes back to saying that Indians were black.
Black is not just a color; it's an ancestry. Like we see,
it's not a fucking ancestry.
The word Negro means a black man, one descendant.
It's not an ancestry to Africa, though. It could be anything.
They are talking about
anything, not a C. It could be anything.
I can't read. They're talking about
yes,
ancestry.
We can read. It's used interchangeably with a whole bunch of people that are not European.
Ancestry.
If I may expound.
So then they would use Congoid and Bantu, but it's not. That doesn't exist yet.
If I may expound.
No, they wouldn't use Ethiopian for the African. They called the African Ethiopian. That's the color they were. So there wasn't even a word called Negro back then. They were called Ethiopian. That's what I'm saying. They wrote the word Negro back into time. They just thought of this Negro stuff. Yes, they did in the 1780s, like the Negro definition states. They just created the entire race thing, so nobody was being called a Negro by the Portuguese or the Spanish. The English wrote this in.
Listen, Negroid comes from Negro. It's a scientific term. We're talking about times when they didn't have these scientific terms.
It's not a scientific term.
Negroid
it's scientific racism. No, we just read the Wikipedia.
No, yes, it is a racist.
We just read it. It's outdated and it's racist.
We're not arguing about that, bro. Like, stop that dumb shit. Like,
but that's not scientific, though. You're using outdated language.
It was, which means past tense. I don't need to. We already read it. I don't need to say 1,000 words. It was.
It's not an ancestry, bro.
Bro, Negro is an ancestry.
It's not an ancestry, bro.
So how do you descend?
Applying science to it. It's not an ancestry.
That's you niggas' problem. Y'all keep trying to make colors in the ancestry. Black ain't an ancestry. Negro ain't an ancestry, nigga. It's a color.
Nobody was being called by their color of their skin or
talking about people is not a.
It's a color, nigga. It's a color.
It's not.
African is
color, bro.
Black is a color.
Status.
When you're applying it to people, just like they call white people white, it's not. They're not talking about.
Guess what? White and black are shades, not colors.
They are talking about
white is a color.
The person that
black is a color. Them is not ancestry, man.
Same thing when they used to call people yellow.
Bro, ancestry would be a tribe.
This is just what they did at the time. Doesn't mean it was right.
Not a seed. Would ancestry not be a specific tribe like your tribe, Shinnecock?
What happened in history?
Would ancestry be a black crayon or would it be Shinnecock?
Please grow up.
Again,
them colors is not ancestry. They have nothing to do with ancestries.
Black and Negro is not a color. It's talking about ancestry, bro.
Nigga, those are
Wait,
non-colored
Those are the colors, you damn
statuses.
fool.
make him prove it. Hold up, let's make NAC prove
This
that
how we
that's
can
an
prove.
answer.
No, Kamala Harris just proved it.
It's on the
She ain't
screen.
got none of that shit in her blood, nigga. She just plain black, and you can't do shit about it,
When they
nigga.
say
She just proved it ain't no motherfucking bloodline.
when
Suck
they
ass,
say,
nigga.
look,
Quit playing.
when they say that it's one that
Quit
descends
playing.
from
She
the
just did it on national TV in front of everybody. Took y'all the black shit and ran with it. And she ain't got no African or American Negro in her, nigga.
Exactly. That part. So explain to me, how is black an ancestry if you got a literal tribe in Africa or America? You claim Shinnecock, right? Your ancestor said Shinnecock, but vaguely claimed Africa with no proof to a tribe.
If I may,
So we're talking about how y'all are cherry picking what Negro really means right now in our face. The topic
That's
is
not cherry picking, nigga.
Yeah, you
That's
go into
common sense.
doing everything else. One
That's fucking
descendant from
common sense, bro.
about ancestry.
Brother, that's
if I
common sense.
there's something on the screen that's being ignored, and it will cut down on the argument. If I may, real quick, the term Negro legally, as you
Your
see,
volume low, bro. Your volume low. Let me turn you up. Hold on.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna yell. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that tonight. So if you choose to overtalk me, I'm not gonna try to over yell you. So let me get this out, and I'll yield. But as you see the definition on the screen now, Negro, the word Negro means a black man, one descended from the African race, as he has highlighted. But there's also something that's being ignored, and that's the last paragraph down there in that definition, where it says term Negro means necessarily person of color, but not every person of color is Negro. Now, person of color, legally, that's also found in the legal dictionary. It means literally a person of African descent or parentage. But the term Negro also specifies that not every person of color, which means not every person presumed to be of African descent, is a Negro. So to safely presume that all so-called people of color are Negroes is not correct as well. Just because we were called or even labeled Negro does not definitively denote that we are of African descent. I just want to point that out, and that is the only label or term legally that's applied to us where it leaves room that we may not actually be of African descent. And I yield.
Well, Epic, that would
Thank
have
you.
to.
You hit the nail on the head.
Oh no,
Checkmate.
ain't no nail on the nothing. So Epic,
Yes,
that would
it
mean that
is.
y'all. For that to be true, y'all would have to only have been called persons of color and never Negro.
In which we were copper colored. Look at the slave ads. Have you looked at a slave ad? Not a see?
Go pull it up. Pull it up.
All right. So you can Google copper colored slaves.
Oh,
Right there
you
on
pull it
Google. It'll show you a nigga named Hamp, copper colored, dark.
Ling, allow me to reply to NAC. NAC, I was only pointing out specifically the term Negro as it, but African American, colored, black, all the other terms. Now, those definitively speak specifically and only specifically to those of African lineage, descendancy and parentage. But the term Negro leaves room that that may not be the case with every so-called person of color. You see what I'm saying? That's what I
No,
was
you
just.
mean yeah, I got what you're saying. The person of color, that's what I was saying. I agree with you. The person of color is not necessarily a Negro, like Negro, black, and those things lead back to African descent, like you said. I agree. The person of color doesn't, but colored does. When our peoples are called colored. At times, yeah, persons of color and all that, but they was colored person, and they also have a definition for that.
Which it like that also exactly, and it also goes back to a person of African descent and parentage, a colored person. It does by definition.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, as far as with the term Negro, that's what I was saying. It leaves room that just because a person is called a Negro does not necessarily mean that they are, a person of African descent.
I think you mixing that up. if a person is
No,
called
he's not. Not a coincidence.
man. It says the term Negro means necessarily a person of color, but not every person of color is a Negro, right? So you could be a person of color and not a Negro. But my thing is that all their peoples is called Negroes. So,
But guess what? You could be a fucking African and be called white. Moor. A Moor is black.
Show me that in
So
America.
how you snatch Africa from Negroness?
Show me that in America on the census, please.
That's right there in that same book you pulled up. Free white person. It got more in there.
And all right, see, look, here you go.
So again, you fumble the bag. You fumble that African bag just from that shit alone.
I'm gonna pass it right back to you. Listen, so you have to pay attention, bro. We already went over where it showed Negro is somebody from sub-Saharan Africa.
Where is sub-Saharan Africa?
Chill out.
That's another Gish Gallop. That's another lie.
On that definition, all those African countries is going to be Northern African countries where Negroes are not, or where Negroes were not taken from. That's just it, bro. Like, you got to stop.
But they're called black Moors, nigga. That don't make any fucking sense.
You got to stop with the bullshit, bro.
You got to stop with the bullshit because there's no scientific basis for sub-Saharan Africa. You cannot apply no genetic to no pseudo geography.
So
that is just a made up label.
It means under or
so if we no. Because if we are to go by your ancient Kemetic shit, the world is upside down, and they see things from lower kingdom, upper kingdom. So that shit don't even make any sense.
Fuck Egypt.
That's some lies, nigga. That's lies. That's Egyptologist lies.
I'm trying to deflect. I don't care. We're not
nigga, that's Egyptologist lies.
Who cares?
That's not African science, me.
I don't care. We're not talking about that.
What you mean you don't care? You go by African science, right?
Ling, you have to allow him to respond.
All you doing is deflecting, man.
That's not deflecting, nigga. I'm getting on you with your own African shit.
What are you going to Egypt for? Who cares? I don't care about Egypt.
What you mean? That's the basis of Afrocentricity. That's Pan-Africanism.
I don't care about that. Whoever told you that's
what
lying.
You mean? You a Pan-African?
Nah, I don't care about Egypt.
You representing Afrocentricity right now, bro. So we getting on that neck.
Is going over the uses of the uses of Negro historically and how y'all are cherry picking.
But sub-Saharan ain't got shit to do with Negro. That's some made up remix shit.
Oh, it ain't no made up remix anything.
Yeah, it is made up remix shit. But you're moving the goalposts with the words applying to Africa. Africa is for the Africans, remember, like Martin Delaney said. So how you gonna let the pale man tell you what belongs to who in Africa if it's supposed to be a black ethno state? You full of shit, bro.
Well, according to the United States government, when it comes to these terms, if you are carrying these terms as a means of identification and you identify as either one of those labels, it is already presumed that you are of African descent by definition, according to the United States government. I just want to point that out to you, regardless of how you feel about the term, or even think, regardless of how you think, believe, or assume otherwise about the term. The United States government recognizes you as a person of African descent if you're carrying those labels, even the term Moor, believe it or not. And I yield.
That's a fact.
And that's why I always tell my people, we need to leave those terms where they be, let them die where they are. I'm an American, and I think we need to do the work in taking that back, because we are the only Americans. When we relinquished that position and took on these labels, I think that was the beginning of the fall, if you will. It was a small step towards that fall, and I'm quite sure it was easily overlooked and ignored, thinking it didn't mean any harm. But today we're suffering mainly the legal ramifications of identifying ourselves with those terms. So we really do need to let those die, let them go, let them be where they are, regardless of even our own ancestors in the past carried along those terms, whether they did so knowingly, willingly, and intelligently, or they did so ignorantly. Regardless, the ramifications are still the same. And it's time that
what is the legal definition of American, brother?
Say that again, brother.
What's the legal definition of American?
We can I think you pulled that up in Henry Campbell Black's Law Dictionary one night.
Also, pull up the Indian legal definition too, because that also is something that we need to fight for.
And while y'all talking, pull up the definition of suffer.
I'm not gonna talk.
Suffer means something that you are allowing. I need y'all to stop being victims. Y'all is in on this shit. Every single one of y'all families is in on this shit. Suffer means something you allow. Look it up.
So we're dealing with the cherry picking epic.
Go for it.
You said your peoples was American. So when in your genealogical research, right, what do you see first, American or like black, Negro, colored, or those things?
With me and my family, we don't rely on documentation from any corporate government to establish our identity. But with respect to the question that you just asked me, if we were to go to those particular documents, yes, you will find, of course, those terms there. You would. But that does not, mean that's who we are. But because we do know better, we don't rely on it at all. And that which we do rely upon, it is recognized in its function when we do use it. So, I mean, for those who may think that you can operate outside of using a birth certificate and all these other documentations that they have on record to use as to identify you, we can't forget that these documentations that we use as identification are but commonly accepted documents in the absence of the actual.
Pull up American, man. Put up American in that dictionary right
I'm on my phone, Smoke.
I'm talking not a coincidence. He got the screen.
After that, pull up suffer, please, because you niggas always
pull up Indian too.
Nah, come on, let's stay on topic, y'all. Let's not do that.
Hey, Epic, what was that dictionary you named? You said something Campbell. What was that?
Henry Campbell Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition.
Yeah, we sticking on Negro right now. This word Negro about to die.
Pull up suffer and Henry Campbell, a law dictionary. Pull up suffer.
Chief, I am.
Suffer ain't got shit to do with anything.
Chief, I am.
The main topic is American.
Yes, it does.
Y'all allow us to.
The topic is cherry picking. Y'all just
no, it's not, bro. You cherry picking, bro.
Yeah, we trying to stop you from cherry picking. We just sticking to Negro like you brought it up.
Someone in the chat, please pull up the etymology and the diction of the word suffer. Because these niggas say they suffered.
We get you, bro. We get you on suffering, my nigga. Ain't nobody disputing,
bro. Please,
no one disputing suffering, brother.
Got it. Yeah, look like you got it right.
That means you're allowed it.
Yeah.
Pertaining to the Western Hemisphere, or in a more restricted sense, to the United States. It was assumed in life photo film corps that the term American included all classes of citizens, native and naturalized, irrespective of where they originally came from. I'm saying that's also a convoluted legal definition. Y'all got.
Well, I wouldn't say it's convoluted, but what it does reveal in that definition in case law, that's where you said that the term American includes all classes, etc. That where it says it was assumed, like you pointed out last time we went over this, it was assumed in that case that the term American included all classes of citizens, irrespective of which that definition was assumed, and so we have to look at it from the perspective that it seems that there is no case that I've come across, even myself, thus far, that shows where anybody was presuming or even attempting to use the term American as its original application. It was always used to assume or presume that the term referred to all classes of U.S. citizens, which we know It's not accurate. It's not true, even by definition.
How do we know that? How do we know that's not true?
Because for one, they
What
they said what it originally meant, which was the Aboriginal copper-colored races, but now applied to Europeans who are native born here and must exalt the pride of patriotism.
Like I said, I'm not gonna yell over you, brother, but it would be cool if you want to just interject like that. He asked me the question. Appreciate you giving that information. I'm not yelling over anybody, man. So if you want to talk over it, you got it. I'm not doing that. But yeah, by definition, like I said, not a coincidence according to its original application. The original application, yes, modernly, it's applied to U.S. citizens today. But again, that's contemporary. And just because we use it today to mean that does not mean it's okay to make the term retroactive in history where it did not apply to U.S. citizens.
All right, so where do you get this
Hey,
African
nah,
thing where
look,
you're
hold on.
trying to make
Simple
people
logic.
illegal
Wait,
immigrants?
but Tyron, hold on. Simple logic will explain that an American would be the original people of the land and not anybody who's just coming into the land. Just like you got Samoans, Tongans, Japanese, Chinese, Koreans. Every single one of these people are the people that are from that land. Newcomers have their own names. Like, for instance, when they went into Liberia, what were they called? Americo-Liberians. They weren't called Liberians.
Exactly.
You have a whole new name when you go into other people's land. But now all these people are delineated as Americans. And why is that? To steal the identity of the true American. It's obvious, bro. Come on, Nick. You playing.
Yeah, but I'm not playing. I mean, when I hear about the indigenous people in my family and things like that, they was damn sure not trying to be called American. That's why I'm just not trying to understand. Y'all saying original people, but the original people didn't want to be called it. So unless y'all saying y'all people did, that's kind of weird.
Well, I think that perception of our people not wanting to be called American, if that be true, is because of the current definition of what people think it means today. They think it means white people, so-called white people, that's over here now and annexed, the country, and they empower and all this. So today people think that's what that means. So when you think American, people tend to think about the colonizers, that the foreigners themselves that have been over here for a while now, and that's what people think. People don't generally think that the term actually and originally applies to the original people of America, which is us, which is the ones that they call the American Negro today. Nobody is thinking correction, which is why this kind of
And although I know, because basically trying to say America's a new name. So why would you take? Okay, wait. Can you? Hey, wait. All right, Chief, I am. Listen. Damn, nigga. You just be coming rambling about nothing, nigga.
It's the alcohol.
I'm going off
I
the
don't know
word.
what's wrong with this nigga.
I'm going off
Bro,
your word.
be quiet, bro.
You just want to tell somebody to be quiet. You a boss for that, bro.
But brother, I'll address you, brother Chief, like I did last time, but I'm doing it in a different manner this time. Because I don't think it's wise for you to consume alcohol then come up on the panel, because it's going. I don't think it creates a lot of confusion. It creates
y'all can blame it on what you want. Does the word suffer mean for you to allow it to happen or not?
And you're right back to suffering. The same shit you've been
Brother,
saying, bro.
nobody's
That's like the only
arguing about
information you
suffering.
got,
We know
bro.
what the
Don't
definition of
nobody give a
suffering
fuck
is. We ain't
about
got to
that,
fucking
bro.
go over the etymology of it.
If I am, you weird
What does that mean
motherfucker,
if you
bro. I'm trying to be
suffering?
cool, bro, but you being
What does
weird,
Nigga,
that
we
bro.
know
mean if
what
you
suffering
suffering?
means. It means torture,
You
nigga.
being weird,
Like,
No,
bro.
come
it
on now.
don't. It
Ain't
means you
nobody
allowed it to
arguing over
You
happen.
that
kind of just
shit.
doing weird shit, bro.
That's
This is
not what
weird.
it means. It means you allowed it to happen. You niggas is in on it. That's my point. Stop
How are
complaining.
we in on something?
That's
How are
fine.
we in on it?
By definition, you in on it.
The fact of the matter
In
is,
on what?
You all of this shit. You talking about all of this
Tyron,
shit?
why are you feeding into that, bro? That is
You niggas,
insane. What's wrong with your
Bro, we
brain, bro?
not
Like, why are
arguing
you?
about the word
Don't. It
suffering.
doesn't
That's
matter
not the
about
topic.
arguing. None of, Why are you feeding into what he's
You
saying,
sold
bro?
your
The
land.
topic is about these labels that was placed on us, and this nigga
He
arguing
knows
over
what
some
he knows
damn
what it
And you
is,
African
bro. He
allowed
descent.
it.
knows what it is.
You
We
allowed
not
the labels
with
to be
shit.
placed on
We
you.
nipping that shit in the bud right
You
Bro,
now.
you
Here,
calling
allowed
out on the shit he's
you
doing, bro. Just
allowed
call
we're
the
him out on what
nipping
he's
labels
that
to be
doing, bro.
bullshit in
That's
placed
the
all
on
you
bud,
you.
do.
bro.
No, you call him out on what he's doing, not try
You
to go
niggas,
back and
you
back
niggas
back and forth
trolling,
about
bro.
information, bro,
Feed
because he ain't
into
got
it,
no
man. You
information to
don't have
do,
to feed
bro.
into
You
Call him out
allowed
on what he's
black,
doing.
Negro, colored,
What are you
African
doing right now,
American.
Chief? And why are you
You
doing this?
allowed all them motherfuckers to be placed
Yeah,
on you.
but
Now you
you're
sitting over
why
here
do you come
complaining
on the
about
channels? Why
that
do you
they
come on the
using it
channels?
against you.
Why you channels doing this type of shit, bro?
All right, man.
Brother,
Y'all yield up.
Just
Do
we're
y'all
not
yeah,
arguing
just
about the
yield.
word
Just yield.
suffering, bro. That's not
Just
the
yield.
topic at hand.
Now
Mute the mic.
I know I know the
So
brother was saying basically that American is a new term. Just like Chinese is a new term. China is a new term. Japan wasn't originally called Japan. Korea wasn't originally called Korea, like I was saying earlier. None of those names was those names, but those people still go by those names because they're the original people of that land. So that's what I was trying to explain to you. And I keep trying to understand how you're going around that. Now the boy says, can understand how you're saying, oh, American's a term that you guys got from the colonizer. That doesn't even matter. The original people of the land are
No,
Americans.
I wasn't saying that.
Aren't those people don't they call them American Indians? Don't they say American Indian? Right?
exactly.
Yeah, and they don't like that.
That's the term.
It don't matter if
Well,
they don't like
no,
it.
that's not
The
true.
same can
That's not
apply to the
true. They
African
don't like
term
American
because they don't
Indian,
have an
but they
aboriginal
wait.
name for
God damn,
Africa.
let me finish, Tyron. Let me
Hey,
finish.
hey,
Let
let the
me
brother get
finish.
through.
Let
Yeah,
me finish. Let me finish.
but that
They
wasn't my
may
point.
not like the term. No, they may not like the term American Indian, but they do go by the term Native American.
Yeah, I
Native
just
American. Native American.
yeah,
American.
yes.
You see that?
That's not.
Okay.
Now you're changing the context of the conversation. We was talking
How?
about because we was talking about genealogical records, not today. That's how, right? My question was your people called American or Black, Negro, and Colored in these records? That was the question. You changing the whole shit,
They
bro.
weren't calling themselves that. They were
I didn't ask
labeling
if
them
they was
that,
calling
bro.
themselves
They
that.
were
We
labeling them as
can
black.
establish their own
Like if
exonyms.
they see you
That
today, even if
there
you're
are
calling,
things
look, hold
that
on, let me
things
explain something to
outside
you.
was calling us.
Even if you
Stop,
call
bro.
yourself
Stop.
American Indian today, do you know they're automatically
No
gonna
matter
label you
what you
African
do, you
American and
can't
black?
change that. You change
They
everything
can
I said.
literally
I
grab a
say
piece of
we can
paper
talk
and
about
say,
nothing
wait,
was
he looks like a black or African American, so let me put it on paper that not a coincidence is a black or African American. Even though he says he's a Shinnecock.
but that's
Are you
not
not
Exactly.
understanding
all
that?
right.
Are you not
Okay,
understanding that,
cool.
bro? It's a
Yes, I
fact.
understand that.
Oh,
But that's
oh, and then you're gonna
look.
go around the fact that they were
All
labeling the
all
American Indians in Virginia, in the Carolinas, as Negro,
you're making a fake
colored,
argument.
mulattoes.
That's not a
No, I'm
fake
just
argument,
saying it's
bro.
not a fake argument. It's a fact. It's a
Listen.
fact.
Stop.
So
Stop.
when you talk
It is a
about
fake
Negro and
argument
black,
because he's not
weren't
even talking about the shit. If you're gonna address me,
no, this
address
is
the shit I was
important.
talking
All
about.
of this is
What I
important,
was
bro, because
talking about
you
was
can't go around
these
none of this, bro.
names like
You can't go
Negro,
around none of this. Yeah,
Black, Color.
Negro, what they
Hold
call
on,
American
stop.
Indians as
How
well,
y'all
brother.
cherry pick the
That's a
meaning.
fact.
And then we went to the
Mulatto.
definitions and showed that it's talking about a person of African descent.
But
And y'all
brother,
cherry pick the shit. And y'all act like y'all
brother,
people wasn't called this shit and all this other shit.
brother.
That's what I was
They
saying.
weren't
None of
called
that shit you
Africans
was
though.
talking about.
They weren't
None
called
of that shit you
Africans.
was talking
Well,
about.
They
hold
were
on,
never called
brother. Hold
Africans
on,
though.
now to see. Hold
They
on,
were called
because
the
for
terms that
one,
they
if we
said
go to
American
the
Indians were
census,
called.
hold on. If we go to the census,
Changed
like
everything
he
you said.
arguing,
You like,
right?
oh, you no, nigga.
Hold
You ready
on.
to
If
go
we
out?
go to the census, right? Indian wasn't put on the census until 1866. So before all of that shit, a so-called Native American Mongoloid would have to sign on the census mulatto, Negro, or colored,
Or what about all these
or
tribes, bro?
slave,
I
or
asked you
free,
this
which
before.
we
Why do
already
you got all
read from
these?
the
Why
book.
do you have? Hey, wait, hold on. Why do you have all these Negro tribes, bro? You trying to say like you try to say that we're pulling all of this shit, but you got chiefs right now, like Chief Sekou, who literally said the Creek Indians are Negroes, they're black people. He said they look like you and me. That's what he said. He's a chief. He might not be federally recognized, but he's state recognized. He's recognized as kinds of Yamasi. Not just the Yamasi though. You got the Yamasi, you got Wangunk, you got Puspatuk, the Shinnecock. The Montauk. There's tons of tribes right now to this day who still are Negroes.
Mm-hmm. Cherokee, Nottawa.
Still to this day.
Pamunkey.
So I'm like, yeah, you got the Pamunkey. Like, come on, bro. Like, this is crazy.
Timkua, Wakama.
The Lumbee. And the Lumbee will tell you what they are, bro. I know tons of Lumbee people. They'll tell you that they're just mixed with so-called black and so-called white. That's it.
And Negro is the Persian title under the United States.
They ain't got no so-called Native American. That Native American term is a fake term, bro. It's a made-up ass term. You're just saying that you're a Native American. It's not real, bro.
Not to mention, you're talking about Native American construct by the United States government, and by definition, it says it right there in the definition of Native American. It is a member, and their descendants are the people that are the descendants of those members of said corporate, tribe. That's because that's what they're talking about. It's all corporate, and so when you're talking about descendancy from that perspective of a Native American, it goes back to you being a descendant of one of those members. We're not talking about right by blood from its inception. We're talking about that at the beginning of the start of wherever that Native American tribe stuff started, and that's where your beginning is.
Yeah, membership only goes back to trust law, man. This is crazy. You guys suffer a lot on here. This is crazy. Every night, you guys don't realize what's going on.
Then they only start talking about Native Americans in what, like 1971, 1972.
Right.
Prior to that, there was no such thing as Native Americans. Even that Pan American Indian Party, while we was doing the civil rights, worried about American Indians' rights, they were sitting up orchestrating shit to basically take our identity. This is what people don't understand. That's all was going on.
We was doing that shit in May, and they brought their shit out in July.
Yes, literally, yes.
And also, they got their whole name from like political correctness.
And I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't as public as people think. People didn't know what the fuck they were doing, bro. They're showing you the videos and stuff now, but all that stuff was hidden. Like, people wasn't seeing that in the public eye. That's why we wasn't like, oh my God, look at these Native Americans. No, we wasn't even worried about them because nobody was seeing this shit or knowing that what they were doing, bro. The government was sitting up helping them. This is why I'm like, with all this government recognition, why would you want to be recognized by a government that's fucking you over? Somebody that's trying to govern you, control you. I don't want to be recognized by that shit.
Hey y'all, did y'all see that video with Chief Warhorse talking to Phoenix Moon about like how they got the Choctaw dude up there explaining their history and saying that they got multiple origin stories, talking about the Nanawaya cave and them walking down the Bering Strait from the northwest region of the United States, and that they came across some red clay people.
What about those skin boats? Them skin boats.
Skin boats?
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but you had this like guy that's representing like the Choctaw Nation, federally recognized, and they sitting up here being professional pretendians. But they're getting on us talking about our ethnicity, like they're the arbiter of Indianness, but they got the United States government to help them cheat the system.
A professional pretendian. That's great. And none of this shit makes sense unless you look up the word suffering. Nah, I'm just fucking with you, man.
And this happened in the 1960s. This happened when the Native Americans replaced American Indians. That just happened in the 1960s, like during the civil rights era.
Shit crazy. I don't know why NAC is just having a problem with understanding that they got the African word. That shit hijacked because why'd you use a word that's not even aboriginal to that continent?
And then the African is a pale skin.
Exactly.
The very first time that term was ever used was on an Afrikaner in what, 1823?
Native Americans are indeed the Indians. Why were they seeking to have the name change? What's the significance of that?
That's because they got up with these Freemason organizations and they took on that Native American Know Nothing Party as a politically correct term to define themselves to refrain from saying Indian in the legal court system.
Facts, because they can't actually take that identity. So all they can do is pretend, bro. They're pretending. They're literally pretending. Walking around masquerading as American Indians, but they don't even want to claim the term because they know they can't. That's why they say, "Oh, I don't like to be called that. I don't want to be called American Indian. I'm a Native
Well, you're
American."
just an American. You're not even Indian after that. You're
Yeah,
just an
yeah, yeah.
American.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not an Indian either. I don't claim
I
that
mean,
shit.
you can be, but I'm just saying we're
Nah,
just
I don't claim
American.
that
Like
shit.
just, I mean, the definition in American itself in the 1828 dictionary doesn't even give you the notion of the word Indian in it,
At all.
or African. It says
Or you can take it
Aboriginal.
a step further and go by Meliki. You can go by Wakina,
Yeah, what
Amalayi,
your specific tribe is.
Melican.
You can say, yeah, with your specific, I'm Chitamacha. You literally walk around, I'm Chitamacha. Even if motherfuckers like, but you're not recognized, that don't matter, bro. There's so many tribes right now that's trying to be at least state recognized. They don't want to be federally recognized. They just want to be
Well,
recognized
you
by
don't
their
want to
state.
be recognized as an Aboriginal, do you? You want to be an Aboriginal and free to your own landscape.
Yeah,
Really, you
yeah,
don't want to be recognized.
exactly, exactly. But to go by the name, like your name, it's okay. And people be trying to act like that's a problem. Like Chitamacha, it is a tribe. It is a band of people. Like we're a community. This is the reason where you get these tribes from. And then I've heard people try to say that some of these tribes are fake. I mean, some may be, but I know these Creek tribes are not. If you know your grandparents, you get taught this shit. Like
I wouldn't say
they're not
Creek,
fake at
but
all.
I would use this
No,
term
you get what I'm
Muskogee because
saying.
Creek,
You
that's
get
the
what I'm
Scottish Rite thing.
you get what I'm saying. They basically
Yeah, I
and
get
they
what you're
call it
saying.
creek based off of us having tons of creeks and stuff in the areas of which we live, bro. That's why they call them creek, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm not offended by that term. I'm not offended by it because we are basically the creek people, bro. We got nothing but creeks all around us,
Mm-hmm.
all in
And
the
just to
south.
go back to the back to the Negro word, they were really calling the Africans of sub-Saharan descent. They were all called Ethiopians, meaning
Mm-hmm.
dark skinned. They were never even called Negroes, even after the Spanish saw them. They weren't calling them Negroes. That wasn't
Mm-hmm.
even part of their language to say the word Negro.
Yep.
So yeah, again, this English word came about when they started the United States in 1790. Nothing happened in the United States before that time. So 1790, 1775 up until 1790, that's when a lot of people started trying to take our land in their own hands. That's why. When did the Bacon's Rebellion happen again?
That happened around the 1600 period,
That was the
right
16.
before the
That was
1600.
that's what gave way to also anti-miscegenation laws that gave birth to the white people. Because
Mm-hmm.
prior to that, there was no such thing as white people. But yeah, I just want to throw that little piece in there too.
That's an excellent point because you got Thomas Middleton coming up with that term white. He's a whole playwright and he
Purpose of
clumps
legislation.
up people that are of like British, Scottish, French, Dutch um, descent, and not much of like people that are Irish or German or Eastern Europeans. These people wouldn't even be considered white at that point until Bacon's Rebellion.
Yeah, somebody wanted to expand more outward toward the west because they were only contained to this little spot in Virginia, and some of they got so many indentured servants sent over that they needed more land for those people to have room and board.
Mm-hmm.
So those white indentured servants, along with some black ones as well too, said let's forge west a little bit more to see if we can get more land. The more indentured servants you also brought from Virginia, the more land they gave you in the head right system.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm glad you just said room
Homesteaders.
and board. Wait, I'm glad you just said something about room and board, like borders. The term borders. People don't know. Sometimes you'll see that term and you'll see hella borders, and I don't know why the hell they're listed as that on a census, and it'll be tons of them living with your. Those are servants.
Mm-hmm.
Those are literally servants.
Then how many services they bring over here from like 1619, well, 1607 to the 1700s? I mean, well, to 1680,
They
because
say
Bacon's
millions.
Rebellion is about 1676, maybe.
So
They say
when they
millions.
say that Africans allegedly was brought in, they say 1626 officially. So
Which we
those
know
people
those
wouldn't
were
even be considered
disputed.
slaves at that point.
Nobody was a slave. They brought
Yeah,
in workers.
Yeah, they
bro,
was
what y'all
workers.
talking?
They were servants.
Yeah,
Y'all
they
all over
wouldn't
the
be
place.
considered slaves at that point because literally they were taking Indians as chattel. The Africans, when they started becoming allegedly slaves, would be in like the late 1700s or going into the 1830s. And by that
What
time, they
happened?
had
Hold
documented
on,
like free blacks that were owning
hold on,
slaves, free blacks that weren't slaves at all.
hold on, Professor Grip. What Africans, nigga? What Africans we talking about?
Yeah.
They're talking
Exactly.
about they're talking about the alleged few that came here with Europeans, like Moors and
Bro,
people
when
that
the
were
fuck did
of like
Africans come
the
here, bro? Stop believing in,
aristocratic
bro. Stop
backgrounds.
believing in, bro. Listen, stop believing in their stories. Did no Africans come here? Never.
Yeah, I know there ain't no
There's
Africans
no
came here.
stories. There's no, nah, there's stories of it, but there's no real records to this shit, bro. None.
Yeah,
They wasn't bringing
but
in niggas, bro. They try to get
this
rid of
is
niggas
the
from this
silly
land,
thing. A
bro.
part of what this
Listen to
dude
me.
that
Listen,
came up
listen.
here.
They try to get rid of niggas from this land. They not bringing niggas over here.
Mhm.
You know what Blanc and Mento is?
Yeah, I know what that is. That's bleaching
Them
out the
motherfuckers,
races.
and they were implanted
Mhm.
everywhere where Aboriginals were, and that's why you see
Well,
so
well,
much admixed people.
the Aborigines actually asked for those indentures to be brought there. So they actually paid
Trash.
for some of their ways to come down to Brazil to help
Had the
cultivate
contract.
so they can make more money. They were making money off all that sugar cane down there in Brazil and all these other things that they got growing in Brazil. We don't even know about. Brazil is as big as the whole United States by itself almost.
Facts. That motherfucker huge.
Well, what this guy was trying to prove, saying African descent. Okay, are we trying to push for moving people over to an African country? Because that's not the point here. The point is we are delineating from these immigrant groups. And if you want to sit up here and say that you came from there, you have to have proof, like Martin Delaney, who could prove the African in them. But anybody else, what they're talking about with Negroes back then that's claiming African is pretty much vague. And this is what Not a Coincidence is not saying. He is not saying what E. Franklin Frazier brought up in his book when he debated Melville Herskovitz on the myth of the Negro past.
Well,
Are you
Chief, yeah,
saying
that's a
Who
fact.
the
That's a
hell?
fact.
Who the hell?
They did choose
Who the hell is
to
Martin
mate
Delany?
with them. They did.
Who is Martin? Who is Martin Delany?
Martin Delany was a general.
A general
Hold
of
on, let me
what?
show you the picture of him.
A general of what, nigga?
He participated.
And
How he
Chief,
prove
that's
he
just like, oh my bad.
how he prove he was African?
Wait.
Negro has no standing in America, basically.
Fake made up ass term.
Okay, you got the Martin Delaney clip thing in the background.
Yeah, let's check out Martin Delany. I want to see this nigga prove he was African. You killing me with your suggestions. I'm beating everybody who said they was blank. You Aboriginal niggas too. Y'all so fond of the African slave trade. Martin Robinson Delany was an American abolitionist, journalist, physician, military officer, and writer who was arguably the first proponent of black nationalism. Delany is credited with the Pan-African slogan of Africa for Africans. Born as a free person of color in Charlestown, Virginia, now West Virginia, and raised in Chambersburg and Pittsburgh, Virginia, Delaney trained as a physician's assistant. Can we get to the part where he African? This him right here?
Yeah, that's him. That's who E. Franklin Frazier is talking about, that General Delaney. He could actually prove that he comes from a princely line, whereas other blacks that were in the South that they got narratives from, they could not move past a vague statement of being African. All they knew was that their parents were dark skinned and they assumed that they came from Africa just by receiving information from white people telling them about land overseas. So,
but how do we even know that that's
here we go. Here we go. All of Delaney's grandparents had been born in Africa. His paternal grandparents were of Gola ethnicity from modern day Liberia, taken captive during warfare and brought as slaves to the Virginia colony. Family oral history said that the great grandfather was a chieftain who had escaped to Canada for a period and died resisting slavery's abuses. His mother, Hattie's parents were born in the Niger Valley, West Africa, and were of Mandinka ethnicity. Her father was said to have been a prince named Shango, captured with his betrothed Gracie and brought to America as slaves. Okay, so I'm going out on a limb here and say that this is bullshit.
This sounds like straight bullshit.
Right. This is a fairy tale. Hey, this is a fairy tale, bro. I'm gonna need y'all niggas to grow up.
Cherry picking.
I'm gonna need y'all niggas to grow up. These African fables, bro.
Wait,
y'all got to grow up.
And smoke it. But he talking about cherry picking, but don't the records of Virginia people, Canadians, there's all types of different Negroes that went from America to Liberia. Not the shit that they keep telling us. There's records of this shit. What, like, this shit crazy, bro. This shit crazy. This is insane. Y'all can keep believing the African shit, bro. There's records of that shit, bro.
Hey, Smoke, I just put a link in the back that Hawk School had put in the chat. I copied and pasted it, put it in the back. Hawk School put a link up. It's Hawk School's link. I put it in the back.
Confirmation bias, cherry picking.
Yeah, keep on your shit. All right, who gonna raise this baby? This is Silas Jefferson, Chief of Whirlwind. Yeah, they call this nigga African too.
Actually, Delaney is listed as a person of color, and person of color did not come from Africa. Remember, Africans were so-called Negro back then. So if he's listed as a person of color, how's he a Negro? Because person of color existed way before the word Negro actually existed.
That's a Toki Mipo.
And this is the danger with them changing the records and everything too. We'll see.
And again, they stay changing the records on niggas.
Yeah, changing terms and everything, going back into like they're doing now. They've already, like I showed you last time spoke when we pulled up that link showing the procedure to changing and amending records. That's what they're going to be using to make changes in the records by changing all of the labels that refer to us as Negro, colored, and black, all of it to African American. So now think about when our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren that read those records, they're going to automatically presume, because understand, they're going to grow up in a society where these labels all denote African descent. And this is the danger that if we don't fix it, if we don't get on the work of correcting these records and making this stuff right, our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, even after us, are going to presume the same thing and are going to, but continuously perpetuate this this out of Africa thing that's not, attached to us, all because of a term.
Right, let me reaffirm my stance again. Right, I don't compromise with the African slave trade. I say emphatically, niggas in America have no ties, absolutely no ties to African people. We are our own independent group of Aboriginal people who sprung forth from the soil of America. Y'all niggas got to stop compromising with the slave trade, bro. That shit do not apply to.
So I dropped a book in the back chat to back up my source of what I just said about Martin Delaney and like the vagueness of like most slave narratives where people are claiming to be African. This is from E. Franklin Frazier's book, the Negro Family Within the United States. It's on the Internet Archives. I don't even know if that shit works anymore, but you could read it. It says that slaves, most African stories are vague.
He says what?
It says that most Negro slaves that give out these narratives about coming from an African origin is pretty much vague, in that only Martin Delaney is the only person that they know of that could prove extensively of an African background, but anybody else is just made up and cultural appropriation.
No, he did. There was no proof that African. It was only being suggested. Y'all got to learn the difference. Proof is proof. Suggestion is suggestion.
I'm with you, Smoke. I'm with you because you got a lot of these Negroes back in those times making up royalty slave backgrounds, like what's his name? You had people that's going to free Negro school. You got Idra Aldridge. He made up a Fulani background about himself just by going to John Jay and Alexander Hamilton school. Then you got a little Equiano claiming to be a prince from Igbo land or Senegal, one of them places, but he was really born in South Carolina. So we have to question these individuals that are bringing us this African descent story.
And you also want to take note that we do have a
being born.
timestamp on the 1924 Walter Plecker actually changing vital statistic records. That's a timestamp of when they really started erasing the American Indian and putting Negro there. Negro really only started in 1920s with Walter Plecker.
And based on my research,
go ahead. I was just gonna say shout out to you cherry picking niggas. I'm proud of y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, shout out to the cherry picking niggas.
We gonna cherry pick this fake ass African story to death, nigga. By the time we get through picking cherries out this shit, it won't be but cherries. Out on top of this bullshit. Fuck you talking about.
Shout out to them cotton picking niggas. Shout out to them cotton picking niggas. What's up, Shot Son?
What up, H-Ton? Peace to you. Is that H-Ton that was talking? Peace to you, brother. But, yeah, there's a link in the back to Smoke, that second link I dropped. If you don't mind pulling it up. But if not, I can just explain it here, and that's from a .gov website concerning the term Negro in the census. And it speaks about what was that, 2000s, where Negro wasn't even on there, and that people, where it would say other, people were actually, I think they said it was over 500 some thousand people that wrote in there, that wrote Negro on there. And I think it wasn't until like 2010 when it was actually and officially put listed on there under Black and African American. But I don't want to misquote.
Yeah,
but like I said, if you want, we can go over.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. They start updating the census after you write in so many times, so many people write in the same nationality, supposedly, they'll actually add it.
Right. Because we see that occurring today with the African American term, and they're leaning on the fact that with that phrase, that it was one of our so-called Negro leader guys that ushered that phrase in, to be referred to us as our identity. And so ever since then, I mean, not ever since then, I think that's what they're ultimately leaning on with going back into the records to change and amend them. And, making all of our records African American. You know what I'm saying? And continuously pushing that narrative into perpetuity. But we can change it though. We just got to put the work in and do it. But scroll up for smoke.
Who got a computer, man? Somebody else need to grab the screen. I'm finna get ready to roll.
I'm not on the computer. I'm on my phone.
Chief Ryan, where you at? Didn't even went to sleep. He went to sleep because we didn't want to talk about suffering. Wake your ass up,
before you leave, you just scroll up for me, spoke to the point I wanted to. I just wanted to show right quick. It's all right if you leave it there. You know what I'm saying? We just keep on building until you get back. Keep scrolling. Yeah, those are the current 15 category, right? Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah. The category, scroll back down so I can read that first line on that paragraph. Yeah, the category Black, African American, or Negro was used in dissent since 2000, based on research in the late 1990s that showed there was an older cohort or African Americans who self-identified as Negro. Surprisingly, about 56,000 persons took the time to write in under where it says some other race category. They wrote the word Negro. It was written. Above half of them were less than 45 years of age in 2000. But yeah, I just wanted to read that part. Yeah, we can discuss that part because I found that very intriguing as well, because that bit of information I didn't even know myself until I came across it.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Go for it, brother.
It says that more above half of them were less than 45 years of age. So these would have been like more younger people. I don't see no crime in them, because basically what they were saying was, I'm Negro, but I'm not African. They probably were saying like they not of African descent, because a lot of y'all say that. A lot of y'all feel like y'all Black, but y'all not African. I personally don't see no crime in them not identifying with being of African descent, because they're far long removed. So I don't see no crime in that. I don't think it means that they're not. It just, that's not how they identify.
Well, that's the thing I was going to point out too as well when I read that, is that the fact that we pointed out in the legal definition of the term Negro, that's the only term that they use, towards us, that leaves the room that there is a possibility you may not be of African descent. And maybe, just maybe, because we don't actually know, we don't know what was in their minds when they put that down. But, that's a possibility by definition, that they may have claimed Negro as to them, meaning that they're not of African descent, but, of American descent, for whatever reason or influence that they chose that term. Because remember, today, we're greatly influenced by the, color, Black, Negro, African American, and all these other terms that were derogatively labeled. We're heavily influenced to use those terms. So I'm thinking that our ancestors were under that same influence, whether by threat, duress, coercion, or force. You know what I mean? So just got to consider it all. That's all we can do, is just go by, what was left, and we study that and come to the truth as best we can. But the fact of the matter is, we don't know fully, because the truth of the matter is we weren't there. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, I'll say this. I don't think they were forced. Now, if you want to say that maybe Negro, you can hear me?
We can all hear you, Chief Son.
If you want to say that Negro was like a common usage term amongst the people when they used it that way. Like, for example, like in modern times, a lot of like You'll get Puerto Ricans using the N-word. You'll get like Mexicans in Cali that use the N-word because it's just common usage. If you want to say that like they picked up the term that way, cool. Because those people, like I just mentioned, Puerto Ricans still know that they Puerto Ricans, even though they might in a common verbiage, they might be like, they might use nigga on a common basis. If you want to say that, and that's how y'all ancestors took on the term, but they wasn't of African descent. I'll concede to that. But again, like with them not being of African descent, not saying y'all got to do it. I think just if you're having these type of conversations and you're saying you're not, and you're saying you're just full-blooded Indian, only Indian, one would have to prove that, down the line. Like, and I think realistically in 2024, somebody saying that their ancestors were not of African descent or didn't mix with a European, or I think that's a reach, because a lot of us wouldn't know what our ancestors was doing back then. I don't care what literature you read. I don't care what census you read or what somebody telling you now. So I'll say that.
Agreed. And
I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree with that. It wasn't that many. Wasn't that many motherfucking Europeans be mixing with all the niggas that was already over there. It's just like saying right now, you can't find no pure blood Africans for how long they've been dealing with Europeans. It's pseudo as fuck.
Nah, I'm not. Hold on. I'm not saying everybody mix. I'm saying that for one to say they know emphatically, or somebody right now, 2024, saying they know emphatically that their ancestors back then didn't mix or did. That's just I don't see how you would be able to do that. I don't.
What you mean? Like I just said, that'd be like somebody in Africa saying that none of their ancestors mixed in with Europeans. It'll be the same to the same degree, to the same extent. Are you saying all the Africans be plausible for all the Africans to have European descent as well?
No, what I'm saying is What I'm saying is all of us on this panel got a relative that was alive in the 1700s, 1800s. You don't know all those. We don't know all those relatives on our mother's side.
I know
our father.
mines.
Wait, hold on. No, you don't. You're lying.
Yes, I
do.
I have my genealogy together.
You don't know all
I can go back to the Platts. I can go back to the Corbett's. I can go back to the Rapers.
Can I finish my statement? Though I'm silent. I'm not cutting nobody off. What I'm saying is nobody on this panel knows all of their relatives from the 1800s. Not one of us. I don't care who's saying that. You're lying. What I'm saying is you don't know what you don't.
That's a lie unless you got your genealogy together.
Can I finish the statement?
That's a two-sided. That's a two-sided. It's a two-sided coin, bro.
Well,
it's a two-sided coin. It
works.
Can I finish the statement? It works, but it works both ways, brother.
All right, cool.
Right?
So
You're trying to say just because you don't know your ancestors, you can't say that there's no mixture, right? So you can't say that there. Hold on, but you can't say that there's mixture. You can't prove it either way.
You said what?
You're trying to say just because you don't know all your ancestors that you can't say there's no mixture. Well, if that's the case, if you don't know them, then if you don't know your ancestors by that same logic, you can't say that there is a mixture.
No,
you can't prove it either way.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Niggas
okay,
is
then.
Wait. That's what I'm saying. Niggas is emphatically trying to make it seem like they know they something, but there's an area where they don't know at all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying.
Okay, so
yeah, that's all.
By that logic, if you don't know for certain, then what have you left to make that judgment? What do you have left?
For instance, watch this, Smoke.
Smoke cooking you right now, bro.
I give you an example. You'll have somebody like Ling Ling, right? If I ask Ling Ling to show me 10 Indians on the census, right? Because that's what he claiming to be.
Indians weren't on the census in the 1800s. They weren't.
They got on there in 1870. So you should have all your relatives.
I gotta go.
All your relatives, watch this. All your relatives should be listed as Indians from then till now. So
no, that's not true, son, because all Indians did not get on the Oklahoma Fed recognition shit. Remember, we were talking about state recognized Indians. So that again kills your argument.
I don't want to cut you off, brother.
Charles, son, that kills your own
No, it does
argument.
not. You talking
Yes, it
about
does.
Oklahoma. You're
Yes,
not
it
from
does.
Oklahoma.
Because
You're from South Carolina.
you
You're
can
not from
reverse that
Oklahoma, though.
shit, and you can have
You're
somebody
not
sit up
from
here and claim to
Oklahoma.
be an
Why are you
African,
represent?
right? You can have somebody in your family
All
claim
right,
to
bro.
be an
But you've been
African,
up here
like
for an hour
YK,
talking.
right?
I'm gonna let you talk. Can I talk when you done? I'm gonna ask you. Can I speak when you done? Can I
Got you.
finish my
But you
statement,
mentioned
Ling
me
Ling?
though.
Yeah, but he wasn't speaking directly to you for you to respond,
All
Ling.
right, so
Yeah,
go ahead.
Just go let him go.
yeah.
Yeah, you
What
can
I'm
speak
saying,
after him. Just go.
yeah. You can respond when I'm done, Ling Ling. I ain't gonna cut you off. What I'm saying is all my if when I reference my people on the census, I'm saying I'm African American. I'm saying I'm black, right? I'm saying that. When we look at the census, all my relatives are listed under the terms that reference those people. You saying, because Smoke said what we left with, you saying all your people only Indian. That's what you saying. You saying all your people only Indian. That's all they. Well, we know you got a little mixture, Ling Ling, but you saying majority of them is Indian. So if we look at a census from 1870 till now, majority of your family should be listed as such. You bringing up Oklahoma, you're not from Oklahoma. You're from South Carolina. So all your people in South Carolina, I look at a South Carolina census all the time. There's tons of Indians on there in 1870, 1880, 1900, 1910. So your people should be on those census as Indians. That's what we left with. So then we can make an assumption and say, okay, you know what? Ling Ling is saying that he Indian. Majority of his people is that. Even if you got 5 black people, well, Negroes on there, because 1900 is when the black goes the Negro on the census. So let's just say you got some Negroes on there, but you got more Indians. We could emphatically say, you know what, Ling Ling is Indian, because that's what majority of his people is. You get what I'm saying? That's what we left with. But you got niggas saying I'm only Indian, and they ain't got one on the census at all.
All right, Sean, let Ling Ling respond.
All right, so that's not the case really, because for one, you have things like black codes, you got lynching laws, you got things like racial integrity that prevents niggas from claiming to be Indian, such as the Walter Plecker shit that also trickled down in the other states with the Racial Integrity Act and eugenics. So you got the people that's Yamasi. They all writing all these tribes that are not a part of the 5 civilized tribes, but they get clumped into the shit anyway. They are classed as other things other than Indian, such as Negro, mulatto, and colored. So they're forced to go by things that they would not necessarily want to apply to themselves for survival reasons. So you got, for example, since he not here, you're rodent, right? He claiming to be an African, but can he verify this shit outside of his vague census report saying that, oh, we were born in Africa? Okay, Africa is talking about Tunisia's province. That's in North Africa. It's not talking about a specific country. It's not saying that you come from a specific tribe over there. So it works in both ways. It's a double-edged sword. So what we're talking about with this this Negro thing, we're not talking about getting citizenship in Africa like some of these Negroes that was trying to move to Liberia and Sierra Leone. That's not the point. And also, even if we did become expats to there, Africans are not going to allow you to do that. You're not going to get any sovereignty out of it. You're not going to get any money out of it. You're not going to get any government protection out of that shit. All you're going to do is become a fucking tourist over there. That's it. Because we already know over there in Africa, they mixed with white people. You got mixtures of Africans such as the Cape Verdeans. You got bastards in South Africa, Namibia. They're all considered African by those indigenous people. You saying that we're only a result of Bantu Niger Congo's mixed with whites, but we don't phenotypically look like an African mulatto, and they have certain privileges over us, and we're not even considered Aboriginal to that landmass. We're considered Aboriginal here. So what are you talking about with this whole African American shit when it's a pseudo misnomer of whites telling you to go immigrate to a place that you ain't about to move to anytime soon? I lay my plane at that.
All right, cool. So when we having this conversation, he brought up this Yamasi thing. So the Yamasi don't hide that they mix. So when he's talking about the census, he said that groups like the Yamasi will have to identify because of the Racial Integrity Act under terms that didn't necessarily fit them. So what he's ignoring is that group is mixed. So you will have Indians in there, and you will have people of the African the African slave
All
that
the tribes are mixed,
bro.
not just
I
them.
let you speak, brother. I ain't cut you off. So when he say that, you can't you still have to acknowledge the fact that that tribe has people of African descent in it. So if those people in the Yabasi of African descent decides to go on in the next decade or in the future and identifies African American, there's no crime in that. They are that. If they choose to identify as Indians, there's no crime in that because they are that too. So you sitting up here trying to deny the African American term, whether those people have mixed Indian blood or not, if they have African descent, they are entitled to identify as an African American or an Indian. I don't get how you don't understand that. But you keep trying to, you 1 minute you saying, oh, not that many Africans came here. Then
Yeah,
in
not
the
that
next breath,
many.
wait, I'll let you speak, brother. Then you'll say, oh, none came here. So if they like, you don't even know, you don't even have your mind made up on what you think happened. If they did come here, I don't know how you or anybody think that those people that been coming here since the 1600s don't have descendants today. And those descendants went on to take on terms like Negro, Black, African American. That's just what happened. You don't have to like it, you don't have to agree with it, but that's what happened. If you want to say, all those Africans or all those few Africans that you saying died off and they never had kids here, you will have to prove that, champ. You will have
Can
to
I
prove
ask you
that.
a question, Sha? I want to ask you, Sha, like, do you feel like it was their choice to like choose the labels upon themselves, or was it like them labels was put upon them by like the people that was creating the documents and things? And then also I want y'all to think about too, these people coming with the system of capitalism, and that's a system of like manipulating people and moving like the shit that they do. So
The
we not
colon, I think the colonizers, and I don't want to say you kind of got trapped into it because you're dealing with a government now. So if you dealing with land ownership, taxes, property rights, they coming on land, the people, that's how they was forced into it because now you're a citizen, so you kind of gotta abide by the rules. That's just like with the Indian term, the indigenous people. That when you see Indian on the census, it just says Indian. It's not gonna say a specific tribe. So technically, you know they if somebody from a tribe is signing the census, they sign it as an Indian. They might not want to be called the Indian, but that's the term that refers to them, if you get what I'm saying. But in
yeah
real time, they Cherokee, they Choctaw, they whatever they are. But that's the I guess subtle force enforcement of just being in this new American system, if that makes sense.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Like that system of capitalism they bring, and it's kind of like if you living in a culture you ain't even never seen nothing like capitalism, and these people coming to Virginia and coming with this new system, and it's kind of like throwing you off, and they telling you, oh yeah, we gonna move on your land and we gonna grow stuff, and we got this stuff called taxes, and now we got this lease for you, this piece of paper with my signature on it, and this what this mean, and it's like that should, if I'm putting myself in their shoes, that should throw me off guard if I'm like used to living in a communal system. And I wouldn't understand what the fuck going on. So they could easily like manipulate me. That's what I'm saying. Because if we look at it, we'll look at it like, damn, these people ain't got this much motherfucking power to come here short numbers, and like how they get this shit like this. Because we abide by their system of capitalism, or I call it a system of witchcraft, like technology. So, and long as we abide by that system, like that's how they got us. But we doing the work by communicating and doing what we doing and building. But like that's why I just want to make y'all think about that. And then I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think it was their choice to choose them labels upon themselves. Like you were saying, they was from a Cherokee, whatever tribe they was from, and even some of the unrecognized tribes that people was from that didn't want to leave, that shit was fighting against their ass too.
From
I
my
do want to bring
perspective,
up some numbers. Ling Ling, let me actually ask Ling Ling, so it'll be like a
all right.
bounce with Ling Ling. Ling Ling, what percentage of our DNA do we get from our parents? How much of our DNA do we get in number wise or percentage wise do we get from our parents?
So what I did my research on DNA, you get 50% of DNA from both sides of the parents, and you get different smaller percentages of different ethnic
Okay.
groups in your
Oh,
ancestry.
wait. Stop
So
right
they
there.
can't
Stop right
really.
there. Stop right there. So you would be a first gen, right?
You said what? First
You
gen?
would be a first gen from your mother and father. So you would be what 100% of your mother and father.
I wouldn't say 100, but yeah, you be 50% of your mother, 50% of your father.
Okay, so and 25% is what you would get from your grandparents, right?
Yes.
Okay, so right there, we see as second generation, we get 25% of our DNA from the spit test, so to speak. So right there, you're at 25%, you're at 50%, so you're at 75%, right?
So the further back you go, you would get a smaller percentage. So
Okay, so
they're not
third
giving you.
generation
Mm-hmm.
is 12%.
Mm-hmm.
And then fourth generation is like 6%, right?
Yes. 5, 10, 15, 20, yeah, 25. That's multiplying by fives.
Yeah. So basically, at your fourth generation, you're only 6% or 0.8 almost of your fourth generation. So anything after that, the DNA spit test can't tell you. That's why they
Yes.
say that you're like. So your fourth gen would have to be somewhere around when they say you're like 0.2 Native American. That means in your
Mm-hmm.
fourth gen. But they're
Mm-hmm.
really like look at the test.
So how Mr. Lee, how I look at it is when they're sitting up here saying, "Oh, these niggas ain't got no Native American in them." For one, these DNA tests are fairly new sciences. This only been primarily tested with Europeans. So the Human Genome Project, at best, is pseudo. It's experimental. So they have not gone deeply in depth with people of colored ethnicity. They don't have any Native American DNA, and they certainly don't have enough African DNA to definitively say that we came from some slaves on a slave ship from Africa. But what they describe as our phenotype is an African phenotype, but they don't want to go into the nuances that there can be Negroes on other continents, and you cannot put DNA haplogroup markers onto defining land masses because none of these land masses existed during the time when the early humans walked the earth. There was no name for Africa, there was no name for America, because people of Aboriginal descent, they have no reason to name continents because everything, this whole entire planet belongs to them. They have no
All
reason
right,
to.
now Ling Ling. So Ling Ling, so let me just say this. If I say that my mom and dad say they were full-blooded Indian, that's 50 and 50% of my DNA, right?
If they both on both sides has Indian in it, then yeah, they would have Indian in their family somewhere. Yes.
Okay, so that would be just my mother and father. So my grandparents also said that they were Indian as well too. So that's my second gen, or my great, or my just grandparents, right? That would be 25% of my DNA, along with the 50%, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so then I go to my third gen, and then I do have records as well. Let's say of those 16 grandparents also being from the same area or within that same region, being the same people as well too. So right there at my third gen, which is I think they say on your DNA spit report back to you is like 12.5% at third gen.
Yes.
So past your third and fourth gen, they can't even trace you. So my third gen is probably about 1860, 1874, maybe. My
Yes, that's
third
the
gen.
end of slavery, right? That's nearing that time period is when DNA stops. It can't take you to the colonial period, and it can't take you to the BCE and like pyramid building and ancient Bronze Age and shit like that. No, it can't take you to that
Exactly.
period.
And so when people say they're 100% African or 87% African, that would mean that one of your mom or either your father fresh from Africa. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? To have that strong of a DNA on you, and you
Mm-hmm.
ain't made it with another African in 500 years. Because after
Mm-hmm.
that fourth or fifth generation, your genes don't even, they only make up from 5 generations forward.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever your fourth gen was, that's what you are. So if your fourth gen all say they are Indian, you have records of it, then you're Indian. There's no way for them to prove otherwise because you haven't made it with an
Mm-hmm.
African to even have their
But what
genes
they're
in
saying
five
with that,
generations.
what they're saying with that is haplogroups. Like they're saying that you, since you are for your outer appearance, because they don't even know what you are like on the outside, because you can be anonymous and shit. What they say is your phenotype may become a African um stock because you got similar people that's alive today in Africa with the same markers. But what they don't tell you is they sent Indians over there to Africa to mix with that population, and that modern Africans are also admixed 400 or 200 years ago.
What part of Africa was Indian? Was these Indians sent to?
You had
Libya,
Brazilian Indians sent over there to
Libya.
Angola. No, not
Syria,
just Libya.
Sierra
You had
Leone, Sierra
no.
Leone.
Hold on, brother. You had people that were sent to Liberia,
All
Sierra
right, wait.
Leone.
Pause on the Liberia thing. Pause. Because I asked you this last time and you ran from this.
No, I didn't.
Wait. All right. Cool. We're gonna deal with it right now. The people the people that were sent to Liberia, you don't deal with DNA. You on record saying you don't deal with DNA. The black people that was sent to Liberia, how do you know that those people was full-blooded Indians? How do you know that?
How do we know?
No, how do
We
you
have
know that?
we have documents. We
Documents
got
saying that those
Paul
people was
Cuffey.
full-blooded Indians?
We have Paul Cuffey. We don't really know what his
Paul Cuffey is
African
not a
lineage
full-blooded
is.
Indian. Paul
Yes,
Cuffey is
he
not a
is.
full-blooded
Yeah,
Indian.
he is. We don't
No,
know
he's
what his
not.
damn daddy is. That's the
No, he's
thing.
not a full-blooded Indian.
He's
Then you
not a
go
fucking
cherry picking.
African, bro.
Wait,
So stop. Hold on. Ain't no
wait. You're cherry
nothing. Ain't
picking.
no
You're cherry
way or
picking.
cherry
You're
picking.
cherry picking, and
Hold
you're
on,
lying
brother.
on this
Hold
man
on.
because
Do
you
they
don't
have
agree with
document?
this
Hold on,
African
brother.
narrative.
Hold on,
But
because
why you
there's
just lie
two
on
Paul
Paul Cuffey?
Cuffeys.
Paul
There's two
Cuffey is
Paul
not a
Cuffeys.
full-blooded Indian.
The one that you're talking about.
No, Paul
He
Cuffey is not.
don't shot son, don't
But
run.
why
Don't
you
run.
cherry
You
picking? Why
asking
you
me a
just cherry
question there.
picking
Can I
Lotto?
answer? Can I answer?
But why you just cherry picking Lotto and say that
Why
man was
you getting
full-blooded
heated,
Indian?
bro? Why you getting heated? Let me talk.
Can you admit that you just lied and said that he's
No,
full-blooded
I did
Indian?
not lie. No, I
You
did
just said
not.
he was a full-blooded
No,
Indian.
I
He is
did
not.
not, nigga. Okay, what ethnicity was his daddy? Because they
No,
don't
he's
have
not
any
a
DNA.
full-blooded Indian.
Hold on,
Fuck is
brother.
that?
Hold on,
He's not
brother.
full-blooded Indian.
Brother, shut up and let me talk. So they do not have access to Paul Cuffey's father. Everything known about his daddy, all he knew was he was a 10-year-old boy sold to Jamaica and he picked up the name Cuffy Sokum.
Oh, so you
So
casting doubt. So you don't know
again,
what he
we
is.
don't know
But we
what the
don't
hell
care.
this
Wait,
nigga is.
watch this. Watch this. Watch
Nigga,
this.
hold
Absolutely.
on.
Watch this.
Don't interrupt. I'm
Absolutely.
not
You
finished.
creating doubt. We don't give a fuck about what you think, though. We don't care about what you think.
I'm
You
not
just lied
finished.
on that man. Wait, you
I'm not
don't know.
finished. I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
But
I'm
you
not
just
finished.
lied for no
Brother, I'm
reason. You
not
tried to create.
finished. I'm not finished. I'm not
You
finished.
tried to
Because
create a
here's
narrative
what
off a
kills
lie
your
that you
argument.
made.
Hold on, brother.
You don't know
Hold
what Paul
on.
Cuffey is. But
Hold
why lie?
on.
Why you lying to
Shy
create a narrative? That's all I
son,
want to
you're
know.
crying right now.
No, but why you
So
lying to create a narrative?
I lied.
Admit
Okay.
that you lied.
You crying right
Admit
now.
that you
I
admitted
didn't
that you
lie.
lied. If you admitted that you
I
lied, I'll
didn't
mute up.
lie.
What
Stop
you say?
crying.
Did
I
you
didn't
lie?
lie. No.
You just lied and said that he's not that you just lied and said that he's a full-blooded Indian. You just lied and said that.
Okay, for one, there's no standard for a full-blood Indian.
He's
Now,
not a full-blooded Indian. Where did
he's
you get
not
that
a
information from?
full-blooded Indian. He African
Nothing
because
about
Wikipedia
Watch this.
article says
Absolutely.
so.
Watch
And
this.
he was
Absolutely.
nigga, we're not
because you're
playing
gonna
those
just
pseudo
you're
games,
lying.
brother.
Your premise is built off a
We're
lie
not
already. You
playing
got
those
caught
pseudo
lying.
games. We're not playing those pseudo games.
why
The
you
father
lying
didn't
now?
even know what the fuck he was.
Oh,
He's a
but no, wait,
10-year-old boy
wait.
from the Caribbean.
Wait.
Hold on, ain't no
All the
wait,
documents,
bro.
all the
Ain't no
documents
wait,
tell us
bro.
who Paul Cuffey is. You're
What
lying
document?
because you don't believe it.
What document says that he came from a tribe in Africa?
No, wait.
Nowhere. There's no documents that say he came from a tribe in Africa.
Wait.
There's no document on that.
Wait, hold on. What tribe he came from is irrelevant. He's not.
What tribe is relevant? It is relevant.
He's not the African. Stop trying to cause confusion.
It is relevant. It is relevant.
This is why I don't like
how can you have a specific tribe for his mama, but not for the daddy?
You got caught lying.
How can you have a specific tribe for the mama, but not the daddy? How can you have a specific tribe for the mother, but not the daddy?
Was he full-blooded Indian? Yes or no?
Yes, he could be. Yes.
No.
No. I don't care what you saying, bro. I don't care what you saying because you crying over this word Afro-American or African American, and that's not true.
Wait, Tyron.
So
this
the
is what I'm saying. I don't even want to attack you. Wait.
Hold on,
I'm
brother.
gonna let you get out your statement. Here's the problem. None of the documents about Paul Cuffey say that he's a full-blooded Indian. You don't believe that Africans came here. So what you're doing right now...
Yes, I don't believe that shit. Smoke Signal don't believe that shit. Nobody believes that.
Okay, cool. That's cool. But what you're doing is creating your own narrative for this man. And now you're going to try to tell us... Wait.
Gotcha. You can create your own Bantu narrative for the man, too.
Wait, Tyron, wait. I want the panel to see what you're doing. None of the documents say this man is full-blooded Indian. You don't believe that Africans came here. So now what you're going to do is create your own narrative and say that this full-blooded Indian that you created in your head went to Liberia. Continue with your lie. Thank you. Go ahead.
He did go to Liberia.
You got the floor.
He is Indian. So again,
no, I didn't say he wasn't Indian. I said he wasn't a full-blooded Indian. Hey, absolutely,
you are what your mama is.
I never said he wasn't an Indian. I said
you are what your mother is.
He knows that none of the documents say that
so
this man is full-blooded
you can't claim to be what your daddy is if you don't know who your daddy is.
Go ahead and lie about these full-blooded Indians going to Liberia.
Hold on, brother.
This says the guy that don't believe in DNA.
African descent word since you retarded. Hold on,
wait, but you don't believe in DNA, so how do you know that? Wait. Another thing.
Okay, I don't believe in your African story. Gotcha.
You don't believe in DNA, so how do you know that all of those black people that went to Liberia was
I don't believe in that shit either, nigga. Because it's not a real science.
Wait, you don't believe in DNA, so how do you know?
Let him answer why he don't believe in it. Let him answer now.
Can I answer
I just want you to see the inconsistencies with this retarded
that is not inconsistent.
He's inconsistent in what
That's not inconsistent.
Let him answer why he don't believe in DNA.
The reason why I don't believe in DNA,
but he knows that the black people that went to Liberia was full-blooded
stop crying. You keep crying, bro. Let me talk.
You retard. Continue with
your
lie.
Let me talk, bro. Stop being emotional. So again, the reason why I don't believe in fucking DNA because it's a fairly new science.
And so how do you know that all of those black people that went to Liberia
Can I talk?
How do you know that?
Can I talk? Stop being a clown.
How do you know that?
You want to know how I know?
No, how do you know that those...
You want to know how I know?
Don't believe in DNA, but he's about to tell y'all that the black people that went to Liberia was
because you ain't got no daddy in your life.
Continue.
You ain't got no daddy in your life.
Continue, dummy.
Son, where's your daddy at? Where's your father at?
You get a
how can you claim?
Hold on,
life, how can you claim to be? How in the hell can you claim to have a father if you don't know?
Come on, man.
So again, the reason why I do not believe in DNA because it's a fairly new science. It's only about like 20 or 30 years old, and it's only been tested with white people, and it's not there to give any colored people any answers yet because they're still doing tests and people are not giving up their spit samples because, and also, by the way, 23andMe is about to go bankrupt because they've been committing fraud with their fucking DNA tests. So again, and Rick Kittles too. charges $700 just to fucking take a Y and an mtDNA test. That's a boatload of crap. So you cannot go around here talking about you of African descent if nobody in Africa claims your ass. You ain't getting no sovereignty out of it. You ain't getting no money or no protection, and you can't self-govern yourself over there because they don't allow it. They don't fucking know you. They tell you this shit. So again,
All right, let
that
Shashan answer
African
now.
stuff, you cannot sit up here and say you African descent without having citizenship there. And we're not trying to get citizenship there. So what's the point of holding on to African American?
This nigga's rambling. He's rambling about nothing.
That's not
Nobody gives a fuck
rambling.
about getting citizenship in Africa. That's not the conversation. Tell us about these full-blooded Indians.
That's not rambling. We not trying to go to Africa, Shah, son.
Nobody's trying to get you to go there. Get back to the topic. You said
that's
full-blooded
you.
Indians
That's you.
that went
But
to
you are
Liberia.
though.
Prove it.
But you are though.
Prove it. Prove it.
So
Prove
we
full-blooded
had
Indians that
what's
went to
your argument
Liberia.
about
You lying
Liberia?
ass nigga. Prove it.
His argument
Shashan,
about
what's your
Liberia is he
argument?
arguing against
Prove it.
Paul Cuffey's
Prove it,
ethnicity.
retard. Prove he wasn't prove he was a full-blooded Indian. Show a
So
document right
according
now.
to the
Source
wiki
up right now.
and
You've been posting.
revisionist historians, hold on,
Retard. You've been posting
Hold
links
on.
all day. Go
Okay,
get the
but
link
Red
that says that
herring,
Paul Cuffey.
shit.
Shashan.
Hold on.
Red herring.
Tell his retard to go get the link
He
or the
crying, bro.
source
He
that says that
emotional.
Paul Cuffey was a full-blooded Indian. I'll pay your retarded ass.
Okay, you're
I'll buy
crying.
you a handicap sign.
Okay, you're crying, bro.
I'll buy
You're
you a
getting
handicap
emotional over
sign,
this
nigga. Go get
African
the source
descent
that says
stuff.
that Paul Cuffey was a
You're
full-blooded
getting
Indian.
emotional. Get out
Go
your
get the
emotions, bro.
source.
Get you a
Confirmation
Go
tampon.
get
bias.
the source that says Paul Cuffey was a full-blooded Indian. I'm gonna buy you a new handicap
Can you
sign.
get a source of that he's an African? No, you
And
can't.
cherry picking.
You can't get no
But you lying
information
on
of
the
Paul
man. Why are you
Cuffey's
lying on
African
the man?
ancestry.
Wait. Pause. Watch this. You created a narrative about him. All the documents say that
How
he's
can I
not a
create a
full-blooded
narrative
Indian.
when your
You're a
historians
liar.
made up an African ethnicity for him?
Prove that. So go get the source that says that
Okay,
he's a
pull up the
full-blooded Indian. Go get it.
Wikipedia article on the man because
Go
we
get
didn't
the
have no
Hey
specific
Tyron,
tribes
all you
before
got
damn
Tyron, you've been posting
1600
book
or
links all
1700 or
Hey
1800.
Tyron, you've been posting book links all night. Go get the source that says that Paul Cuffey is a full-blooded Indian. I'll pay you.
No, I want you to get the source
You
of
can't.
him proving his
Thank you.
African descent.
Absolutely. Can we move on?
No, we're
Can we
not,
move
Sean.
on? I'm not arguing
We're
with no
not, bro,
retarded
because
niggas,
you've
man.
been crying.
Can we move on?
You've been
We can move on.
You
We can move on.
No, I want you to prove the
We can move
African
on. We can
descent.
move on. They got channels
We
for
want
niggas
you to
like you,
prove the
Tyron. Go be on them,
African
nigga.
descent, Shah. Descent. We want to know his descent.
No, I'm just saying.
So
You just
Shah, are
lied
you
on the
saying
man.
that he's
Use your
African
own
that
narrative. You're
ethnicity?
revisionist
lying.
claim that
Admit
he's
that you're
from a
lying.
place in Africa. Hold on,
Absolutely.
bro. I can pull up the Wikipedia article.
Absolutely. Can I talk to you real quick?
Yes,
You
sir.
just said that.
Yes, sir.
You just said that your parents was Indian and your grandparents was Indian. You went down to like a fourth line. If I go somewhere and tell people that you're European of European descent and that you're not this, you're gonna say I'm lying, right? I'm lying on you, right?
Right.
Thank you, brother. Y'all got the floor.
So it's saying that he came
Hey,
from
Shah,
a
you funny.
Khan. Hold on, bro. So it's saying that he came from Ashanti Akan based off of whose statement? Is there evidence that he came from that people? No, there isn't. All you know is they went off a little DNA kit from one of the relatives that's living today and assigning them a DNA kit place in Africa. But he did not go to no Ashanti Akan to gain citizenship. This nigga went to Liberia. And those people that went over there to Liberia and settled those places, they got ran the fuck out. They got murdered. So again, they weren't indigenous to those places. This nigga brought his ass back here to the United States and married another Wampanoag woman, the same ethnicity of what his mama is. So don't play these pseudo games about some African descent when it's not helpful towards you getting sovereignty, money, reparations, resources. All that African American shit ain't helping nobody because they bypassing your ass as an invasive species. Do you not understand? Even the Reds on the Oklahoma shit, They're admixed. They got white in them. They also got alleged African admixture in them, but they don't claim that African shit. Why? Because it's not helpful for their case, because they did not bring any Africans to the United States of America. All those Africans went to Brazil, the Caribbean islands, and they went to Latin America. So that Bantu admixture should show up in a Hispanic, but it doesn't, even though they got the bulk of them Bantus in their continent. But are they pushing people in Hispanic and Latin America to move to Africa, like Che Guevara or fucking Fidel Castro, who went to the Congo and fought for those people? Is any of this ringing a bell to you, son?
You call them Jamaicans.
Anybody else want to talk?
You not answering the question. You was over there hassling me, but this African shit ain't working for you. You ain't got
I still don't think that no Africans came here, like at all, like until like the early 1900s. I really think that's when they really started coming over here with their the World's Fair, but no time before that.
Exactly. Only time they got some Africans is on some photographs. But before the photograph, they don't literally have any documentation of some Africans, but vague shit.
Just look at a Haitian, look at a Jamaican. Those the Africans right there for you.
But you also had Indian admixture in the Caribbeans too.
They was just shipping.
But you gotta think about it.
Virginia to Caribbeans, but like I traced my genealogy down, and my eldest ancestor, they shipped her from Virginia. She came from the Virgin Islands, then they brought her to Virginia. No African stuff on the manifest, and most of them ships wasn't traveling back and forth to Africa. They was traveling like from the Caribbean to Virginia to New York, back to the Caribbean. That's it, coastal shit.
Get this, Uriah Brandon did an excellent research on that AfricanSlaveVoyages.com website. And these African numbers, what we find, it only comes from one source in 1984, from one man. Outside of that, you have Philip D. Curtin debunking the transatlantic slave trade and these forts that they claim was used as penitentiaries to hold millions of Africans inside of a Rikers Island type prison environment. There's no evidence for that shit. It's fabricated, phony history. What they actually don't tell you is these African kingdoms was ran by mulattoes and woman kings sitting up here mixing with white zaddy. And then they also have a black mulatto wealthy class in the Caribbean that was running the show that had more power than a white woman or a fucking Irish slave, indentured servant or whatever. Yep. So they're making up fucking history as they go along to put you at the bottom of the cast rather than you getting your fucking shit together and owning some stuff.
So, Ling Ling, like, who's the first people they really called Negroes? It was the Negro de Terror, Negroes, right?
Yes, in the 1500s, they were using Negroes not to define Moorish people, but American people, because the Africans that they're calling Moors had white status, but they were black skin or dark, melanated brown skin.
And for these people to be calling somebody else Negro, these people are dark skinned as well too, because you got to remind us that the people that were calling these other people Negro were also Negro themselves.
Hey, get this.
What if they were just saying, "What up, my nigga?"
Get this, bro. Since they like saying we're cherry picking, go back to Little Black Sambo. Where is that located? Look at the characters and the themes in that story. It takes place in Asia, right? They got a tiger in that bitch. Got a boy in a fucking turban in that bitch. Where is it taking place? Asia, right? So it all means the same fucking thing.
But the Negritos even said they from Taiwan. Yeah, the Negritos even say they are literally from So Negritos, they say that they are from Taiwan anyway. They said that's their home place. They say that's their origin. So the
Philippines.
Negrito, yeah, the dark skinned people are still there in Taiwan right now in little packets.
So that would tell you in nature that there ought to have been a black race already in the Americas, and it wouldn't have been no red ethno state like these Pan Africans are claiming. So
And
put two
again,
and two together.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So this word Negro, I still think that it was written into place because who were the people that called those people Negro de Terra?
It would be in the Portuguese.
Okay, that would have been the first European, right? From
The first
Iberia.
Europeans that came up in here was the Portuguese and the Spaniards, the Latins, the
Well,
Castilians.
it wasn't no Spanish back then. They were just called
Yeah, it's
Iberian Peninsula
Castilian,
or the Iberian.
Iberians. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and you do know that Marcus Garvey bloodline traces back to being full-blooded Iberian, right? Like a black Jew.
Christopher Columbus is a Jewish person. You seen the movie Adam's Family? Their background
No,
is
I haven't.
Spanish. Yeah. Well, if you seen the one with Katrina Ricci and Raul Julia and what's his name? He played the doc off of fucking Back to the Future. They tell you right there, show you, not tell you, but show you right there in your face that they are of Sephardic Jewish Spanish background.
Now, what if I now say that Brazil actually was? No, that was great. What if Iberia was really over here, and Spanish people were going over to Iberia and going back and forth to do the trade over there? Because somehow the trade was just going from Brazil to Iberian Peninsula back and forth for a while. So, and Brazil is way bigger than the Iberian Peninsula, like about 20 times bigger than the Iberian Peninsula. So you wouldn't think that this one little seaport on the Iberian Peninsula called Portugal, that the Portuguese sailed from just in like 3 ships came and took over big ass Brazil. You have to know that it has to be a other way around. The bigger always, big bank take little bank. That's always.
It was mostly the Spaniards that took over the United States and South America and Latin America. But the Portuguese domain, they took over a small smidget of Angola. They took over mostly Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands. But it was mainly
Now, well,
Spain.
who consisted of the Portuguese? Is that a small crowd or a big crowd of people?
That's a small crowd, bro.
So how are they taking
That's
over
like in
something
between. That's
large?
in between France and Spain.
That's what I'm saying. This is like 1 or 2 ports. First, they had to build the ships, then load the ships, get people to man the ships. So you had the Megalian slaves, the Manila slaves, also there, the white slaves that rowed the boats. Those were the real Moors. The Moors were the white people underneath as slaves rowing the boat too. Also, the Moors. They had the oars. So before ships became steamships, people had to really row them boats to get across the seas. So that's how you
Wind
had the
sail, not roll them. They had the wind sail. They had to island hop and hug the coast of the United States and South America and take the Magellan route.
So only Iberian Peninsula had ships because remember Africa wasn't a maritime empire, right?
They had ships, but it's not no giant shit. They had canoes.
Okay, so you're telling me that little Iberia outbeat Black Africa with building ships?
Yeah, it's some crazy shit. And plus, at the time, they didn't have no wood in Europe. They had a wood shortage at the time of King James.
Now, Europe is the mainland. Now, when we start talking about the UK or the United Kingdom, those are the islands that King
Yeah,
James
the
supposedly
UK and all
ruled.
that, they ain't had the money to do all of that shit. They were poor.
Right. So again, what we're going back to is so the first Europeans are supposedly the Iberians, right?
Yes, the first Europeans would be those Franks, the Anglos, them people. They're coming out of the not Siberia, the Iberian Peninsula in the Mediterranean. The Latins.
Okay, so again, the Spanish Empire from America actually ruled the Iberian Peninsula, basically, at first,
Mm-hmm.
and that's who was getting kicked out, those same people.
Mm-hmm. Christopher
So we were
Columbus.
ruling from over here. Well, Christopher Columbus, there's so many stories to this guy, but he's supposed to be a Portuguese or Italian.
No, he's a Sephardic Jew. He went in that Spain and gained leniency with Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand to come over here and look for gold, which they could have went to West Africa to look for gold because of Mansa Musa and all this other shit. But whole
But they
story
went
don't
there and
even
didn't
make any
find gold, right?
sense. Mm-hmm.
Right. So you see what I'm saying? It don't make sense if it come from over there to over here to conquer us when they were already in a war over there. How you gonna run to another war here?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all familiar with the Hulk ships?
Yes, the prison hoax.
And a lot of them was converted into those ships that y'all talking about, how they, and the manpower that they needed, they just used the prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
And they
They didn't even have them rowing. They put their asses in dungeons.
Yeah.
Literally on the boat. And they got photos of the prison hoax, but not no slave ship.
No, that's what I'm saying. They told the story in reverse. Like the story they trying to tell you that was us, that was really them in the bottom of them ships.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they
Again,
brought
those are
them
the
prison
serfs.
hoax all
The
the way.
old,
They brought them shits all the way to Australia by selling around the African continent via the Vasco da Gama route.
And that's where
On
all the
prison hoax
came from. They getting off these boats with diseases and shit on people's shores and shit, like savages, eating babies and shit.
so who was the overall maritime people? It was us. We were building schooners. We were building big ships, small ships, canoes for the rivers. We had the most water, so we had to actually we had to guard the waters. So when I say guard the waters, we created all types of aircraft to get on that water. Down in Peru, they had air balloons. They were already doing the Nazca line with air balloons down there. So especially with the water, we use the water as a form of transportation. The Mississippi River, we had already had that stocked up. So what I'm saying is, we've been going over there setting up ports. Once we like get across that fact, then we can see that they rewrote history from the forward backwards to place themselves in American history and to make Africa have a history by putting us with Africa. We give Africa life by saying that we are stolen from them. Without us and their story, they don't have a story. We wouldn't even know their history.
Yep, that's true. A lot of them people, if you talk to them that's in the continent, they'll tell you that they don't know nothing about no Middle Passage until they come to the United States and learn it in a white institution. Now, my question is, why don't Pan-Africans have their own institutions that focusing on Afrocentric studies so we can challenge the mainstream? We don't have FDMG, but they supposed to get that shit off the ground, right?
You hear about all them women moving to Africa, setting up them businesses and buying storefront property. Soon they set the shit up. A king come out of nowhere like, "Oh, this is my land. They had a right to sell you this." And
The locals murder their ass. We got that shit this year. But I don't know why not a coincidence ain't talking about that shit. They ain't talking about getting revenge for them sisters. They saying, "Oh, it's not my problem." Huh?
So many black women moved over there and went over there, built houses and got kicked off that shit. Only way they stand there, they marry in. They better try to marry in, bro. And that's the only way they get to stay.
And then they ain't gonna get nothing because all that shit is you just being a fucking slave to one of they damn people with power. Like, come on now. Why would you want to? You fought all this time for this landmass here just to give it all up and to go somewhere else and start all over again for some civil rights, human rights, and all this other shit, but you ain't getting no sovereignty. Now, I can see it if you had Pan-Africans go to the UN and have African nations make you a part of their fucking society, but they're not. At least we see with the so-called Mongoloid Native Americans, they're papering up niggas that prove they're giving niggas money. Yeah. Not the African, not the white man. They're the ones that you're saying, oh, we're DNA related to, right? They're not papering you up. And you got their blood. So something is off.
But it's all good though, because we do have a paper trail of them actually coming here, but we don't have a paper trail of us actually coming here. I mean, it's all pseudo. Like they're playing us the reverse card and Uno. But bitch, Uno out.
Now, all I could find from what I did with my genealogy is how the Europeans got here. I don't know nothing about the niggas because it's pretty much vague of what ethnicity they are, because further back you go into, they be classifying them as free mulatto. Okay, how can this woman be a free mulatto and not be a slave? This is going on like right around the time of 1700s. And I'm talking about the Platt woman that's in my family.
That's what happened to my ancestors. She was listed as a mulatto, then free black, and then like it's just crazy. Like, yeah, you could tell once you do your genealogy, you will see where they was fucking with people, man.
And they're not even slaves, bro. They own slaves. They were on the Southern Claims Commission, and they got their shit hijacked from the Union Army, and they denied them their fucking restitution for fighting in the Civil War and beating the brakes on the Confederates. So
hey,
somebody's lying about the history.
Let me ask you a quick question about that. Aren't you supposed to have the actual documentation and like buying a house? They say you got to have the wet ink copy to say that you already paid for the house, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't nobody have that in our actual ancestry records in the 1800s or 1700s? Why do you see a digital copy on a graphic computer screen with lines like an Excel spreadsheet showing you all of this stuff?
You had the Mormons. General Sherman went through and destroyed all these town halls and genealogy centers, and you had the Mormons come up through and take up everybody's shit. And this is the thing right here. Pan-Africans should be doing what the Mormons do. They should be collecting monies and getting all these records and compiling the shit so we can dig into this stuff and get some cash reparations out of Europeans, cash reparations out of Native Americans, and cash reparations out of your so-called African ancestors,
break it down.
Right?
Break it down. What did they do again? Break it down from start to finish. You know a little bit about that?
So General Sherman went through these towns in the South. He burned up all these courthouses. He burned up all these genealogical centers that have people's records. And then you had the Mormon church come in and take up everybody's shit. So you
say he did this in the South?
Yes, this is in the Southeast and the East Coast. And they took it all the way over there to Utah. These are homesteader ass motherfuckers. People that ain't even from here taking up people's inheritance and their own genealogy, keeping their documents, their birth certificates, their records, their medical, all that shit. Even their primitive church Bibles and all that, and putting it in their own database where they keep it locked behind a wall, a paywall. You got to pay them motherfuckers just to see your own family members. And I got to talk to one of these Mormon motherfuckers that are also a Ku Klux Klan member. This is how I got a Ku Klux Klan robe in one of these antique shops in Gastonia. This motherfucker was dropping a whole bunch of gems to me, and he was telling me that the history that you know in the history book is not all true. It's fabricated. It's a lie.
So when you say this General Sherman guy, he started off in the South. How did he get to Utah? Like, make it make sense.
No, this is a different person altogether. This is the Confederate general. He was burning up all these shits, trying to prevent people from getting their records. He burned up all these town halls, all these record places, and then you had the Mormon church, members in the Mormon church, take up people's records and inheritance. These homesteader ass people, these people from Europe, these people that are in Freemason societies, they're getting all these people's records, even your family records, and they're bringing it all the way up there to Utah and putting it into their own church's documents. So places, websites like myheritage.com, where they got a genealogy thing, or ancestry.com, that is ran by the Mormons.
Hey, Tyron, question for you. Could it be possible that that's where the records were already held at, and they just usurped control of the record keeping?
They didn't always have those records. They just got everybody's stuff and kept it in one spot.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I'm certain.
I've heard different, but okay, you got
it. See, what's the problem
that was
is,
a good question, G.
Yeah, what's the problem is we don't have our people, boots on the ground, collecting these records, buying these records and putting it in our own database and having our own labs, conducting our own experiments, conducting like record keeping and all this shit. We don't have that because we're focusing on the wrong things. And also, we need to go into these antique shops and collect all these antiques as well, because that's history. That's preserving some shit. That's telling the United States that they owe us some shit because we went through slavery. We went through Jim Crow, and they're trying to hide that shit and erase you out of that history and place us in Africa rather than here.
And speaking on that, bro, like that's basically reparations, what you're talking about. And I know people talk about it a lot. And I actually read the HR 40. And it sounds so, and I see why they don't approve that shit and want to talk about it, because it's real weak. It ain't got really shit. They want we want an apology and we want some money. That ain't talking about shit. But what you just said, that's what I had made my own revised copy and added some of that in, like the genealogy for every person of color. Getting these records, getting these federally recognized tribes, they have to take a DNA test. It's gonna show that most of them Mongolian and shit. And then the Mormons, they gotta release them records to us. That need to be part of the reparations too. Genealogy for it, or like as far as genealogy records and DNA if people want that, but that science ain't really proven. But like shit, we want all that shit. And that need to be part of the reparation package too. Like we know they probably ain't gonna give us no money, but that should be more valuable than anything, because people be find their histories and knowing like, damn, my people own property, or my people on the Dawes Roads. Like certain people help. Because I help people around me. Like, man, let me look up your genealogy, because I got a little ancestry.com subscription, so I'm looking niggas shit up. They family on the Dawes Roads and shit. These niggas
hey,
don't even know
that. Lean.
Yeah.
Hey, Lean.
What?
Wasn't your grandfather a Chinaman?
Okay, and yes. Great grand, actually.
So
great.
Did he come over here? Was he an Indian from over here? Like a Chinaman Indian? Like, explain that to us.
No, nigga. You had paper sun Asians come in over here. You had Manila Galleons come over here.
So they married into grandmother got with a Chinaman?
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Yes, a Chinese man married a Negro Indian woman in the Southeast, in South Carolina. Yes, this is documented, by the way.
Pause. You say your grandmother a Negro Indian or just a plain Indian? Like, which one is she? She mixed or she's 100% Indian?
From on my father's side, it's uncertain. We're still doing the genealogy behind that, but what we found out with the Teague surname, that's a common surname with the Cherokee. But we're not certain on that. But what we do know with my father's side, that there's Indian, Chinese, and Europeans that's in there.
And you did all this through the name search, or the genealogy.
Not
You ain't
just
do this by
that.
blood.
Genealogy. I don't go by the blood quantum stuff because that's outdated. I don't go by the DNA stuff. That's fairly a new science. So it is what it is with genealogy.
Chinese, black, and Indian. That what you saying?
Yes. Yes, that's what's in my genealogy.
All right, nigga, you ain't no motherfucking goddamn Indian, nigga. Cut that shit out, nigga.
Yes, I am, nigga.
Fucking granddaddy
What are
was
you
a
talking
Chinaman,
about,
nigga.
bro? What's in your genealogy? Because if we dig and uncover
Hey, you
your
kind of
shit,
sound like you got Chinese blood.
If we dig into Robert Lee Ford, let's not move away from what you're trying to gish gallop. Because if we dig into your shit, you ain't pure blood nothing.
Nah, I'm black.
You ain't pure blood black, nigga. If we dig into your genealogy,
my
if we
grandmother,
dig, okay, so will we find some mulattoes up in that bitch? Will we find white people up in that bitch?
I'm finna put up a document, right, of a family
So
member
are
of
you
mine.
full blown Bantu Niger Congoid? No, you're not.
I ain't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I said I'm black.
Yes, you did.
I never said I was full blown.
Yes, you
Niger
did.
Congo. No, the
because
fuck I
black ain't no fucking race.
Bruh, I'm from America, right?
Bruh,
Hear me out.
America, you gotta be more specific, nigga. You either a West Central African or you are an Indian. You can't be both, nigga.
Okay, so where did the Chinaman come in the mix? You a Chinaman.
I already told you where the Chinaman came in the mix.
Man, we don't believe you, nigga.
How don't you believe me? You ain't got to believe me.
Listening.
I know my fucking genealogy, nigga.
We don't give a fuck, nigga. You sound like a goddamn
Yes, I
white
do know
boy,
my
nigga.
genealogy.
You ain't had no black friends all your life. This the
black
closest you been
friends,
to black
brother.
people all
I
your
have
life.
black friends. What are you talking about?
Stop lying, nigga.
How am I lying, nigga?
Black is a misnomer.
Yeah, it is a misnomer.
Bro, you sound like you grew up in a
okay,
real
what's in your
nice
genealogy, my guy? What's on your census? Don't say fucking black.
That what it say.
If I look up on your mama and your daddy's genealogy, would it say fucking West Central African Bantu Niger Congoid? No, it would not. You're getting that off of a DNA kit, which that also will tell you that you're admixed, by the way.
So look, check this out. When I did the DNA test, right, it said I had 26% Native American in me. And I credit that to my grandmother. She always said she was Indian. It said I had 9%.
That's really fucking pseudo and retarded because for one, that shit does not work for no fucking colored people.
Look, it said I had 9% European in me.
So that means you're fucking mixed, dummy.
That's what I'm saying. So how can a person like you, who know your grandfather was a Chinaman, claim to be a full-blooded Indian?
What are you talking about, you dumb fuck? The fucking Chinese.
Look, white boy.
Here's how dumbass you are. Here's how dumb style you are. For one, the Chinese man is not my fucking father's dad or my father's grandfather on his Y paternal side. That would be on my grandmother's side, you idiot. That would be on my grandmother's father's side.
How much of that?
So technically, I would only be 1/16 Chinese today. So
correct, Ling Ling. Now you're saying you're right.
What are you
1/16,
talking
which
about?
again is like 12% of your DNA.
It would even show up on my DNA test if I took the DNA because that's on the Y mitochondrial Y side. It's not on the
You a
Y
male.
paternal side, dude. What are you
Listen,
talking
you a
about?
male, right? You a male, correct?
Yes, I am a man.
So your DNA gonna follow your on the male side.
So that wouldn't be the Chinese. That would be
You
the
said the Chinaman
American
come on your
Indian,
father's
nigga.
side.
That wouldn't be the Chinese. Comes from my grandmother on my Y paternal side. Her grandfather's her grandfather's DNA is Chinese.
Hold up.
That would not
See how you
show up
lying?
in my
That's your
If I
fifth
took a
gen.
DNA test, fool, the Chinese wouldn't even show up.
Yeah,
You
because that's
lying,
your
bro.
fifth gen. That don't show up on spit test. It don't. Your fifth gen does not show up. That's negative percentile, and they don't do negative readings. And remember, they're only using 0.1% of 37.3%. The saliva that you actually rub off your cheek is only 37.3% of 99.99%. So they're
And in
working with an
order for
even
me to
lesser.
find the Chinese in me, I would have to go to my uncle. I would have to go to my uncle brother. He has the Chinese in his DNA. And my uncle Lombardo has the
Y'all know a
Chinese
lot
in
about
his DNA.
DNA, and you
So what are
verifying
you
that
talking
DNA
about?
is correct, but you act like
DNA is
why you
not
won't take the
correct with the
test?
African stuff, though, because the African would go back further
So why won't
beyond the
you take
goddamn.
the
Hold on,
test?
bro. DNA only stops at the last minute of the fucking transatlantic slave trade,
But
which is
listen, if you got
the
Indian in you,
antebellum slavery. That's when DNA stops.
if you got
DNA
No,
cannot
Indian
just
go
say
in you,
200 years
past
ago.
but
unless you
listen,
got
200 years
ancestors.
ago,
Hold on.
third, fourth cousin.
but
Exactly.
if you
Unless you
got
got the
Indian in you,
DNA of these dead slaves, then you can go back to the colonial period. But
if you got Indian in
you cannot with a living person.
if you got Indian in you, the DNA test will reveal it, correct?
No, it won't.
Wow.
Usually, DNA test does not work with American Indian DNA because the Native Americans don't give out their spit. Who they're testing is a Asian Siberian Mongoloid as the standard of American Indianness. They're not using the Australoid Paleo Indians that they're finding. They say the Kennewick man, the Anzac boy, Nyasko, Luzia, these are people with the craniometrics of Australoid Melanesians. They're not Siberian Mongoloid.
Check this out, right? And I did the DNA test, right? It says my DNA match up with some people are the Cherokee, some people are the Zuni tribe, the what's the mother motherfuckers called? The Navajo. So my blood type is B positive, right? That's my blood type. On
They
my
don't use
maternal,
blood in DNA no more.
just hear me
They
out.
stopped that in the 90s. They use spit now.
Motherfucker, DNA is DNA, you
Nigga, they don't
dumbass
use
nigga.
blood, bruh. They use spit.
DNA is DNA, whether you're using the blood or your spit. Like,
But
what the
they
fuck
No,
are
still
you
but the
don't
talking
use
tests are
about?
blood
using
anymore. They
spit,
use
so
spit.
he
It's the
has an
same.
argument.
You can get the same results whether you use the spit or blood.
But, bro, at these companies, they do not use blood anymore. They
That
stopped
ain't
using blood in the 90s. They use
motherfucker.
spit, they use
Okay, cool.
Q-tip, and they
You
use
get the
swab
same
in the
result.
tube. They use the Q-tip swab method and the spit in the tube method. They don't use blood.
Do you not get the same results when you use blood and spit?
You can get DNA out of doo-doo, pee, sperm,
That
but
ain't what
they
I
don't
asked you.
use that with
That ain't what
ancestry
I asked
tests.
you.
That's what I'm telling you.
Well, fuck what you telling me. I asked you a question.
What
Will
you
you get
mean
the
fuck
same
what I'm
results?
telling you? That's how they roll.
Will you get the same results if you use spit and DNA?
Bro, they're not using blood. They're
Answer the
using
question,
spit.
bro. Just answer the question. Yes or
Negro, I
no?
just told you what it is.
I don't
You can
need you to
get
tell
DNA
me
out. You can
nothing.
get DNA out of boogers. You can get DNA out of the dirt underneath your nails. You can get DNA out of the shit that comes out your ass, bro.
Anton. You can't get your blood type from saliva.
Anton.
Yes, it is possible to determine your blood type from saliva.
So when you use, can't you get the same results when you use DNA and the swab?
You talking to Aton or you talking to
Yeah, Aton. Ask me. I mean, when they use the swab, they get the same results as using the blood, right?
I don't know. I'm weak in that field. I ain't even strong. I ain't gonna even front.
That's true, brother. They get 80% of people secretors. Yeah, I looked it up. It say you can get the blood type from the saliva sample.
Thank you. Thank you. So what the fuck is this fucking Chinaman talking about?
What are you talking about, dude?
You act like you can't get the same result.
My God, they're not using blood though.
I don't give a fuck that they're not using blood anymore. Who says who? What did that matter? They getting the same result if they use blood.
Well, they say that type of method not commonly used.
Yeah, if you're going to the angle of blood type, American Indian blood type is O positive and O negative.
Yeah, you're right.
Which African Americans are also in the lead second place with that high marker of O and
then you go
positive
to the
and O negative.
Group, right? When you go to the haplogroup, check this out. You go to the haplogroup, right? My maternal haplogroup was B2.
Okay, what does that got to do with anything? Because haplogroups is assignments of land masses. It ain't talking about race.
What are the Native American haplogroups here in the United States?
A, B, C, D, X, Y, and Z.
Ain't no Y and Z shit. It's A,
yeah,
B,
it is.
C,
yeah,
D,
it is X, Y, and Z. That goes. That places them back in Eurasian the Eurasian steppes. Yes, it does.
So what's your haplogroup?
I don't get into all that pseudo shit called haplogroups because that shit ain't got nothing to do with no fucking phenotype. It ain't got nothing to do with no race. All that shit is talking about out of Africa theory, human migration. And that shit ain't got nothing to do with no black folk. It's talking about fucking apes.
Man, shut your weird ass
That's
up,
what
bro.
that shit is, nigga. That's what out of Africa theory and the Human Genome Project is about. That's their methodology. Out of Africa theory. Ape men.
Listen, you a Chinaman, nigga.
Nigga,
you ain't
an ape man. Come on now. You say you an African based off of a monkey walking up out of Africa, losing their fucking straight hair, turning their pale skin into dark, melanated skin, and then growing type 3 hair. That's some pseudo shit.
You look more like a fucking monkey than me.
What are you talking about, bruh? That's what your out of Africa theory methodology is. Apes. Caesar, Koba, Dr. Zayas, Dr. Cornelius. Ain't got shit to do with no black man. It's talking about pale people being the first Africans. That's what that shit is about.
No, the fuck it ain't.
Yes,
Where you get this shit from, dog?
Yes, it is. It's about pale apes losing their hair, losing their pale skin and turning black and having nappy hair. That's what that shit say.
Hey, didn't your mama get online and say that your family was far from Indian?
Far from what? No, they did not.
Indian.
Don't misquote my mother because she will correct your dumb ass. She said we're far from being African. We don't know nothing about Africa.
Y'all know shit by Indian either, nigga.
Yes, we do. My mother told me and my grandmother raised me that we were
Chinese mutant ninja
motherfucker,
turtle.
that's on my father's side. My father's grandmother's father's side. So let's get this straight. My mother's side, they said they raised me with the knowledge that we have Creek, Muskogeans, and Europeans in our family bloodline.
No African.
That's on the mother's side.
Y'all ain't got
so
no
what are you
African
talking about? We don't know anything about an African.
So you ain't black, my nigga.
What is black?
We niggas over here.
What is a nigga? Indian. We just read something that said that Indians are called niggers, right?
Nah. See
Yes,
how you put that
yes, we
ER on
did.
that? You see how you just put that ER on
Posted
the
on
end of
the
that shit?
screen that it said nigger means American Indian,
You see how
offensive.
you just put that ER on the end of that shit,
That's
nigga?
what it
We don't talk like
said.
that, nigga. We
That's
don't
what it
talk like that.
said. That's what it
Fuck that.
said.
We don't talk like that. Even when we see it spelled
That's
like
what
that,
it
we don't
said.
pronounce it like that.
Nigger, it said that
Nigga,
offensive
you a
to
white boy.
Indians.
Nigger. You's a goddamn
That's
white
what it
boy,
said, bro.
Wingling.
You can't get emotional about it.
I'm not.
You are though.
No, I'm not.
Put one in the chat if we just read a passage from a online Oxford dictionary source that it said that it's an offensive word towards American Indians. It didn't mention African.
Hey, check this out, y'all. You know that shit? What, the Negro de Terror?
Oh,
remember when they was calling those Indians the Negro de Terrors?
Lord, bro.
I got a picture of one of them as my avatar. Them niggas do look like niggas.
Okay, what is your argument, bro? Because you came up here talking about my heritage and you don't even know yours.
I know my heritage, my nigga. I just told you.
Could you name off some of your ancestors that go back to the 1600s or 1500s?
Hell no.
Okay, then you need to do your genealogy because
nigga,
there's family
either,
members that's in there that you don't even know.
It ain't a nigga up here that got any fucking document that can verify they had any family here in the 15 and 1600s. You lying.
Oh, how am I lying?
Then post it.
I got Platts. I got Corbett's. I got Rapiers. I got Harveys, Harrises. What are you talking about?
Hey, look at my picture. They look like they could be black people, right?
Okay, what is a black?
Goddamn Brazilian.
That's the nigga the terror. That's the motherfucker, the Tupinambi. That's a descent of those people. They look like, you know what I'm saying, they could be black. When you look at a lot of those people, they look like light-skinned people.
Okay, what's your point?
That dude mixed, bro. That dude mixed, bro.
Nah, he ain't mixed.
Yes, they are.
All day.
They got Australoid DNA, nigga.
Man, shut your
that
stupid ass up, man.
They look like, they look like that. They not niggas, man.
What I'm saying is,
hold on, wait a minute, hold on. Oh, real quick. Let me ask you a question. You said, can now nigga find no documents going back to the 1500s? Is that what you said, bro?
That's what I said. Yeah.
You found any Native Americans with that type of document going back to the 1500s?
No.
Okay, then. So what the fuck is you talking about, bro?
I mean, shit. I ain't the one up here claiming to be Native American. I said none of you niggas got any documents to prove you had family that was here.
So if you can't find nobody with documents, if you can't find nobody with documents going to the 1500s, why are you talking about documents in the 1500s?
Because Ling Ling
if ain't nobody got it.
Ling Ling said it. Ling Ling said he got proof that his family was here, so I told him to post it.
I already gave you several names that go back to that century.
That. Post the document, nigga.
My nigga, I already told you it.
Fuck what you told me, nigga.
The Platts came here in the 1600s.
Bro, I don't even believe
the Corbett's came here in the 1600s. These are European names, by the way. These are European names, bro.
Hey, Smoke, tell that nigga to post that document that's showing that his family was here that long.
Yeah, they were here that long. You, on the other hand, you can't even get past the antebellum period.
Who that, Smoke?
You just showed a Polynesian, then you showed brown Indians.
What's this on the screen?
A Negro and some feathers.
Always Win showing that. This his shit.
Morgan Freeman and a Native American, bro. That's Young Noble's meme.
You know all the memes, huh, Jay?
Heck yeah, bro.
That's that feds right there.
That's root word avatar.
Oh shit, that is root word avatar. Oh shit. Let me find out. Ruler is Ohio Negro from Brazil.
Who said that was from Brazil?
Where's that from?
This from the 1500s. Like y'all want to see some shit from back then? Like this that shit from
But
back then.
where? Location. What's the location of where the hat is from?
All these pictures I'm showing is from the Americas.
From South America.
The whole
North
America.
and South America,
No.
one
South
particular
America.
region.
Those South America. Show some North America shit, nigga. Y'all
He
niggas
just
ain't never
That's
did.
some
been to
He
North
fucking
showed a
American
Africa.
shit
North
right
American
there.
hat. He showed a fucking statue.
Oh,
What?
get the fuck out of here with this looker shift shit, nigga.
You just brought up looker shit. What are you talking
No, I
about?
said post a document.
You
I said
said
post a
you just
document.
brought up looker ship that was on your profile.
Yeah, nigga, those you can look those people up. You was talking about the Negroes.
That's looker ship, nigga.
No, you was talking about the Negroes.
That's looker ship.
That ain't looker ship, nigga.
Yeah, it
People,
is.
the
And I don't know why you against looker ship when that's one of the components of the scientific method. You have to observe. So you kill your own argument.
I don't like this white boy right here. We'll torture this nigga.
I don't know what you calling me white boy for, bro. I'm not white.
You a fucking cracker in my eye, nigga.
I'm a cracker? Oh,
damn
how
right,
so?
Nigga. We'll torture your
Are
ass.
you a West African? Because I know West Africans have a disagreement with that, and they already got bodies behind people claiming to be them.
You better stay in the suburbs, motherfucker. You better never come
I'm
to
not
the
in
ghetto.
the suburbs, though.
You ever come to the
That's the
ghetto,
thing.
nigga, they gonna do you bad.
What are you talking about, bro? I grew up with some damn ghetto relatives.
You a fucking lie, nigga.
I'm a lie? Wow. So if anybody's in the Charlotte area, you would probably know Carlos Leon.
Fuck that. You ever been to Earl
Straight up
Village?
hood, nigga. What are you talking
Earl
about?
Village? You ever been
I don't
to
know
Earl
nothing
Village?
about no Earl Village. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, bro.
You don't know nothing about
People
Charlotte.
know my damn family.
You ain't
People
never been to
know
Earl
my
Village?
family in Charlotte, North Carolina.
You ever been to Earl Village?
They all members of the House of Prayer on my dad's side. So anybody that go to that church, they would know my relatives. Yeah.
Talking about, nigga.
My relatives are members of the House of Prayer. What are you talking about?
Have you ever
You
been
would
to
see
Earl
my
Village?
fucking baby picture. You would see my baby picture, my sister and my brother up on their fucking flyers and shit. Even my dad's face, even my uncle Ronnie Jr.'s face up on their fucking flyer. What are you talking about? They're loyal members to the House of Prayer.
Betty's Ford Road?
Yes, fool.
You don't travel down them
I
highways.
love the ghetto. I had 4 ghetto cousins over last night for dinner.
Hey, you funny, dog. I thought Ling was about to say, man, I got a big game with me. And then he said, man, they all work at the church. Oh, hell.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, man.
What are you talking about, bro?
Hey, what you know about them QCMs? Ling, what you know about them QCMs?
What is a QCM, bro?
See, you ain't from Charlotte, motherfucker. You don't know
yes,
what a QCM
I am, bro.
is?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Queen City
fucking
Mafia,
dirt rotter, nigga.
Queen City
Torrent
Mafia.
Street,
See, I know
bro.
you don't know
What are you
shit
talking about?
Charlotte,
I ain't
nigga.
in no gangs. That's the thing.
Fuck, nigga. Get shut your fucking
what you talking about, bro?
Nigga.
Just because I did not grow up in no fucking
nigga,
hidden valley like that, don't mean I don't know my own fucking city.
Yeah, you just ain't know what the fuck.
Dude, you're a fucking
was,
idiot.
Nigga.
What are you talking about? I ain't gotta be a hood rat not to know my own fucking people in my own city. Nigga, you silly as hell, bro.
Yeah, we definitely take a dumb niggas break right now. I can barely take it.
Bro, them motherfuckers in Charlotte, North Carolina. Prejudice.
Yeah, prejudice all over the damn world. All right, everybody breathe easy. We taking the them niggas, but
I was stationed at them motherfuckers.
they put everybody to sleep. Goddamn.
Yeah, I was stationed with this son of a bitch, and we couldn't even go off the base after 8 o'clock. They was black folks was considered as targets.
Man, those some damn mongoloids. Them niggas ain't black.
Yeah, that was way back then.
Yeah, them ain't niggas right there.
Them ain't niggas right there.
I don't know them niggas look like that. Hey, you gotta take that meme out.
Like
you gotta take that meme. Hey, don't show that meme no more. We
take that out the slide, bro. They gonna beat you up with that one, bro.
There was a whole picture full of no niggas.
Give a fuck what color you paint them. Them ain't niggas. You paint them bitches green, nigga. They ain't even Martians. That's a weird ass looking nigga too. That motherfucker look like a Somalian or some shit. That get them white people and shit trying to paint niggas with white features and shit. Now I seen niggas that look like that. Not like them. The one before that. That definitely ain't no niggas. Yeah, them Corey Mayo niggas.
These niggas can calm down.
All I said, Smoke, was I had 4 ghetto cousins over for dinner last night.
Hey man, you funny as hell.
I have 4 ghetto cousins. Man, nobody clowning
Yeah,
on
I'm
Lean
fucking
Lean,
green.
bro.
I acknowledge that I'm green.
Lean, the homie, man.
Man, that nigga ain't no homie.
Man, he the homie. Ease up, old nigga.
I ain't no old nigga, homie.
Yeah, you an old nigga.
I'm 40.
I can hear it in your voice. Your voice now 60.
I'm 40.
You an old soul.
Bro, you
then,
old, bro. You an old soul, nigga.
You ain't no nigga. You a jive turkey.
Yo, Lean the fucking jive turkey. That nigga the fucking jive turkey. He only
bro,
got 4
you sound like you from the 70s, bro.
Lean got 4 ghetto cousins.
Yeah, bro.
They let you hang out with them. You ain't never stayed the night at
I don't hang out with them, bro, like that. No.
Yeah.
I told you I'm green. I come from the country.
And you stay in fucking Statesboro somewhere.
Nigga, I stayed up in fucking Charlotte and on Dorada in Torrance Street.
Nigga, Charlotte don't
all of that shit was nothing but woods.
Nigga ain't know what
Nigga,
QCM
I ain't
was.
had nobody to talk to. I was raised up in them fucking woods. What are you talking about?
With white boys.
There was no white people. This is the black side of Charlotte.
No, motherfucker.
What are you talking about, nigga? Everybody know who Quebo and shit is. I lived on that nigga property. What are you talking about?
We don't believe you. You need at least 5 ghetto cousins, nigga. You said 4.
You ain't got to believe me. You don't have to.
You ain't know what QCM
I know who my
was,
relatives
nigga. You
are.
not from Charlotte, nigga.
Yes, I am. Okay, where am I from?
I don't know, nigga, but if you was from Charlotte,
okay, you don't know my family.
I ain't gonna argue with you no more, bro. Fuck it. You from Charlotte. I don't give a fuck.
Smoke, appreciate you having me up, brother. I'm out. I'm gonna catch y'all on the next one. What up, 111 True? Shout out to you, brother. Peace, y'all.
Man, what's up, Babbitt? Slow, bro.
All right. Indeed.
I don't know about you, brother, but I came from a Montessori school, bro. I'm a green nerd, bro.
Let me see if I can find this shit and pull it back up.
Hey, look up the Tupinambi. The Nuba, whatever that fucking the motherfucking name was. The Negro de Terror.
This out my personal archives. I ain't on it. I could look it up though.
So you think that was the only group of niggas they call motherfucking Negro de Terror in Brazil?
No, that's not the only ones.
They never called none in the on. They never called the ones in the north that.
Nigga,
Yes, they did.
they was calling them niggas that shit for over damn near 220 fucking years. And you think that's the only fucking group they was calling Negro the
Show it.
Terror down there?
Show it.
Nigga, they passed a fucking law in the 1700s.
Nigga, show it.
All you gotta do is just subtract the time from the date that they touched down a Negro the Terror. Negro the Terror is from the 1500s. They
The
passed the law.
Portuguese.
Yeah, they passed the law in the 1700s asking them to stop, which means they was in practice with that shit for 220 years at least. That's
The
simple
English never
mathematics.
called none of them niggas that.
Nigga, we just talking about that area. You think those are the
That's South
only
America,
people?
Brazil.
Do you think those are the only group of people that was in Brazil?
What you mean?
Do you think that's the only group of people they came in contact with in Brazil?
I never said that. But that's the tribe that they was referring to when they talked about
right. That's what I'm talking about. You're making it seem like this the only people that they was talking about. That's why I asked you, do you think that's the only group of people that they came in contact with in Brazil? You just said no. So why would you just make it seem like this the only people that they called that shit?
They did. They didn't call no other groups that.
Bruh.
Then show it, truth. Like, why argue?
You got the Lagoa Santa.
I could be
You
wrong.
got all types of people in
I could
Brazil,
be wrong,
bro.
truth. I could be wrong, truth.
Nah, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is this right here, bro. I mean, if we gotta pull it up, we gotta pull it up, but we shouldn't even have to. This is basic common sense. If they touch down in the area of Brazil,
just show me the damn proof. You know what I'm saying?
If it's if it's speculation, then it's speculation that they was talking about those people then.
Nah, they said who they was talking about.
Okay, so how the fuck is it speculation that they touched down in Brazil?
Because you saying they was calling other people that, but you ain't gonna show no document, no proof that they was calling nobody else that. I'm asking you to just point me in the direction to where I can see
it's
they call
in the law
another tribe.
It's in the law that they passed in the 1700s. They passed a fucking law stating stop calling the indigenous people, not the Tupinambe or whatever the fuck their name is, the indigenous people in that region of Brazil that they was in, Negroes. And we know they was in damn near all over Brazil, bro. It's in the law. It don't single out one group. They say the indigenous people. So they talking about all the people in the regions that they was touching.
So they made a distinct difference between those type of people and the Africans, correct?
No, they didn't.
Shut up, Ling Ling. I'm talking.
Yeah, because they was, you had names like Negro de Terra, Negro de Guinea, Negro de Angola. So even Negro de Guinea and Negro de Angola was considered two different people. It's just that they both was from the continent of Africa.
Well, get this true. You also had the word Guinea being used on Indians as well during that time. So it also lays a wrench into that entire African thing as well, because these words, they change depending on different Europeans you're talking to.
Bro, they had a lot of Brazilians, indigenous Brazilians in Angola running a colony in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
As partners, not servants, partners. And in Guinea.
That's a fact.
There y'all go right there. There y'all go right there. This is what it say. Since this nigga wanted to pull it up, now deal with this. Deal with the AI, nigga. No, I want to see you argue with the AI. Thus, the commonly used term label for indigenous people in the 16th century Brazil, Negros de Terra, blacks of the land, revealed a perception of them in servile status more or less equivalent to Africans who were called Negros de Guinea. Later in 1957, the Indian mission villages in the Amazon region were. If you want more information on that, click this link right here.
Did it say village or villages with an S?
It said villages, many villages, more than one village.
Did it say Tupinambe or indigenous people?
It said indigenous people. It didn't say Tupinambe, whatever the hell that word is.
Yeah. Oh, they talking about Mamelucos in this thing. I know this one.
Yeah, it's a whole little article right here, bro. Like, come on, man, stop playing.
That's what I'm saying. This shit was common sense. We shouldn't even have to do that. Robert just wanted to be difficult.
Okay, could you show me where they call the Cherokee Negro de Terra?
Man, we was talking about one area. The Portuguese one near
Area.
the Cherokee. The Portuguese one near the fucking Cherokee, bro.
And that's my point. That's my point.
Who did the British learn the word Negro from?
I guess the
They
Portuguese
learned
or
it
them
from the
Spanish motherfuckers.
Spaniards who had slaves in Florida
You're
and
wrong.
Georgia and the Carolinas.
You're wrong too, because the Dutch and the Portuguese was doing all the bidding for the Spanish. So they would have came in contact with. They would have been more in contact with the Portuguese and the Dutch, and the Portuguese was heavily used.
Okay, and the Portuguese were dark skinned people like the Dutch, right? So
I
how are they
mean,
calling
I,
Brazil Negroes?
that man, all that black European shit. Hey man, I let y'all have that. We just going based on the documentation.
Exactly.
I don't even want to fall down no rabbit hole about no black Europeans, because I feel any motherfucker claiming that shit, by default, you still taking yourself away from the motherfucking land.
Mm-hmm.
It don't matter if they African or black fucking Europeans and shit, nigga, they invaders.
Exactly. Definitely ain't got nothing.
Absolutely, invaders at that, and brought the religion, which I just think they brought the indentured servants over here when they started coming over here in boats. They didn't bring them at first. I mean, because they only came on 3 ships. That's like 144 people.
So did they bring religion, or did they remix the dope or some shit you was already in practice with?
Mixing the dope.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're
They
getting
brought
somewhere. So that's what I'm saying. We have to be the same people if we went to go get the indentured servants and then bring them back. In order to bring people back
Oh,
from America, you had to have a port over there.
But I never said
Discovery.
anything
Hold on,
about going.
brother.
I never even said anything about going to get indentured service. I don't believe that.
they came over
Because
here
here's
with
another
religion.
thing, true. Here's another thing. Because you got Russell Williams saying that Guinea was applied to Indians. He made a whole entire portrait in the 1700s saying that these Indians are Guinea. So that also throws a wrench into that Negroes of Guinea, meaning African, because they're playing games. You get Ganahini, you got fucking Allegheny. That's in the Cherokee area vicinity, right? Got all types of words that sound like Guinea, but they're over here applying it to a place in Africa. What do you think about that?
I mean, I get where you coming from with that, bro.
Y'all keep
Now,
forgetting.
where did Britain meet Spain or Portuguese to get the word Negro from? Where did they first encounter each other to say, "Hey, we're gonna take your word Negro"?
They only like 500 miles away from each other.
And the thing
So
about it, they doing business, y'all. They coming over here to like get resources and shit to sell that shit. Like capitalism was their main issue. The
the
religion was
English didn't get they start until like Virginia, like in the Carolinas with Sir Walter Raleigh and uh, John Smith and all that setting up shop in Virginia and the Carolinas. That's like 1600s, I believe, 17, somewhere
this
around that time. Yeah, 1600s.
So,
Yeah.
so can we
So
prove that they were talking to the Spanish to get the word Negro? Those people
yes, they
that
were
came over
talking to
here.
some. They took over
I know.
Spanish territory in that time frame.
I never said that. I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of the trading that was going on for Spain was done by the Portuguese. You feel me? They had a union.
you feel me? They was merchant class people.
Yeah,
They
so
they
a lot of the shit that was done under the flag of the Spaniards and shit was done by a lot of Portuguese and Italians.
because they
Mm.
still
So
had
you think that the Portuguese ruled? Go ahead, my guy. My bad.
no, I was saying like you same thing you about to say, like they got it was a class system over there. So like those type of people was the buffer class, like the British monarchy and shit. They weren't trying to go out and shit and do that. They'll have, okay, the Spanish motherfuckers and Italian motherfuckers to do that. We'll pay them to do that. So they was thirsty to do that. Like, shit, we'll go over here, find resources, bring them back, and they got free motherfucking workforce. All these motherfucking prisoners from Europe and shit in the free boats and shit. So why not?
Mm-hmm. But by the time you get Negro entering the vocabulary of the British is when they're taking over territory in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida from Spanish that are being booted out of the United States, and they're
So wait,
collecting
so you're telling me?
Carolina Spanish Indians.
So King James wasn't the black man that started the first charter to Virginia to start the story?
Hell no, nigga. King James wasn't no
It's not
black man.
documented he was no black man though.
You damn sure wasn't no black man.
Or melanated, whatever, you know.
You could be melanated.
So Stewart doesn't mean swarthy?
Yeah, I mean swarthy.
It definitely does.
That means black.
It definitely does.
And wasn't his brother called the Black Boy King?
I wouldn't deny that because you had a lot of so-called Africans go up there in Europe and mix with them people, and you probably got black Aboriginal Europeans too. So there is.
So when an African mix with a white person, they become a black Aborigine?
No.
It meant that then, but it don't mean that now, bro. I never heard of Stewart. You said I never heard of Stewart being referred to as swarthy.
I never heard that either.
So the word Stewart or Stu.
Ling said black Africans go mix with those white people and become black Aborigines. How that happen?
Who the fuck
no,
said
dumbass
that?
nigga. We said that you had Europeans that had an Aboriginal population in Europe. Then you also had them mixed with Africans that went on over there and civilized them people.
Oh, so you saying it was some Aborigines already in Europe and white people, and then some Africans came over there and civilized all their ass. That what you saying?
That's what happened.
No, that can't be what happened if you think about it. You're trying to say that the Moors were in Africa the whole time and Africa still looked like a shithole, and then they went to go help somebody else out. But look at
Some
Africa.
parts of Africa is not a shithole. You got places like they got castles and some things of that nature. They got ruins that's there.
I'm just saying the Moor story has hold because the Africa still don't look good to this day as a whole. Now, where did the Moors come
Today,
from?
but back then it was plush. Because you had all these wars going on and people taking over spots in Africa and colonizing these areas and turning them into ruins.
Y'all ever heard of Johannesburg?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's South Africa.
Okay, you ever
let's deal with that. I'm glad y'all put it on the table. So supposedly the Moors, when they went and conquered the Iberian Peninsula, they brought with them some form of civilization. Did that form of civilization exist in Africa?
Yes.
No, it didn't. That's impossible.
Yeah, it did. What are you talking about? They did have civilization in Africa. You got
show me some buildings that are the same ones in Europe that are in Africa right now.
You got Castle Gondar, that's in Ethiopia. You got fucking castles up there in North Africa.
Hold up. You got to pick a place that the Moors actually came from. The Moors did not come from Ethiopia,
they have castles. They didn't come from Ethiopia. They came from what you would call
well, you can't name
Tunisia. Hold on, brother. They would come from places like Tunisia. They would come from places like West Africa. They would come from places like Morocco, Mauritania. In these places, in these areas, they have mosques and castles in Northwest Africa.
Where was Massa Musa? What that nigga name was? Massa Musa. Where was he from?
Musa.
He's the most wealthiest African that they talk about that had a whole bunch of gold. Timbuktu.
That's West Africa? And that's West Africa?
He's
That's
from
Mali.
It was from Mauritania. Yeah, Mali,
Hey, listen,
Mauritania region.
listen. Book
That's
two had
more
one
like
of the.
Northwest Africa
It's
than
considered
West
Supposedly
Africa.
sub-Saharan
Negro
Africa,
land.
West Africa, bro.
It's more
But
Northwest Africa.
wasn't Timbuktu one of the largest universities at one time?
So they say.
But there's no remnants of it. There's no evidence that
Right.
it
So
actually
the
There is
stood.
African,
remnants of it. They got
y'all
books
saying
and they sand castle that's still there.
y'all saying the Moors, y'all saying the African Moors.
No, they
African
saying smoke.
Moors went and developed
I ain't
Europe
calling them Moors.
more than Africa. I'm just
Nope.
y'all just saying whoever's saying this.
Nope.
Y'all saying the
Africa.
African Moors went to Europe and developed Europe more than they developed Africa.
Yes, bro.
Africa, no, that's incorrect. Was
Wait a
already
minute. Who would
developed.
go? Who would leave their home? Who would leave their home less developed and go somewhere else and develop more?
They didn't.
It's crazy because them people ain't
y'all,
aboriginal to Africa. That's the thing.
Y'all can't hear me. Y'all can't hear
Them
me.
African
I'm saying
cultures
they
that you
didn't.
see today, they're nomadic people. They don't stay in one place. They
Man, shut the
migrate to
fuck up.
Mecca. What are you talking
Why is
about,
y'all
bro? This
letting
is
this
their
white
oral
boy just
history. They're
ramble?
not aboriginal to Africa. They say that they come from Asian countries. So they literally do not have a stronghold in so-called West Central Africa. All of that shit are temporary kingdoms. That's why they made their shit out of mud brick. That's why they move their crops whenever there's a drought. They don't stay in one place.
What's that nigga name? Jay, or the nigga that got that channel, the Round Table Game? You know what I'm talking about? That nigga did a video live the other day, right? When he brought up a lot of shit that was going on in West Africa, dealing with the Moors. Islam got to West Africa and shit. Like,
How many people was watching this live?
I mean, shit, I don't know. I checked it out though. I mean, but you already know that people don't like real information. You know what I'm saying? When you dropping some real shit, you ain't gonna get people to fuck with it. But when you dropping some bullshit, motherfucking thousands of people are tuning in, bro. Just
Oh
like when we
yeah.
talking shit up here, right? And going at each other's throats, man, everybody tune in the clown. But
All right,
then when
well
y'all
let's
niggas
get some
start talking some
views. Let's
shit,
get some views. Let's get some views up, you old backwood country drunk ass nigga.
man, you old Chicago gangster killing ass nigga.
Ain't nothing wrong with Chicago.
Chicago. Listen,
I'm from
you
That's the
Mississippi,
tethers
bro.
that's fucking it up,
no,
bro. So what are you talking about?
don't
I'm from
claim
Mississippi.
Mississippi now.
I'm from
Don't claim
Mississippi,
Mississippi
bro.
now.
What
Nah,
part of
man, don't
Mississippi you
claim that.
from, True?
You from
From Greenville.
I'm
fucking
from Starkville.
Chirac.
Oh yeah, that's what's up, bro.
Y'all got it. Y'all got
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Man,
Kinfolk, 100.
Yeah,
no,
man.
two from
Y'all,
Chirac.
man.
Two from
What up?
63rd,
What
nigga.
up?
Hell no.
And for no fucking 63rd, I'm from 111, man. What the fuck you talking about?
Man, that nigga old block, nigga. Nah, fuck that.
Old block,
Them
man.
niggas
That's
that,
kid shit, bro. Your ass
man, listen.
childish. I'm a grown ass man, bro.
Man, I don't know shit about Chicago, but it's the windy city and it get cold up that bitch. I
Yeah,
ain't
come
even
up
want
here
to
and
go.
get your ass blown down real quick.
Listen, I'm a tropical nigga. I like it hot, my nigga. I stay from the Carolinas to Florida. That shit y'all talking about. I don't deal with snow. I don't like the snow, period, nigga.
Why
I
you
don't like
keep putting that
nothing white,
snow up
nigga.
your nose?
I ain't put no fucking powder. That's your ass, super.
You making snowmen, bro.
That's your
That
ass,
white
super.
girl interrupted,
They trying
bro.
to get
Stop it, bro.
you the one be there turn everybody out on that shit, super. I don't
Man,
fuck
you be
around
messing
like
with
that,
that
nigga.
baby powder, bro.
Listen to that nigga, white boy. Baby powder, bro. Nigga, get the fuck offline, nigga. You ain't our kind, my
Stop
nigga.
playing with that flower, bro.
Drake, nigga. Your new name is Drake, nigga. You
Back to
not
the
Drake.
Moor shit. Back to the Moor shit.
So the Moors, they're Mauritania, Mari, they're the fucking Fulani, they're the fucking
Hold up,
Thomasin
Mauri. You said
Berber.
Mauri, right? You said
Yeah,
Mauri, right?
yeah,
That means Sudan, right? That means the black people, right?
yeah. Apparently,
I
So
don't know.
Mauri just means Sudan,
yeah.
I don't know. I ain't finna answer you on that.
which means black, the land of the blacks, right? Which was
But
what
in
was
that
called Negro land.
context, if you're using that, black back then meant pale. So it
Trust
wouldn't have
me,
referred to a melanated person.
I would not
Not
trust
in
any of these
sub-Saharan.
niggas.
Not in sub-Saharan. They called those people Ethiopians. Remember, below North Africa was all called Ethiopia. It wasn't even called Africa. It was called Ethiopia up until the 1900s. They
That's a
changed the
fact.
name, and so they just changed the name to Africa as a whole. But only the northern
Bro,
part of that landmass was called Africa.
That's
man, them
facts.
white, that was white people saying that, bro. Those people in
What you
Africa
mean?
never
Africa
called that
is
shit.
white man. That's Ethiopia, Africa. That's Greco-Roman.
Man, they didn't call that shit that. The
Yes, it
indigenous
was.
called
Yes, it
that.
was,
The
fool. They
first
named
term of
Africa
Africa
after
Ethiopia
the
mean burnt
afar.
face.
was a town, bro.
No, Ethiopia mean burnt face, bro. You think the people was calling themselves that?
You got a
Come on,
burnt
That
man.
The
what the
face.
Greeks
sub-Saharan
called
people,
them.
the
The Greeks,
sub-Saharan people
It's a
were calling
description.
themselves even
you just said
Ethiopia.
it.
Ethiopians
Yeah,
Listen,
Ethiopia.
you
Ethiopia
just
with
said
is
it.
the letter A.
Listen, you just said it. The Greeks called
yeah,
them that.
Ethiopian is a description, Robert Lee.
Listen,
A
but the
burnt face,
people
like
there
you
never
said.
called them that. They never
The
called
place
The
that you
themselves
people
that.
don't
call
the people don't
Ethiopia
call none
today,
of
that
that.
was
Hold
Abyssinia.
on, hold on, hold on. The people
The
don't
people
call
there,
all these terms we're using, the people usually don't call them that. They kind of been placed on them these terms, sir.
other
Man, I
people,
For
right?
wish I
all of
wish
them.
I wish PNF was around. He'll check all you niggas
That
right now.
shit crazy.
Y'all don't know what y'all talking about, man.
Listen, the
What
indigenous
PNF
people of
at?
Ethiopia do not call
Yeah,
themselves
bring up the
damn
Moors up in
Ethiopians and
here
all
so
that
he can
shit.
clown this Pan-African right quick.
Man, he gonna check all
Yeah,
you
because we want to
niggas.
know what the Moors built in Africa to take to Europe to civilize those people. I don't believe the
They
Moor
took.
story.
Listen,
I never have.
let me say this,
Premium,
man.
man. Premium.
Listen, the Moors, all that shit was, you know what I'm saying, based off Islam. But
No,
when
it
you look
isn't.
at listen, West African tribes today, some of them got traces of Islamic practice mixed in with their traditional African goddamn ways, showing you, you know what I'm saying, that they was kind of fucking with each other. It wasn't no the Islam came and they cut motherfuckers and people to get
Make it
down
sound
type
like you
shit. That ain't
fucking
how it
with
went
some
down.
dope.
Yes.
Nah, real talk. And a lot of those influences from the Moors, it came out of West Africa. Nigga, they had schools and shit before they took that shit to fucking Europe or Spain or wherever the fuck. Like, nigga, it
What's
was
the name
shit.
of the school? What do you know a name of the
Timbuktu.
school or who?
Listen,
The name of the
Timbuktu
school ain't
was one of them.
Timbuktu. That's the town. That's the name of the place.
Timbuktu is one of them, goddamn it. The University of goddamn it, or Timbuktu. Listen,
Nah,
I
That
That's
was
what
in
that
it
was the
Negro
is,
land.
bro.
town, bro. That wasn't the name of the school.
That's the mosque.
Bullshit, nigga.
It's a mosque.
Listen,
Buddy right when he said that shit. I
listen.
don't know who said it, but he was dead
They
on. That's
say,
the
Yeah,
name
he
of the town.
is.
That ain't the name of no
okay,
school. They
I
just
did.
gave it that name because of the town.
I don't know the name of the school, but what I do know is they say they went to school to learn. So goddamn it, I
Do
guess they were
you?
teaching motherfuckers all over the
Do
city
you?
then.
So why them niggas so stupid now?
They ain't stupid now, nigga. Think about this right
Do
here.
But
Why
they
they so
are because they
primitive?
ain't download
Have
that
y'all
shit into
heard?
an AI shit
Listen,
or Google or
have
something.
y'all ever
Or
heard of? Have y'all ever heard of the Dogon?
those are separate people.
Man, that's a
The
I
primitive
asked
Dogon
you.
believe
tribe,
that they
bro.
fish
Heard of them though,
aliens,
right?
nigga.
Heard of
That's a
They
them, right?
believe that they
primitive.
space
That's a
aliens from Sirius
primitive.
B.
That's a primitive tribe, bro. With all
But
due
you heard
respect.
of them, correct? I
Yeah,
agree. Check this out.
they're a primitive
Look,
tribe, bro.
look at check out some knowledge that nobody believed that they had this shit. They talked about Sirius B and Sirius A, and the white man. You can't
Sir,
even
no,
see
they
them
didn't.
stars with the naked eye, right?
But
Think
bruh,
about
that
it. You
shit is
can't see
about
them.
Potolo and
Yes,
fish
that's what the
people.
city.
That's
Nomo and
pseudoscience,
fish.
man.
Fish
Why you want
aliens,
to diss
nigga.
them? Why you dissing the shit? This is what I'm saying. Just hear me out. Before you interrupt me, hear me out. Those
Cause it
people,
sounds stupid just like
It
you.
is.
listen, check it out. Just hear me out. Those people got a ritual based off these
Tell us a
stars.
bedtime story, nigga. That'll be more interesting.
Man, shut the fuck up, Super. The white man built $1 billion telescope
Tell us
and
about the
found
3
those
little
shit.
bears that
Stop,
was
please.
sniffing cocaine.
Right.
But am I
I'm
lying?
saying, bro. So they was
I
Jar
lined
Jar
up.
Binks up in this bitch. They from Naboo. Is
Hey,
that what you
shut your
saying?
Chi- Let's get on your Chinese culture, nigga. Your fucking
Bro,
granddaddy
you
peoples
over here
claim they
saying you
built the
Abe
Great
Sapien
Wall.
off of Hellboy and shit, bro.
Motherfucker, you half Chinese, nigga.
Bro, you a
Y'all
fish alien
motherfuckers,
though.
y'all motherfuckers over there, goddamn,
Nigga, your
claim y'all
oral
built the
history in
goddamn Great
Africa is
Wall.
basically fish
Listen,
people. You was a mermaid
listen.
with the
You
Olakun,
people,
and then you got the Dogon talking
you
about they
people, the
fish
reason
aliens,
why the
bro.
fucking coronavirus exists, nigga. Your people, the reason why the coronavirus exists. You probably
Huh?
one of the
That
ones who
does
brought
not
that
make
shit
any
on.
sense, Brody. A lot of
Yeah,
Hey,
them
my
the
God,
African
where's the
Chinese,
stories is
Hey,
Dogon
nothing but
tribe
the
from?
fairy
Chinese flu.
tales, bro.
Yeah, the Chinese flu.
Robert Lee,
Yeah.
put my picture as your avatar again.
Hey, Chinese flu. Hey, I'll just let you know, nigga.
Hey, put my picture as your avatar again.
I got your address
Yeah,
too, homie. I
yeah,
just want to let you know
yeah.
I know what you look like.
Hey, I give you my address. You want my address?
I just want to let you know what I look like.
Hey, yo,
What you
y'all
look
want to
like.
know
Hey,
something
Hey,
funny?
wait,
hey,
that nigga Robert.
Y'all brothers want to know
Robert
something
Lee
funny as hell?
exposed that he don't know shit when he
hey,
called
Robert Lee, you want my
Timbuktu,
address?
Yeah,
which is the
drop it in the back chat.
Huh?
God damn, you
You gonna
niggas is
come see
retarded.
me?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up.
All right, pull up then since you got my address.
All right, you got it.
That
Yeah.
boy ain't gonna flex.
I
But
see you,
y'all want to
too.
know something funny as hell? How they flip the the
Hey,
Black
what you
Panther
say?
movie,
Robert
right? How
Lee,
they flip the
Robert
origin
Lee,
stories of
I
people
ain't
being
scared of shit, nigga. You can have my
All right, super,
picture,
that's
my
fine for you, bro.
address.
You
You can
let
have
other
all
people
the
speak, nigga.
information you want about me.
That's good for
You
you,
can
super.
even post it
That's good
online,
for you,
nigga.
super. Don't nobody care.
Nah,
I
fuck
ain't
that.
scared
I
of
don't like to
shit,
leave
Don't
nigga.
trash.
nobody care, super.
I know. Well, put it online, nigga. Come see
I
me.
don't leave trash.
I
I don't
know.
like leaving
Come
trash.
see me. Come on down here to Lone
Yeah.
Star State. I ain't no criminal, and I ain't on the run from nobody. I ain't scared to say shit about myself.
Nah, you a
So
cool
fuck
dude,
you,
bro.
nigga. Because if you post all the information about me, you'll find out that I'm a bad motherfucker, and you don't want to let the people know that I am what I say I am. So go on, show the people what I really am.
And if I
Put all
wasn't,
the
then why would I
information out there
say
about
it?
it. Yeah, I know it. Put the
I
information
ain't
out there
trying to
about
expose you, my
Superman.
nigga.
I know it.
I ain't
Go
trying to
ahead,
expose
expose
you.
me. Please expose me because I'll be an example for your son. I'm the nigga your daddy wish you was.
Nah,
Hey, but
I
Robert
doubt
Lee,
that.
man, he testing
Robert
your
Lee, brother.
manhood, bro.
You said you said the mosque that's in Mali is Timbuktu.
No, I ain't say that.
Yeah, you did.
Motherfucker, you gonna tell me what I said when I just said I ain't say
You
that?
called it Timbuktu, nigga. You did.
Yep,
We all
I
heard you,
heard that
bro. The
shit.
Hey,
They
Sankore,
went to
hey,
learn
Robert
you
Lee.
called
in
the
Timbuktu.
Sankore Madrasa. You called the
When
They
you
Sankore
said
pull
they
up,
went
Madrasa
to
bring your
learn
Timbuktu,
in
my
mama.
nigga. It's a
Timbuktu.
mosque, my nigga, and it's not Timbuktu. It's in Timbuktu, Mali, nigga.
And they
Say the
said they
name
went to
again,
learn in
please.
Timbuktu.
Sankore Madrasa. It's a mosque.
Ooh, Sankore Madrasa. So how didn't you know this Pan African?
He don't
I'm a
know no
pan South
African nothing.
Carolina
I
nigga.
actually know African shit, bro. You don't know nothing about Africa, bro.
But you
The
want to push
Ifa, the
Africa on
Ewe,
us.
none of
Pan
them, bro. You
South
don't know nothing about
Carolina nigga.
no Africans, bro. And you're Pan African. That's a little weird.
That
I'm a
is
pan South
weird.
Carolina nigga. That's what I
You
am.
don't
I ain't
study
no pan
Aboriginal as
African.
a whole, bro. You don't know no history other than the shit you were taught, my nigga. That's what we're realizing, bro.
I do
Damn,
want to take it
bro.
down a metaphoric road. Ling Ling,
And the
you on the
shit you
Black
know is
Panther?
basic as fuck, bro. You call a mosque Timbuktu, and that's a location, my nigga. You slow.
That's funny as fuck, bro.
How that's funny, nigga? Shut your white
It's
ass up,
funny
nigga.
because you don't know shit about Africa,
You
but you
don't know
want us to
shit.
be
You're
from
just
there.
making shit up off the fly, bro. You retarded, nigga.
Bro,
Like you
I
need to
told
study
you.
up on Aboriginal history, and you damn sure need to study
Listen,
up on African history.
Ain't now
Everybody
one
in
of
this
you
panel
niggas
research
prove
African
y'all
and
lying.
American Indian history.
Exactly. We
Listen,
knew more about
ain't
Africa
now
before we
nigga
ever
up
knew
here.
anything about the.
Look,
Come
look,
on,
they
bro.
picked the top of the pyramid
Ain't no
again.
This
Look,
nigga
nigga
look.
up here.
slow.
They picked the top of the
Listen,
pyramid
ain't
again.
no nigga
You
proved
can't
they
play
was
with us,
Indian yet.
Robert Lee. You
Listen,
fucking with the wrong ones.
ain't nobody up here proved they was an Indian yet. Nobody.
Huh, but bro, you can't even prove
You
Africa.
can't
You
prove you
gotta know
African, nigga.
different
Speak an African
language
Hey,
language,
we're
shit.
nigga.
proving we're American. We prove we're
Yeah, we
Hey,
American,
prove
don't
we're
we?
American. Thank
put
you.
my
Tell
avatar
his
back
ass.
on
Tell his
your
old funky ass.
make my picture your avatar again so they'll see a big red nigga. A big old
That
red
ain't no
Indian.
Indian.
Put
You
it
ain't
back
That
no
up
nigga
there.
don't
Indian.
look nothing like no African, bro. We don't look like Africans, nigga. You
You ain't
can
no
Put
try
Indian.
it
to
back
play
up
that
there
shit.
so they'll see
Try
the
to push and
African.
play that shit if you want to, bro. But we don't look like them, bro. We're not the
Heck,
same.
Nigga,
heck,
We're
even
not.
if they
Put,
want to claim
you look
us to
like a
be
Haitian,
mixed
Pierre.
Africans, we don't even look
Nah,
like
Pierre,
mixed Africans.
nah.
Look at
The
fucking
darkest
damn
of
people
us,
in
Pierre,
Cape Verde. They
Pierre,
don't
the
look like
darkest.
no black
Pierre.
American
Hey, Pierre.
mulattoes.
But look, the
Hey, ain't you
darkest of
Haitian
us
though?
don't even look like them motherfuckers, bro. It's just two totally different.
Exactly.
It's two totally
But
different
you
people.
Haitian. But you Haitian though, right?
My
Ain't your
family
name
was in
Pierre?
Haiti, nigga. You don't
Yeah,
Hey,
try to
there
tell
Pierre.
were
somebody else's
Indians that
history
were in
based off
Haiti.
shit
You
you
had the
hear. Wait. But don't
Pawnee.
try to
Wait a
tell
minute.
other people's
Wait a
history
minute.
based off shit
Wait
you
a
hear
minute.
from other people,
Listen,
nigga.
listen,
You
listen.
even know
I'm
who
from
your
South
people are,
Carolina.
so just stop. Yeah,
I'm
my
from
family
South
was in South
Carolina.
Carolina as well, and North Carolina, and Virginia,
Exactly.
and
We
Tennessee,
relatives.
and Kentucky, and Mississippi, and Alabama, nigga. My family all
Yeah.
throughout the South, my nigga. What are you talking about?
That sound
And they
like
was in
both
Louisiana
your
before they
people
was ever in
enslaved.
Haiti, stupid bitch. So
Your
stop trying to
Exactly.
mama
talk.
stupid
No, so
bitch.
stop trying to talk that
Your
Haitian shit because
mama
you don't know my
stupid
people,
bitch,
my
nigga.
nigga. Just
So,
stop.
Fuck
brother,
your
do you
No,
mama
know
because he
what
stupid
tried to
bitch.
speak. Hold
Afro-Bahamian
on,
is?
hold on. He tried to speak my history, and now you're
Pierre,
mad because I'm
don't
literally
nobody give
fucking
a fuck,
telling you
nigga.
the
If you
truth about
Haitian,
who
nigga,
I am,
we
my
know
nigga.
you
Don't get
African.
mad.
That's
What?
facts.
You part Haitian,
What?
nigga. We know you African, nigga. For sure with it, nigga.
Okay,
Yeah,
even
nigga, you
so, they
retarded.
still got
You
Indian
slow, nigga.
slaves that was sent there too.
Slow, nigga.
You had
Listen,
the
Taino,
Pawnee, you had the Natchez, you had fucking
The
Choctaw.
Natchez.
But yeah,
Yes,
all
the
them
what
people was
Natchez.
Indians,
sent there to Haiti to
what
be bred
Indians,
with alleged Africans.
what
Yep.
Indians was in China?
What are you
You know
The
who
talking
fuck
about,
is you
bro?
talking about, nigga?
Man, skip that
was there any
shit,
Indians
man.
in
Or
China?
take it down. I don't want to see
Hey,
no
Ling
white
Ling.
woman getting
Hey
no
man,
goddamn
that
massage.
Hey, Ling Ling, I got a
the
question for
fucking
you.
Hey,
What
bro, I was
about
about thinking the
Black
same
Panther? What
shit
you
too.
about
I'm
to say
like, bro,
about the
what the
Black
fuck is
Panther?
going on the screen,
So
bro?
you want to know how funny that movie was? They reversed the roles because they put the Mexicans in the water, but not the Africans in the water. And the fucking Wakanda is from right here in North
Yeah, that
America.
shit was fucking, man. That shit was crazy.
What about the
That
city of
Wakanda,
El Dorado? Where's the city of El Dorado?
That's in Mexico, brother.
New Mexico,
Exactly. Ain't that's what they said at the beginning of the movie?
mm,
Yes, that's
the
right there in
'70s.
So the whole
Mexico.
movie was exactly. So the whole the African theme they were putting on was actually in Mexico somewhere. So they
Mhm.
was in
And
search
not
for the
only Mexico, it's talking about Montana, it's talking about
While
fucking
y'all arguing about a
Mississippi and all
movie,
that too.
Man, they ain't
while
never
y'all
All
found
right,
no
arguing
motherfucking Mississippi El Dorado. Yo ass
It's
tweaking,
talking about
cuz.
hold
Kansas
up,
as
they called
well.
Georgia that. They called Georgia. You remember they
yeah,
found
Georgia
El
was.
Dahlonega, Georgia?
Dorado was never found. It's a
It was in Georgia,
mythical
Dahlonega,
city.
Georgia.
and
They
It's a
called a lot
and
mythical
of
city,
places that when
boy.
they found a couple of niblets of gold.
Even
Mhm.
Well,
Sabola.
Dahlonega, Georgia
Y'all
was the
niggas
first
believe
gold
that
rush.
just prove
Remember?
y'all believe
Hey, wait, but
anything we say.
Sabola, Arizona has been known as that. He right. It's like hella different locations, and they don't really
Mhm.
have a specific
This nigga
location
right here, the
to
lion
Also,
stand with.
king,
Ponce
he
de
But they,
right.
Leon, he was looking for Shangri-La over here. He was looking
He
for the
right
Fountain
about
of
that.
Youth.
When it comes to El Dorado, it's kind
Hmm?
of like a myth in a way, but it's that shit real, but it's a myth.
Robert
Yes.
Lee,
but the
I
It's
first,
had
like
used one
but
of
the
them
Atlantis.
first,
That's
machines.
it's
Hell,
real, but it's also a myth because
yeah.
it got
Yeah.
Hold
They got
up.
land and they got architecture underneath them waters in the
Wings on your
Caribbean in the
mama.
Gulf of
But,
Mexico.
Ain't
It's like you
but the
nobody
niggas
been
been
first
down.
down there. Ain't
go
nobody been down there to explore that shit. But it's definitely
Exactly.
there.
Hmm.
So we not
but
gonna
but do
speculate
you
about what city it is in ancient time. We don't know.
yeah, but check this out. You
Exactly.
remember Dahlonega, Georgia sparked the Indian Trail of Tears because they found gold there. That's how those first wave of Indians got kicked out of Georgia. It was because they found that was the first ever gold rush before Cali.
Mm-hmm. Carolinas as well. We got gold mines down here.
So that really sparked the
And
first
you had
movement
Ponce de
west of the
Leon.
black people.
Ponce de Leon, he was looking for the fountain of youth in the Carolinas and Florida. They was looking for Shangri-La over here.
And they were also trying to find the
didn't
Orinoco,
sound like that in the Carolinas.
the other Mississippi River, which is in South America, which has the big rainfall just like the Great Lakes. It's like we match each other on either side of the spectrum.
Yeah.
And the
So
Gulf of Mexico is the center.
yeah.
We all learn all
Hey,
this shit from.
any of you
Shining
Indian,
money,
I got
shining.
a question for the panel. Any of you Indian niggas can trace y'all heritage back to a TP?
Fuck no.
No.
Hell no.
TPs
Hey, I
are
got a
nomadic
question though.
plains natives, bro.
Hey,
That ain't
I
got
got a
shit to do with
question.
Southeast or East Coast. Where that ain't got nothing to do with West
Okay,
Coast or South
okay.
America. That's just
All right, all right,
plains
all right,
Middle
all right, all
America.
right, all right. Okay, cool. So if you can't trace your people back to teepees,
Who got the
what
screen?
did your people live in?
They lived in
The
all types
home.
of houses. They
Nigga,
had
home.
log houses. They had
Castles, nigga.
wigwams. They
Yeah,
had long
Castles,
houses.
nigga.
They had fucking chikoras.
Wait a
They
minute,
had
wait a
fucking
minute,
chickies. All types of shit.
wait. Hold on. Ling Ling, you say a longhouse?
What about
Yes, they
castles,
had
nigga?
long
No, we didn't
house.
have long houses, nigga.
Yes, they
that was
did,
me.
bro.
Wait, y'all. What was the longhouse built out of?
They built it out of wood,
That's
trees.
Mongolian shit, bro.
No, it's not. That's
All
not
right.
Mongolian stuff.
We lived in the shoe.
No, we ain't living in shoe,
That
bro.
was solid.
They had daub and wattle huts. They had fucking
Waddle
long
huts.
houses, wigwams, chickies.
Waddle
They had
huts.
log cabins,
Huts.
all types of stuff.
He's speaking
All
their
right, Ling Ling, now
language.
check this out. When you say where they lived at, you're pretty much saying they lived in different places at different times. So when they were hunting, they did pitch a tent. But we don't know what that
Yeah.
tent looked like, but they did
I was
pitch a
just
tent
about,
when they were out hunting.
They
yeah, I was
lived in
just
the
about to say that
mountains.
absolute. When you see them in them little huts or
What
doing little
did they
stuff like
go? What
that,
did
bro,
they
that's just
do?
because
Go
they in that
down to
location at that time, my nigga. They don't usually live like that, nigga. They don't just live
where did
like
they
that.
go
That's like
out
if you
there
go.
to
That's
sports
like
and
if you're in the
outdoors and
military.
get a
That's like
tent
if you. All
and
right,
pitch
nigga,
it?
shut your ass up,
This
super.
information from?
Goddamn, shut
Where
your
did
ass
y'all get
up,
this shit from? Who told y'all this shit?
like super, nigga. Damn, bro, why do you do that shit?
We got it from
I
Dick's
just want
Sporting
to know.
Goods store.
That would it sound like y'all got it from.
Hey, you
That's
funny,
what I'm
Truth.
saying.
Bro, no, bro, it's not. I don't know why people are just trying to
Super
back
like a
away
big
from
old
things
nigga.
like that, but they did have sophisticated like architecture too. They had fucking pyramids, they had
Nah,
mounds,
nigga,
they had fucking
your people was in little
aqueducts.
motherfucking long house cabinets, nigga. My people was
Yeah,
in
that's not
granite
bad.
stone. My people was in granite stone buildings, nigga. I don't know nothing about that shit.
Crazy, bro.
Yeah,
Oh,
see?
to each his own. People had different types of
Alright,
houses,
man. I'm gonna
bro.
stop playing, man. My
No, it was rich and poor Indians back then. It was rich and poor Indians just like it is today. I mean, poor Aboriginals. I'll say
Hey,
Aboriginals since we're talking about the color
did
word right
y'all
now.
wear moccasins in the longhouse?
Moccasins,
We had
yes.
rubber, but we had rubber though.
Hey,
We had
nah, but
rubber.
that
Yeah,
Remember?
moccasin shit.
motherfuckers was rocking
See, now
Jordans
that
and
ain't
gold
funny.
teeth.
See, it's not funny when we talk about moccasins,
Motherfucker
bro,
had
because you
gold
know it's
teeth back
tons of
then.
Aboriginal groups that wear moccasins, my nigga. That
Yeah.
ain't they shit.
so
Moccasins is
y'all
not they
so
shit.
y'all was wearing shoes made out of water snakes.
Hell no, they wasn't made out of water snakes.
Do you
They
Motherfucker
know?
were
Who
wear
making all the money
alligator
here.
off
shoes.
moccasins right
Do
now?
you
Who
No,
make
See
all the
that?
money off
See
moccasins?
that's the crazy part.
Clark.
Y'all don't even know what real moccasins is. Y'all think it's
you
that
can't say
old.
that that's real moccasins. That's what they told you.
I mean,
My grandma has moccasins. They don't
right,
look like what you're talking about, bro.
right. You
Cotton,
know,
fur, and pelt and shit don't look like that. But
no,
they
nigga,
have that same style. But they got the same style,
no,
bro.
no, nigga, they were snake skin
Yes,
shoes,
yes,
nigga.
yes,
They were
yes,
snake
yes.
skin
That
shoes.
shit that
Exactly.
you
We
that
been
shit
rocking
that you
snake
know,
skin
bro.
and
That's
alligator skins,
all
bro.
right.
All that. It's in our blood. The same shit we do today.
What you
Gold
mean?
teeth.
Why you think they call it
He don't know what a
moccasins? Because that was the
moccasin.
name of the damn snake they was using.
He don't know what a moccasin is,
Okay.
true. He don't know what the fuck a
They had
moccasin is.
toboggans. They had
Y'all think it's
hoodies. They had
that little shit that them damn Native Americans motherfucking Dutch
Yeah,
dancing
that's what
in
he
and shit
thinking
right
of.
now.
they
No,
had
not
do
that shit.
rags. They got all
They
types of
threw
shit,
that
bro.
name on that
You
bullshit.
just
That
fucked him
bullshit
up.
ain't no real moccasins.
They got
You just fucked him up
turbans.
with that, true. He was
Dictate.
thinking of the wallabies. That's what he was.
Like, nah, man. Moccasin is a snake. Snake
That's
skin
right.
shoes. Alligator skin shoes, bro. Like, man, like, nigga, we had hoodies over here.
It's a
Toboggans.
poisonous snake
The
too, nigga.
females was
Like
pressing their hair with like the natural lye and the shit out the ocean, like all that shit, like the same shit females do now. The long hair, they was straightening their hair with like heat and the steam out the hot springs, all that shit.
But they weren't permanent
Hey,
hair. That's why women are getting
where the hot
alopecia right now.
springs? Hey, where the hot springs in where does all the states where the Indians were had hot
No, they
springs
didn't
so they
have
could do
hot
their
Like
hair?
springs everywhere.
it was different tribes, like the females towards the
No,
Californians
bro.
and stuff like that, where you see hot springs,
Some people use alternatives of like hair straightening
And brother
products.
the
Like
right.
they would use
Brother
fucking
the
the
right.
buffalo.
same thing that they use in
Brother the right.
hair conking. Where do you think congaree comes from? That's the same word meaning in its origin for hair conking.
So they didn't have
So
the technology of fire yet. They had to find a hot spring to comb their
No,
hair.
no,
I'm
they
just
had
saying,
the
like,
technology of fire.
no, brother. I'm saying
Brother,
the
that's not that
females,
don't make any sense, bro.
the females
They
did self care like the same shit they do today, getting their hair, nails done and shit. These like that. Think about it. These settlers coming here, they seeing our females in their natural form. Think about it. They ain't going nowhere when they see that shit.
What is the
Bro,
Nigga,
they
we
natural
had
use
form?
locks.
fruits. They
What when you
use
say
fucking
natural
animal
form?
Have you ever
What do
seen a
fats.
you
They
beautiful
mean?
use
woman?
fucking
Have you ever seen a beautiful melanated woman just with her natural long ass hair, thick as hell, pretty as hell? Like, damn.
so it'd be that of a coarse horse.
No. It's females
That's nasty. That's nasty.
that grow naturally. It ain't no straight, ain't no
Hold
white
on,
woman.
that's what the description said though. Coarse horse though.
Of
It
course,
does say coarse
You
horse.
talk about Meg the Stallion.
not like, I mean, you seen it. I guess so, brother. Yeah, that could be a
he's
You know
description.
speaking
how
what the
you got
language is.
afros that's like curly. It's a type
Yeah.
two type curly afro. You got horses that got hair textured like
I'm thinking about it like a real natural pheno, not the $5 Cherokee, but a real melanated Cherokee woman. That description, what
$2
I'm saying.
Cherokee.
They saw
Hey,
that when they
what
came.
was this melanated woman living at?
they were living in
Virginia,
an
Fairfax,
environment like a
all
In
over.
a
canopy,
house,
Hold
bro.
on,
nigga.
Ling. Hold on. Let me hear this shit.
You had
What
them
you
all
say,
over the
bro?
United States, in the Virginias, what they call Virginia, what they call California. That's where our people was at.
And
What
they
they
were
call
by the hot springs combing their hair.
they probably was waterfalls. Oh, you think you
What
gotta have
was these combs made out of that they were combing their hair out of?
animal
Yeah.
bones, buffalo? They was putting animal fat in their hair. Like pomade. Combs made out of animal bones and shit.
They had copper combs.
Yeah, metals and stuff.
Wait a minute. You saying that they had the technology to make copper, but they were
Yeah.
using animal bones to comb their hair?
Bro, they was using animal bones to make a lot of stuff, like tools, combs, like this stuff found combs that was found made out of animal bones in different type of materials.
What bone did they use to make an afro pick out of?
Probably a buffalo. Whatever was available, some big enough bone.
Man, stop letting this nigga troll you, bro. Stop letting this
got it
nigga
for him though.
troll.
I got it for him though, cause I
He
got the
teaching Native American
research.
history.
That's like no
Hey, these
damn Native American
with
history. They
these
don't even
buffalo
need training.
bones,
He trying.
these buffalo bones.
Yeah, Buffalo was real prevalent in the U.S. back in the day. They went on a whole campaign killing the buffaloes. There was too many of them.
The Bears too.
And you
Yep.
got to think about it. We had a lot of trees when they first got here. A lot of our big trees or just our big forests have been cut down, but now they call it a national forest or something like that for the trees they really want to save because they need the oxygen too. We do need that oxygen.
Yeah, they don't let us go on them grounds too. Like there got to be some legislation passed. Well, because I think it's burial grounds on that shit. It got to be. It's something on that shit.
Man, they won't let y'all go to y'all aunt's sites. That what you saying?
Hey, did
Shit, I'm about to stop me from going no motherfucking well.
did did these long houses were they connected by roads or any type of infrastructure?
I think they was living in the mounds. In my opinion on it, I don't know about no long houses. I think motherfuckers were living in the
They
mounds.
were living in a mound.
That's what I think.
Well, and how did they get in and out of these mounds?
The same way
And
they
how?
built them, as they was building them, they was building like enclosures in them. The same way people like living in mound houses now. People living in them
A lot of these
earth
mounds was
houses.
made out of stone, bro. What you seeing today is overgrowth. Up under that shit is solid granite, solid stone, and shit like that. So
Yeah.
they let a lot of this overgrowth grow over the ones they couldn't fully destroy.
And how many people can live in a mound?
It wasn't necessarily a
Nigga,
mound. It wasn't necessarily a mound, bro. It was
I
like a
was asking. I
complex.
was asking.
it's a structure, and that shit becomes a mound because ain't shit there, my nigga. It's a mound,
Yeah.
I'm
nigga. Go
saying
look up
how
the
Yeah.
many
natural
people
history.
was it?
See
One
that
family
shit, bro.
per mound, or what? What was it?
Do you be really asking these questions, bro? Like
I'm
super
down
The
here in
legit,
nigga
bro?
said
Alabama.
he think they lived in mounds. Correct? I'm not making this shit up. He
Oh
said
wait,
No,
yeah, I
that.
get
I'm
it.
gonna tell
Never
you,
mind. I get
I
what you
visited the
saying now. I
mounds
get
here
what you
in Alabama.
saying. I get what you. Never mind. Hold on. I get what you saying.
I think he said pyramids. I think he said
I,
pyramids on top of the mounds.
They used to
No,
be
that ain't what he said. But
A
think
pyramid
again.
is a mound.
yeah,
yeah.
he basically said that structure, the structure that is the mound now. He's like that. Is that what you mean? They lived in, or do you really believe they lived in the mound? Which is
I
that?
believe what we see as a mound today, like the brother was saying, it's been so long desolate, stuff done grew over it. But when
Yeah.
they was living in them, those used to be livable structures with
You
Okay.
had you had
inside
different
So
you
how
had
many people
you
can live
nah
inside
man,
these
hold
livable
on, man.
structures?
Hold on. Let Truth
Let
explain it, nigga.
man,
Instead of
let's
asking
get
the
some
question, bro.
clarification,
Hold
bro.
on.
You feel me? I think we gotta get some clarification on this shit. You know, some of those was temples, some of those was for living purposes, and some of those was for burial purposes.
Yep.
Most of them was for
It's
burial
different. It's
purposes.
different. No, it
You
wasn't
say
no
most
most.
what?
It wasn't no most of them. They was all interconnected and shit.
Facts.
You get what I'm saying? So those ones that align with like the solar system and shit like that, those are gonna be your burial ones and shit.
Where
It's
those
it,
was
it's
located
it's
at?
it's astronomical meanings behind why these people is buried at these locations, and you had
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of other building structures surrounded. It's the same way like right now, you know, man. I get on the motherfucker. Now I go jump in the motherfucking car, nigga, and go 3 miles west, and I'm gonna ride past some motherfucking cemetery. The cemeteries was within the community and shit.
Yep.
Uh, where the mounds at in the United States that align with stars?
It's a lot of them. What the fuck, bro? Is you
Yeah,
serious?
where they at? I never
Oh
heard
my
It's
that.
some in
god,
Alabama.
bro.
Hey,
It's
bro,
some in
Robert Lee, you need to
Tennessee.
mute up,
Oh
bro. That
my
shit's
god,
I
bro.
ain't
he be
never
trying to be
listen.
funny or
You
something.
just
I
made
don't
me
know.
I ain't
scratch
never
my
heard.
It's
head,
some
bro.
in St.
That nigga
Louis.
be trying to be funny or
I
something. I don't
never
know.
heard that, nigga. I never heard that in my life.
Didn't he just explain that, bro? All a mound is a bunch of bro. It's like an actual structure, and now it's a bunch of shit all over it.
Well,
It's
you
just
ain't
a
gotta
fucking
tell me
structure,
what a
my nigga.
mound is.
No,
I just
nigga. So
asked where the
it's
damn
gonna be
mounds had a
structures that's
line with the
aligned with the
stars.
stars, bro. If you actually
Where
go
they
and
at?
look, bro, you will see.
I
Go
ain't, just tell
research
me
it.
where one of
Go,
them
no,
at.
nigga. You go research it, nigga.
Uh,
Go
uh,
research it, nigga.
uh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Shut up,
Go look up the
nigga.
mounds. Go look up the mounds, and then
I'm not
research that
doing that.
shit.
Listen, they
Yeah,
found a
you go step
mound.
by step. Go look up
Listen,
each mound, like the
Sis
snake mound,
found where
the
I'm
mounds
from,
all in
so you
Alabama, the
can't tell
mounds
me
in
about no
Florida, the
shit from
mounds in Cahokia. Just do that, bro.
I ain't
Take
got
your
to.
own time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Take your own time so you can see it for yourself and go research. Come on, Robert Lee. It's it. Cause your little dumbass questions is crazy.
I wasn't listening
All
to
they
you.
are is
all they
I
are
do
is
want
I
to
just
wouldn't
piggyback
believe
off
you or your
truth.
mama, nigga.
What
So
Truth said
hush the
about
mouth, nigga.
everything's connected. Iroquois actually means snake. So it's, when you say Iroquois, you're saying snake
mm,
people. So all of these
Nigga,
places are connected.
when you say Iroquois, who you talking about? Who say Iroquois?
Wh- When you say Iroquois, like that's a Native or American Indian name. So it's really snake people. Iroquois actually means snake people, and most of the people here will call the snake people are the natives.
the
So all
serpent
these
people.
snake mounds, yeah, the
call the
serpent people.
people the serpent people. It's part of
Right. So
this.
everything, we're all the serpent people here, basically.
I ain't no serpent people.
Yes, you is. You just
That
don't know it.
that's just
Yes,
your
you are. Yeah.
electricity
Look at your
pumping through
spine,
you.
nigga.
We knew
Look at
how
your
to,
spine, my nigga.
yeah. It's your spine. It's nothing to do with like a real snake. It's your spine. That's what they're calling the electric snake, basically.
Is that
We
the
pump the best.
Kundalini? Are you talking
So who
about the
got the
Here we
Kundalini?
Kundalini?
go, nigga. Yes, the Kundalini, nigga.
So who got
Robert
the
Lee, you need to
Iroquois,
get
nigga?
your Kundalini cleaned out.
Yo,
Hey,
back.
what y'all say? Iroquois? Who be talking like that? Saying Iroquois. Y'all call yourself that?
What?
Iroquois.
No, I ain't no fucking Iroquois. I'm from Mississippi.
That was who
He
you
don't even
talking about.
No,
understand, bro.
no, no.
From
And the
Specific
Mississippians
region.
Mississippi.
were called the Negus too, because remember the bottom half of Mississippi was called the West Indies
Hey,
for a long time.
what was the Texans called?
Robert Lee just
The
lost. What y'all
Texans.
out of compass?
No, I ain't lost. I know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to see what he talking about. He was talking about the Iroquois. So I want to know more
I'm
about
just saying that
called
all
himself
the
the
way up to
Iroquois.
the
Potatoes out of
Iroquois.
copper.
I was just going back to
And
what
how
Truth was
far do
saying.
the
Everything's
Iroquois
connected.
go down? How far did they go down?
What
If they go, how
Well,
far they go?
the Iroquois were part of the Algonquin tribe, which stretched all the way down to Virginia. So that's how King James and Powhatan gotten into business, and he was able to start the other ones going further up north from Virginia up. So that's why you had the
Oh,
Hudson Bay
so how
Company,
how
and
how did the people in Texas, the Indians in Texas, become the snake people too?
because we were already over there. Basically, they're all the natives. All the black people were the natives, pretty much in America as a compiled people, or the Americans, the rulers of rulers. That's
Back,
what the
same exact
real
people.
word American. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
You
no, I was
said the
agreeing with you,
ruler of the ruler.
telling him it's the same exact people. I don't know why he's confused.
You said
Ain't
the
the
rulers of the
same
rulers.
people, but they the
Pull my
same.
screen up right quick.
Yeah, they ain't the same, but they the
so no
same. You know, so when you stay in New York for a long time, you ain't the same as me from the South no more. Really, you are, but you ain't. But we the same still.
so tell me the
Like
name
Truth, my
Right.
cousin, he goes
tell
up to
me
Chicago. Go ahead.
the
Truth, my
names of
cousin
some of the
too.
tribes. Some of the Iroquois tribes.
I'm just saying the Iroquois were also called the Rome. They were like Romans. That's what they were referred to as also, and they also dressed the same way as the Romans. So that's why it's almost like
What,
they're
what,
doubling up things.
Would you provide that source that shows us that they dress like the Romans?
Or acting like the Romans also. Well, actually, my computer is down right now. Otherwise, I would have jumped on with my computer. But I don't have the source on me. But you can probably type in Iroquois, referred to as Roman.
Tell me the name of some of the tribe names of the Iroquois.
Well, the Iroquois is a tribe, but then they had six other nations that teamed with them. That's how you got the Iroquois Confederation, or the
Hmm.
like my boy Cosmo be talking about the Owaspy people.
No, the
So
Owaspи ain't part of the. No. The Owaspi ain't part of
What was
I
the
ain't
the
never heard no
governmental
Waspy
system
tribe.
of the
yeah.
Iroquois?
what'd you
The
say now?
Owaspi ain't part. The Owaspi ain't part of the
What was the
Iroquois.
governmental system of the Iroquois?
Shoot, I think it was the Law of Peace or something like that. The Law of Peace. That's where the whole United States built their a whole setup from. The Iroquois Confederation up north. So that was the Hudson Bay,
True for
Virginia
that now.
Company and the Massachusetts Company banging together to form the United States. These are all black Indians, really, if you think about it, that
They ain't the
started the
black
United
Indians.
States.
I
Well,
don't think they black Indians.
And these people lived in long houses and wrote constitutions.
yeah, no, they never lived in longhouses. I'm gonna tell you that right now. These were some rich people. Trust me, they were making money off of the goods on the land.
What did they
Once the
live
fir-
in? How were they
Name
living?
another tribe. Name another tribe.
Shut up, Robert Lee.
Man, fuck you,
What
bro.
were they living in? These rich
Tunica.
people.
They were living in all types of housing setup, depending on where you actually lived at. Like on the beach, they wouldn't have like a nice brick house right there on the beach. They built according to their area. So more inland, you had bigger houses, castles, large dwellings, multi cities. Like when they ran into Powhatan, so to speak, they said that he had like 60,000 people with him.
So he said they had a city of 60,000 people and they all lived in mounds.
No, they did definitely didn't live in Mounds when they ran into it. Mounds was just part of the setup. It was an energy bringer, if anything, lightning strikes, and they're able to hold that lightning in and use the lightning for other things. So the pyramids were
Right.
used for something, and they were
So they knew where
most
the
of them were
lightning
covered
would
in
strike.
copper.
So you saying that they knew where
What?
the lightning would strike?
Well, you don't know where the lightning is going to strike, but you can definitely, if a storm happens, if you have an antenna on top of a pyramid, or if you cover it in copper, like they did most of their pyramids, it does take that energy from the lightning, and it can convert it into electricity.
Oh, okay. Cool. These cities. What type of buildings was in these cities that they had?
Definitely some major monuments. You had to if you got that many people in certain areas. That was just in Virginia when they ran into Powhatan. They had many different little tribes under the Powhatan tribe by itself, but overall, he was part of the Algonquin, just like the Iroquois were.
Name me.
So all over
Tell me
America,
another
or
tribe.
what we know today as the United States, they only had like one city. What were the other niggas doing all across the country from California to fucking Florida?
They were living their
What did
life.
they?
What I'm saying is, you know, that
How were they living
we
their life?
came.
That's what I'm asking. What was
Everybody
their
lived
life
different,
like?
but with the
Give us a
same.
picture of the life of an Indian back in the day.
Well, as an
Tell me the most
Aboriginal, we
main
lived
ones.
off the land. Yeah, we just lived off the land as an Aboriginal, and we had so much time back then. You built whatever you thought was going to be great, and you had chiefdoms or kingdoms or
Uh-huh.
empires. Like the
Right.
Algonquin had an empire, the
Uh-huh.
Mississippians had an empire, and the
What did
Algonquins
these
are just a
empires
sect.
look like? Describe one of these empires, please.
Okay, let's say Cahokia. That was an empire right there, just in that little area. They had their own little setup of tribes, their own confederation.
The
And
Floridians.
then the Floridians. You got like again, these are all different Mississippian tribes. So even in
Pick
Cahokia,
pick
Yep, they all
one
Mississippians.
pick one tribe and describe the empire, please. Just one empire.
the Algonquin. So the Algonquin covered Canada, the
What's
New
up,
York
language?
area, Nova Scotia, all the way down to Virginia. And these people dressed well. They did fur trade, so they were exporting goods.
What
They
did
were
they
taking things
clothes
to
look
Russia.
like? You say they dressed well. I want some description. What were they clothes made out of?
These people were wearing chinchillas back then. How you
Yeah,
think New York
pelts.
got so fresh? These niggas been dressing fresh since way back
A
when. Timberland
chinchilla is an
boots,
outer
all.
coat. What were they shirts and pants and dresses made out of? Chinchilla?
Well, it gets very cold up in the Canadian area, in the New
Right.
York area. So
Right.
yeah,
They
they
don't
just
just
had.
wear coats in New York. They have clothes under their coat. What were they
Oh yeah,
clothes
yeah.
like?
Just like we're dressing now, they had jeans back then. They had pants back then. So and women wore tights. It's nothing different from what we wear today. We just
So
keep
they was
changing up the fit.
Exactly, just
producing
modernized.
denim. Wait,
We
wait,
wear
wait,
now
hold
just
on, Auto.
modernized.
'Cause you want some of this too. What were they producing denim at to make these jeans in these long
The
houses
South,
or wigwams?
South.
Well, probably in factories. So you went to work just like you would like in today's time. Nothing has changed.
Was these
Even when
factories
you
under mounds or what? Where were these
no, the
factories
mounds
built?
were wherever the land was. That wasn't a mound, of course, because the mound was the big city. When you saw the mounds and the pyramids and everything, that was like the big city. That's like city hall type stuff. That's where you go to hear the chief speak to the whole community. They didn't have cell phones, so you got to go somewhere to hear the chief speak.
What was the building called where the chief was speaking, and how did it look, and what was it made out of?
I'm not too sure what the actual place where the chief would speak because it was probably different per chiefdom. Again, these are all Mississippians, but they all probably called it something different. That's how you got French. That's how you got Spanish. That's how you got Latin. That's how you got English, all being spoken in America because all these different tribes on different parts of the American land did come up with different ways to pronounce one language. You got to think about it. Spanish is spelled
Hey,
with
brother,
English words.
focus, brother. Just tell me about this building where the chief was speaking.
Oh, I'm not too sure of the actual name of that, but I'm pretty sure that you had to have a town meeting or
Did,
the
did you
actual
do you
chief
have
had
a
to go somewhere to
description of
speak.
the building?
No, I actually don't because they had so many buildings back then, and we don't really have no really good actual photos, of course, or artwork of what I can say that it actually looked like that without it being a sketch.
Oh, and this denim
And the
that they
only
were producing, what was it made out of?
definitely cotton. We had wool too because we had sheep, so we could blend the two, no problem. So that was never a problem here. We had the cotton here.
Ah,
The
shit, you
world's
was wearing
richest cotton
cotton
came from
blends?
Mississippi, right?
Wait,
Shit.
hemp as well. Hemp as well. We made hemp
Hemp.
jeans.
We were making clothes out of hemp. You're absolutely correct. So we've been doing punchos here. Punchos was something we
So
did
they
way
had
back when. They
sewing
have
machines. They had sewing machines, or were they doing all this by hand?
oh, this is definitely all by hand. I mean, like I said, when you have like no modern day technology like we have now, you have time to go do things. You can't sit around on your ass and do nothing all day and watch the sun go round. Not back in those days. You were an inventor.
Were there any agriculture to support these cities, or were they hunter gatherers?
Oh no, no. Just like shoot, I ain't going out to hunt right now. I don't give a damn what nobody say. I'm going to the grocery store. So you have families that didn't want to go out there and hunt. You gonna do something else. You gonna go pick some fruit. I ain't going out there to kill shit. I'm going to get some fruit off the tree before I have to go kill an animal to eat. So you had two different sides of the coin though.
So you had vegetarians and meat eaters.
Absolutely. Nothing has changed over the years, man. Like just like you have it today. I mean, because we're people. You're not gonna.
So
Everybody's
why
not
you
gonna
don't
go the
live in
same way.
long houses
We've always had free will,
and
bro. Always had free will.
why are we not living in
Always.
long houses and shit like that?
Because we as we grew smarter, we grew more modernized, and as other people came in as well too, they did also have ideas as well too. So we'll never
Oh,
go
so
back to
you
living in
saying that you are
longhouses.
smarter than than your ancient ancestors? You saying you smarter than those people?
I can't say that we're smarter than them because I really don't know the essence of the word smart in that sense because we're only as smart as time allows us to stay alive.
Oh, okay. Y'all got it. This has been interesting.
Yeah, but I think that we did have pyramid cities like down in Mexico. They found them with the light on. So just like those cities actually look that are untouched, I'm pretty sure that's how we look. I can't actually prove it, but Cahokia is something just sort of like that that they found with the light on down in, of course, Mexico or you know the little peninsula part of Mexico. They're still finding uncovered full cities, a bunch of different pyramids that were livable. They were like apartments. And I'm assuming that they built the triangle top roofing just to make sure the rain went off a different way. And they built things on mounds to make sure they had a ditch so that they can dump stuff in the water down below. So a pyramid was also an elevation level. So each pyramid step was a different place of people living. You went up again, different place of people living as well too. So that way, when it rained, the water fell down a certain way and went into the trenches that they dug around also. So yeah. I really think that we put a lot of work into it, and that's why they're trying to hide what we can actually do. If we knew what we could do, and they just said it, we would do it. Yeah, but I do want to throw the conversation somewhere else. I do want to talk about how I think that the Algonquin were the first French-speaking people, also going down the middle of America, from Canada, going all the way down to Louisiana, all the way down to Haiti. I do believe that these people are the same people, the middle part of Canada, again, going all the way down the whole Algonquin area. Those people were just traveling back and forth down the Mississippi, going all the way down to Mexico and back.
No, what you're saying is a
All the way.
fact. Each region has a specific language that I believe, like you just said, they're the originators of, like the
Yeah, the
Spanish,
middle. Yep.
French,
Go ahead.
all of that.
So the West Coast and most of South America would be the Spanish Empire, which spoke the first Spanish language or Latin,
Facts.
and
Facts.
then the middle, all the way down to Haiti, spoke French, which would have been the Canadian French speak that still
Facts.
speak French to this day,
We
all
go
the
the
way down to
Acadians.
Louisiana, the
Acadians, which are
Acadians,
Canadians.
all the way down to Haiti, which still speak French as well to this day. And then on the far east side, you got New England or Great Britain that was speaking English the whole time. That's why the people in the South speak English like no problem. We got so many different dialects in the South of just this one English language or American language because we've been
Because
speaking it here in the South.
and people would question, what about Portuguese? Portuguese is like almost like a, I wouldn't say bastardized, but it's less,
It's
it's
Spanish.
less of a, it's a, yeah, it's Spanish. It's Spanish and French and shit. It's like,
There's Spanish and French and a little Swahili somewhere up in there,
yes,
you know. But
that's the
yeah, but
Portuguese.
it's all. Yeah, but that came from Brazil. Those people speak more Portuguese languages spoken in Brazil than actual
It's
Portugal
way more
itself, or anywhere
complex.
else.
It's way more complex in Brazil. They damn near can't even understand
Exactly.
them because it's way more complex. Even Haitian French is way more complex than the French that you find over there. This is what people don't understand.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. We are the home to the languages because if you look at old maps, it tells you that if you ever pull up an old map of like 1500s and say who's the ruling territories, it colors the maps for you to show you that hey, the whole west side was ruled by Spain. But then you look over there at Spain, you see Spain is just a speck on the map.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to put into also conceptualization how big is Spain actually in real time with one of our states here. So are you telling me that Texas got taken over by Rhode Island? Basically,
Yeah,
is what we're trying to say.
and shout out to Root. Root. Now that's one thing that Root always
What?
says. He's
Wait
like,
a minute.
look at
What you
Portugal.
say? Texas
Wait, wait, wait,
got
wait,
taken
wait,
over
wait.
by Rhode
By
Island?
something, by something that's the size of Rhode Island, brother. That's what he's saying. By something that's the size of Rhode Island. That's
Who
just like
did?
what he was.
Wait a
Huh?
minute. Wait a minute. Repeat that.
Go
Now I
ahead,
was
brother.
just saying,
Repeat
like, if we put into perspective of what they're saying, like the Spanish Empire is only like, if you look at the
tiny.
Spanish Empire, it's very tiny over there. The Spanish Empire was only in Iberia, and it only took up a little corner in Iberia. So you're saying that that little corner in Iberia built ships had enough soldiers to come over here to big ass Brazil and the islands and take it all over that already
It,
spoke Spanish? Because
it,
again, I can prove that Taino spoke Spanish before they even got
yep,
here speaking
yep.
Spanish.
Airwalk is damn near Spanish, bro. Like it's damn near Spanish, but it was already here. So
Exactly.
yeah. They don't
No,
know.
y'all was
So
saying
what they
something happened in Texas and
Because
somebody
he
took over
just
something.
explained to you, bro, Spain, bro. Like how Spain is hella
Spain?
tiny. How Spain is hella tiny. How is it that Spain's tiny ass was able to take over something the size of Texas? No matter what they tell you, bro, think about the size of Texas and how many people's in Texas. Think about how many people are actually in Spain. No matter what they're telling you, that little tiny ass area, those amount of people will never amount to the same amount of people that's in Texas. You got that large
But
ass mass
so he
amount.
said that Spanish people from Spain came to America and took over. Is that what he's saying?
No, that's the story we're told.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the story we're told, and it don't even make sense at all. Zero, none. Don't even make
yeah,
sense if
think
you really
about it.
sit back and look at it. Go ahead, absolutely. My bad, brother.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at it like how many trees did Iberia actually have on it to cut down to make a bunch of ships to get indentured servants over here, as well as soldiers to fight in the war, to take over our land. That's impossible. Iberia didn't have really great shipbuilders over there like that. No matter what they say, and again, Portugal is only like one tiny little port over there. That's one port in all of Iberia that they're saying came over here and conquered us. This is all from two different ports, Lisbon and the Portuguese port in Portugal. That's two ports that they're saying came over here and colonized us. That's totally impossible. Just thinking about the numbers that they're saying they're doing to come over here with the amount of people that came over here with, and then they say they stopped by Africa on the way as well too. So you didn't even get the Africans to help you build the ship. So y'all built the ship yourself, and y'all ain't tired enough. No, you drove down to Africa on the damn boat, and then flew across the Atlantic Ocean. That's so totally impossible. That could never happen in a gazillion years. Yeah, I was just trying to get down to the facts of how Portugal couldn't have came over here in ships to take over the entire South America because that's what it looks like they did.
The peace, y'all. Peace, y'all. You know, I was in and out on the phone, but Tyron had put some things on the board that I want to ask him questions on. But based on what you said, if you actually look up Portugal on the ancestry.com and you just type it in as a just as a place, you'll find it in many different places in South America. Um, the one thing that the brother had up there that was doing that little slide, um, there was one thing that this one guy had was coming over here talking about what the people was wearing when he was talking about they they naked except for what they wear around their body and how they wear the tail and all that stuff. That's in 1524. Right. Everybody's on this 1592 and it's 14 something type of slave narrative. But that guy that was talking, he was a scout. He was coming over here looking at the people and seeing how they was living, what they was wearing, so on and so forth. So that means the people in America were still undisturbed. So Portugal coming over here from a small island, which is really subject to France and Spain on both sides, how can they come over here and do any type of major, atrocities or any type of takeover during that time? It couldn't have happened. Now, if you're talking about Brazil, right? If you actually listen to the Brazilians talk, it is a admixture of different dialects or the combination. Now, the one thing I know, even in my my belief in the Pan African thing and all that type of shit, was that all of these so-called European nations or people that came over here assimilated into the Central and South American uh, people. That's what they all said. Like they used to always say North America, like the Dutch and the British and all that stuff, didn't assimilate with the tongue and all that stuff, and that's where the narrative got switched. But they said in South America, anything south of North America, they said it was an absolute complete amalgamation of them into the customs and traditions of the people in South America, and that's including Central America as well, which was mostly a part of North America at a specific time. So that narrative cannot be even. I'm not saying it can't be discussed, but it can't be given any type of credibility.
And that's what we call pseudoscience. And when you stand on that pseudoscience, you spew out pseudoscience philosophy. So they start philosophizing all over the place.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get back to that 1524. That dude was a scout, just like James Adair, who they put his picture up there, which was a brother. He sat there for 40 years, got along and everything, and he pretty much his whole book is a full description of the people here in America. And that was in where? That was in the 1800s. So the people were still undisturbed. Of course, I'm a throw the 12-6 curveball because you guys are looking at it still from a. I mean, it's all good. We still, I mean, we all do it sometimes. We still got that narrative in us, whether we want to fight it, whether we want to say it's against or not, because people slip up and say certain words and terms that are applying to that narrative. But
Yeah, when
James,
I sting their ass with this whip, they ain't gonna talk about it no more when I get through beating them.
I mean, and at a specific point in time, that's what it's got to be. And but if you actually read the documents, if you read the books, if you read the things and go in detail and step out of that narrative, you'll actually see the picture of what he was talking about. James Adair was sitting there. He married in and all that. I mean, he damn near he fell in love while he was here on scout. So I'm just saying.
And I do want to just backhand that whole ship story because in order to get here, you need transportation. So you need a ship. And again, most of the ships were being built in America and
Right.
then being sailed over there. Just like the fake Clotilda. That was a fake ship that said it went to Africa, but really it didn't because the guy built it in Mobile, Alabama. So it was built out of wood in Alabama. So how you sail from Alabama to Africa. You got to think about it. He sailed from the interior of the Gulf Coast to Africa. You don't even know where Africa is, motherfucker. You got a schooner boat that you need somebody to actually still paddle the boat to get to Africa as well too. Is another thing they're not telling you. It wasn't a steamboat. So you pretty much built a big ass canoe talking about you about to go to Africa. And mind you, we had people protecting the seas back then. They wasn't letting people in because they would catch you and kill you.
Yeah,
And
that's
that
the
was
thing.
black sailors.
Wait a
My
minute.
bad.
What were they in when they were protecting the seas?
They had their own schooners. If you look it up, man, you know there's islands before you get to the mainland America,
What
all
type
around
of
America.
vessel? What type of
Schooners,
vessel?
a
What's
schooner,
a what? What is that?
a schooner,
Um,
schooner, a schooner, or you can say schooner. I'll say schooner. It's a schooner. You can pronounce it. But if you look up the ships that were being made back then, America had the most shipyards. Even at the beginning of the slave trade, we were making more ships here than they were making overseas.
Yeah, those are the ports or the forts. Yeah.
Yeah, because we had all the wood here. Remember, even Noah's Ark needed our wood, even in the Bible. That's only in Florida that wood at that specific time.
have
And
you
again,
accepted
if the Bible,
Jesus Christ? Have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
ooh, and when I find his ass, I got something to tell his ass too.
Damn.
You got a lot of money
I'm
out there
gonna
on
pray
him,
for
didn't
you, brother.
you? Yeah. And
Hilarious.
yeah, he got a lot of money out of all of us, baby. You know, I'm trying to get all my mamas and grandmamas' money back, baby. Fuck that. But I
And
would
when
say
you see
this.
that motherfucker about it,
But see, here's the thing, right? The wars that was happening along in the like the 1600s was all done in maritime. It was all done in the seas. They couldn't come into the interior. That's why most of those wars that you see that was happening or those battles that was happening was all done on the exterior of the land on the East Coast, on the Northeast Coast, into the mid East Coast. If you actually look up the map, you would actually can see that's where it was going on. It never happened in the interior. And I'm gonna keep repeating that. If you look at the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, it happened in one location.
Hey, ton, I think some of these niggas got some Native American in them.
They might.
they might, like Lee Lee said, they call them the Chinese because remember the Native American is really the Chino, and that's when the
Well,
United
let me
States signed the
rephrase
treaty
that.
with Spanish.
Let me rephrase that. Y'all got some Hollywood Indian in you,
Hey, you funny,
Yeah, but
living
but I
in
do want to say,
teepees and wearing moccasins and hunting buffalo and making combs out of buffalo bones. Yeah, I'm gonna catch you fucking Hollywood Indians and I'm gonna beat you with this slave whip.
the when the British when the Europeans had came over here, what the whole thing that these battles have been about is to transfer wealth and take away our commerce in our trades in our system and everything that was going on. You can actually go back and look. And I pulled it up one time about what was going on in terms of the what they called the West Indies, and it was all about slavery and about commerce and trade. They was trying to get over. They was trying to get over here and trying to influence the trade, and they needed people here to help them out. See, this is where South America, you know, is one of the main culprits in this situation because they couldn't come into North America. They couldn't do it. They had to go around and work their way in. You talking about the Alamo? You talking about all these different wars that was going around in California and so on and so forth. You know, the Alamo was the last thing. That's why they loved the Alamo because they was able to take Mexico from Texas. And they was able to do that and manipulate that situation in a way where it became a stalemate. But that was that last stronghold. But they couldn't do it through North America. It couldn't happen. You know what I'm saying? They had to go around south and then work their way back, work their way up into North America. But and then 1865, that Civil War and then the Reconstruction, that was the beginning of the end right there. And
And I don't think it was a real civil war. I really think that again, these indentured servants, they started bringing a lot of indentured servants over here to help out with the plantation work. Again, because I just don't think that our family wanted us to work so hard. So we did hire indentured servants, maybe one or two per job or something like that. But like you said, in South America,
Nah, we
Blanca
had a
Minto
whole
was running.
plantation. My people had
man,
a
it
whole
was
plantation.
whole plantations, brother. It was whole plantations. It
Yeah,
ain't
yeah.
what you
Now,
think it was. It ain't what you think it was on that level. See, you still going with the narrative. You know what I'm saying? There were certain people that ruled with a strong hand, like Superman said his family did. There was other people that was more diplomatic and cool with it. But the
A
thing
ton
is,
people
that shit
did
had
too.
happened.
He fell in love with a slave girl.
I mean, we had a lot. We had a lot. I ain't gonna even front. We had a lot.
no, no, and I truly believe that the white people were the indentured servants. So, and again, they had an uproar. I really believe this is where this all started at. And again, and some of the black people helped them uproar because some of the black people had babies with some of the white girls. So, in turn, they have to help out their white family as
A
well too
ton.
now. So,
I mean,
I think
but
that's
you
how
when you think
America
about it though,
fell.
but here's the thing: whether the Civil War was done on paper or done with guns and killing, it happened. You got to accept it as it happened. All you got to figure out is how it happened, what was the outcome, what was the slip. I mean, this is where we got to get it. It happened. We just don't know how it happened and what in what form, but it did happen because we now can
It would
see.
definitely happen. It just didn't happen with African slaves.
Hey,
But
hey, could
we still
anybody?
talking about this black shit. So it happened.
Right, a ton. Can anybody look up how many people died in the Civil War?
Yeah, I can look that up. Let's see here.
And again, I'm still calling anything written before the 1756, when the universal history took place. I'm calling it a farce. I'm saying that they're writing things back in time before 1756. I mean, 1790 is when the universal history started taking place, where they started rewriting everything to make it one history.
They
That was the
saying
beginning of the United States.
they saying 618,222. That's what they saying on both sides total. On both sides total.
Like a little bit over a half a million people died.
Yeah,
How many colonists came in
I don't know.
at that time?
At that
Hold up, and
time
what
during the
year was
Civil
the
War,
Civil War?
Say again.
1862. That's when it started. I don't know how many colonists at that time. I mean, I don't know.
I'm just
I mean, if
saying,
you
if
like
half a
four,
million people died,
four, yeah, four. Portuguese, French, Spanish, British, four.
right? That's what I'm saying. So these was niggas fighting niggas.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. The Portuguese, Spanish, the Portuguese were black people. That's what I'm saying. These are niggas fighting
Wait,
niggas.
nigga. I'm saying these are Americans fighting Americans.
Yeah, but they putting these foreign names on these Americans in the war names. When you look it up, they're saying that it's the Portuguese fighting, the
That
British
that
fighting, and the
don't
French
throw a
fighting,
red
but that's not.
that don't throw a red flag to you.
Yeah, it couldn't
Oh,
happen.
yeah,
Couldn't
exactly,
have happened. It couldn't have happened that way because if you're having a civil war, that means it's within, it's internal.
exactly. So they're putting the
Right.
European titles on the actual Indian War.
Do you know that they had to train pale faces how to ride horses and shit to fight?
Yeah,
They didn't
and
know how to
shoot,
ride
and
fucking
shoot,
horses.
and
Right.
shoot. Mhm.
They were
So how
called the
they show up
cowhands.
with these
And fight.
how, how they show up with these guns and shit and take America?
That's why I say it had to be an uproar from within. They came here as indentured servants, and over that by
Who
1862, the
is
Civil War,
I'm gonna
they
beat you
uproared.
with this whip? How in the fuck did they these indentured servants turn into soldiers?
We trained them, like you said, man. We trained them. We definitely trained them. Uh,
I'm gonna do a
and
quick
again, they
sidebar
became.
real quick. I'm gonna do a quick
Yeah.
sidebar before this goddamn thing kick me out of here like it normally do about this time. So that picture I put up there, right? I found this picture. I got underneath. I said, "Do you know who this is?" Right now, I think we all in the ages. You know, we was born in the '70s and late '60s or whatever. Do you guys know who that is? That's Bob Lanier.
What picture you talking about, Ethan?
That picture on my avatar I put up there. That picture
Oh
I put
yeah,
up on
yeah,
my.
yeah, yeah.
That's Bob. That's Bob Lanier.
And
Remember,
who was Bob Lanier? Give us
remember
some
Bob.
background.
Remember Bob Lanier played in the NBA back in the day. He played against Wilt and all them.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's Bob Lanier. He received the award from his Indian tribe. I found that interesting. I just thought I'd put it up there. You know, Tyron, he just gets so excited. Young man, he gets so excited. Bless his heart. You know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
just let them get it. I just let them
Yeah,
have it.
he'll figure it out. I'm so glad I had about 10 phone calls and shit. I was talking on the phone. And I came back, he was talking still. But he did beat Shot Son up. I like that part. He ran him off. But yeah, that's Bob Lanier. Yeah. I couldn't put the whole caption. It had a whole caption at the bottom where it was saying he was accepting the award, you know what I'm saying, from his Indian tribe.
Now,
Found that
was he
interesting.
from Louisiana or somewhere?
I don't know. I gotta look at the thing. I just found that thing. I just said, let me put this up here. But let me see real
It
quick.
does seem like more
Let
so
me
the
go back to my
Louisiana
pictures.
and it
I'm gonna
seems
go.
like the Louisiana and uh, I would say the south part of Alabama. They both wear the headdresses like that, especially with the Mardi Gras. I think Mardi Gras probably started in Alabama first. I'm not too sure. But yeah, they wear their headdress a lot during their parade.
Where that? Where that? Where that? Where is it at? There you go. All right. So this is says Bob Lanier with his tribal headgear, a gift. Seneca of it. He's Seneca.
Yeah,
Wow.
but according to some of the narratives that the niggas that the Mardi Gras Indians are dressing like that to pay homage to the natives that they blended with.
Yeah, I heard that story, but they don't know which native they blended with to do that. Because what natives were actually there were some natives in Spanish territory now. There were, and they were the Chinos. But chinos didn't come over here like that. If they came over as an indentured servant, they couldn't do their culture like that. So those are Neanderthalian babies. They saying they got that culture from. That's incorrect. That's wrong history again.
They're assimilated into our culture.
Exactly. We didn't let them do their culture like that. That's why they did a coup d'état. They wanted to live the way they wanted to live. They broke away from their old country, from famine, not having food, didn't know how to go take a shit and what to wipe their ass with. Like so, when they got here, we this is really the Moorish place right here that we actually civilized them. So that's why I say the Moorish story is a farce, and they actually were brought here, and we civilized them here.
Uh-huh.
And if the Roman buildings over there look like the buildings down in Mexico, which they do, then guess what? We went over there and probably helped out over there to civilize them there before we brought them over here. Maybe we had some stuff set up over there where we had them working also. Because we did need chimney sweepers. They did have paupers over there, especially where the cold weather was. Back in the day, you needed a chimney sweeper. And that's why those white kids would get put in the chimney and come out looking black, like dirt, like soot. That was all in the up north areas, especially Canada. So they always had to have some indentured servants to slide down those 3 inch wide chimneys or 3 feet wide chimneys to clean it. Because they didn't have no mechanism for it. They had a human for it.
Yeah, so that's
The
New
little
York.
orphan kids.
Yeah, so
Well,
that's
the
Saint.
orphan kids were everywhere.
Yeah, Saint Bonaventure. Saint Bonaventure. That's in New York. That's in Buffalo, New York. So yeah, the Senecas are in New York. Yep, because you got Seneca Park and all that. Yeah, that's all New York. Yep. So that's where Bob's from.
Is that the one that was turned into Central Park?
Yeah, that was Seneca Park was turned into Central Park. That was a whole yeah, that was a whole Indian town at a certain point in time. Yep. See, and you know Senegal, right? You know Senegal, West Africa. You know that's the root of that is Seneca.
Mm,
Yeah. Yep.
yeah.
And
Quick
remember,
shot.
the American remember Copper, the American colonization society. That's where a lot of that stuff originated from in New York, in those
Oh,
areas up there. Yeah, when they was moving people out to Liberia and Sierra Leone and West Africa.
mhm.
That's what that was. It was creating plantations out there. So
Wasn't that also the Nova Scotians?
Hey,
I don't know. I don't know.
and what he said is facts about Senegal because it came from Seneca. The Senegal is Seneca. And what is Seneca? Seneca, Seneca,
Yeah,
same shit.
same shit. Z and S interchangeable. Yep.
And that again just proves that we were leaving here and setting up ports.
Facts. Portugal.
Yep. The Port of
Exactly.
Gaul.
They even said the Muskogee and the Vikings both had locks. So and as well as the Phoenicians, even though they
Etruscan.
had red hair,
Yep.
Etruscans
Etruscan.
also had the locks. And the Etruscans were the ones they said actually became the Romans, really.
Yeah.
And again,
Facts.
Iroquois are convenient. Go ahead.
The Vikings were the Danes, right? They were actually called the Six Kings.
The
The
kings of
V
the
and
sea.
the V and the I is really six, and
Could you look it up and see if the Vikings had locks?
yeah, they did. They had locks. They had locks. I can confirm that. Yeah,
But
they had
brother,
locks.
how old are you?
Who me?
Yeah,
I'm 41.
41. When you were growing up, how many people in your community did you see wearing dreadlocks?
It was more so Afro back then, or yeah, Afro. We had the Afro, or yeah, Afro.
No. Listen to the
Now,
question, brother. How many people do you remember seeing in your community wearing locks?
you know what? Not in my community in Mississippi. It was more so the older people had Jerry curls. The young people had the nappy ass hair.
So none, zero.
It's zilch.
Okay, then cool. Y'all got it.
And that's because of what was going on in the modern times. They were pushing new products on your hair for a while back then. By the time 30s and 40s hit, they were trying to maneuver the black man into different realms as well. So he was laying his hair down like Sammy Davis Jr., doing their hair like
Sammy
Elvis
David Jr.
Presley
had a
actually did.
perm, brother.
Ultra
You
perm.
see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So
I
they
know.
started
Okay,
changing up
okay.
their
Look, well,
hair.
let me ask you this. Have you found any photos in any of your family albums?
Yes, the
Anyone
Nanticoke, the
wearing
Nanticoke,
locks?
sir. Yes, the
Let- let-
Nanticoke in the early
I'm
1920s.
asking this man about his personal family photos. Does he find anyone in those photos wearing locks?
None, but long wavy
Oh,
hair,
okay,
yes.
cool. Y'all got it.
You won't find your family wearing braids, but we know braids are a part of our culture. Like he said, it wasn't been accepted
Brother,
at a
I
point
had
at a point
braids
in
as
time.
a kid. My hair was long as fuck when I was a kid. Niggas been wearing braids since I can find photos in my family photo album with niggas wearing braids. No
I
locks.
oh no, I can find photos of my cousin wearing locks in 1970, bro. My
Right. But
cousin wearing locks in
your cousin
1975,
your cousin
76.
was not from the mainland.
Yes, he is. He's from the
And he was
South.
wearing locks in the
Yes,
70s.
yes,
Was he
yes.
the only one wearing locks?
I'm not sure. I wasn't here around that time, but I know he got photos of him wearing dreadlocks.
You got it, brother.
Yeah, I just think it became unaccepted, and we were moving with the times of what was being projected on the people in masses as time grew on, especially in the 1900s when they started changing up our titles. That kind of that strips you of your naturalness as well too when you're trying to move with the new in crowd of things. Since we're no longer in charge of how the Aboriginal makes his own laws, we're having the United States start making our laws really in the 1900s. That's really when they started making
Could
laws.
any one of y'all find me some photos of niggas in the 1920s, the roaring 20s, when America's off the chain? Find me a nigga wearing dreadlocks anywhere.
Nah, you won't be able to find that though. You really won't. Because by that time we were already starting to assimilate and unassimilate, so nobody was actually still in their culture in the 1900s at all.
Assimilate to
Exactly.
whom? Who were we assimilating to?
Well, the United States culture, because they were expanding their businesses in different communities, and a lot of people wanted to go see what the cities were like. So a lot of people were leaving the country, and once you leave the country and go try to assimilate with the United States city section of the landmass, then you have to adapt to their doings. You have to become
So
part
you
of the
saying
United
that
States.
you saying that country folk were wearing locks until they moved into the city and assimilated?
I mean, I can't actually prove it. I don't have anybody with locks in my family dating back or even way back that
Who
I have
who
pictures
who
of.
built these cities that they were moving to assimilate?
Well, shoot, the Indians built it, of course, for the Aboriginals, along with some of the white people. They were also on site building as well too. So it wasn't really a separation of sometimes on who built the newer built
And what
buildings in the
pale
1900s.
faces and where was these pale faces from that came over here that knew how to build cities?
No, well, actually, they were working under us as apprentices first.
Yep.
that's how
So
they
we
learned the
built the
game.
cities, left the country, cut off our dreadlocks, and the niggas that came behind us did the same to assimilate.
I'm just saying dreadlocks is a
Make
little
it
bit
make
New way
sense,
of
older in
brother.
our
life, bro.
culture.
Brother, make it make sense.
It became the new way
Okay,
of life to be an aristocrat.
well,
Nigga,
well dreads
dreadlocks
is a
was
little bit
not
older.
worn in America. I'ma say it and I'ma say it and I'ma stand on it. And any nigga try to disprove it, disprove it. Dreadlocks was not part of our culture. We were clean, cut. We
So
had
have you
haircuts,
ever seen
hot
have you
combs.
ever
The Bonaparte
have you
murals.
ever seen the Maya murals? Yeah, the Bonaparte murals.
Man, listen, brother. I'm not from no fucking
Bro,
Maya.
Mayans are literally connected to Cahokia, bro. If you say that
Brother,
that's not the same
I'm
people,
not
you smoking
Mayan.
crack.
I'm a
You're
Texan.
smoking crack. You're smoking crack now. You don't know the history. You don't know
Show
the culture.
me the
You don't know the
niggas in
culture if you're saying we're
America
not Mayans at
before
all.
modern times
They were literally
wearing
traveling. They
dreadlocks.
were literally traveling from Cahokia down into the Yucatan Peninsula. They got
And
information
if
on
you
this, bro. That's fucking
So
insane.
wait.
That shit you just saying, bro.
Walk with me. Walk with me. Since if they came up with their culture and their hairstyles, when did it go away?
We already told you once we started
Tell me
changing
again,
our
please.
culture. We're not even gonna say assimilated because we started changing and shifting over the culture.
Nigga, you just
For
want your
what reason?
hairstyle to be
For what
accepted and to
reason?
be
I don't
ancient.
know.
It is not.
It is ancient, bro. It's all over the walls. It's
But it's not
figurines
ancient
have
to the
dreadlocks.
mainland America. We
I
never
bet you I can
wore
prove
that
it. The
shit.
Muskogee had locks too. I can prove it. The
Yes,
Muskogee had
Prove it.
locks. The
Prove it.
Muskogee.
Show me.
you can look
You
look
got
it
to
up.
show me.
I can't share the screen. And if I click off the screen, it shuts down. It shuts me down.
Put
I'll
the
be
link
kicked
in the
out.
back. Put the link in the back.
Oh, I can't even do that because if I click off my phone anyway, it just shuts down my screen for some odd reason.
Yeah, I'm saying niggas wasn't wearing dreadlocks up until
Exactly.
modern
Salute,
times.
salute. Papua. Like Papua said. What about Whoopi Goldberg? Where'd she get that from?
Nigga, did you see Whoopi Goldberg when she was younger?
What about
She
it?
didn't grow up wearing dreadlocks.
Oh, but I'm saying where she get it from.
Same place you
She
got
wasn't
it from,
inspired
nigga.
by the
The
Rastafarians, bro.
islands.
Nope, she's not
Same
inspired by
place
that,
Lil
bro.
Wayne got it from. The
She not
islands.
inspired
Niggas
by that
out
shit,
west.
bro. You keep saying
Niggas
we all
out west
inspired by
wear
that, bro, but we
plaits
don't even
and
be around them,
braids.
bro.
Niggas
Yeah,
out west, A-Ton.
the niggas in
A-Ton.
California, bro. I'm in California right
A-Ton.
now.
The
I'm in
niggas
Cali.
in
I'm in
California.
California right now. You asked Nathan.
Right.
I'm in Cali right now.
Right. Right. Now, nigga, you 12. A-Ton. When you were growing up, did niggas wear dreads? Or were they just braiding their hair?
They were just wearing cornrows for the most part.
Now, I made a statement that is modern. That is not ancient to America, where we
So
live
Yeah,
absolutely
today.
nobody
it's
had locks
it's
in the
Where
'90s.
we live today, what we call
no,
the
they had locks
United
in the '90s.
States.
My sophomore basketball coach had locks. Coach Daniels, he had locks, man. He
Right.
used to smoke
In the
big weed.
90s.
We didn't even know that nigga was smoking big weed. We was wondering what that nigga smelled like.
Right. That's what I'm saying, nigga. That was a Jamaican culture. Only
It's
niggas that
not a
Right
gravitated
Jamaican
to
there.
that
culture.
shit.
It's just a culture, bro. It's a culture that's
Bro,
surrounding
that
America,
is
bro.
not
But specific,
American.
yes, bro. What you're not understanding is we have subcultures that's all in America, bro.
Bro, you
Yes, it's a
talking to
fact.
niggas that's older than you. And
That shit
nobody
don't
got
matter, bro.
any
Cause
history
I
with that
like
shit.
how you travel to Africa. That's fine, bro. But I've been all around the United States, all around,
Me too. I've been
bro.
to damn
And
near
I've
all 50
seen
states.
tons of motherfucking people with dreadlocks that ain't never even been around
Today,
Rastafarians, bro. They ain't
Auto,
never been around
that's only
Rastafarians. I
today.
know people that don't even
Today,
be
yes. You're
watching
gonna
TV and
see it
shit like that, and they
today.
got locks, bro. It's something that's
You,
culturally in you, bro. You find people.
no,
Hold
it
on. You
is not.
find
It ain't in
people.
my
You
culture,
find
nigga.
people in Papua New
It wasn't
Guinea,
in my culture,
Bougainville,
nigga.
Vanuatu,
My
Papai
grandmother thought
Island.
that was
You find them in the
gross.
Tahitian island. You find them in Rapa Nui. You can find the
Listen to me,
Gritos with
brother.
dreadlocks. You
Brother,
find fucking
brother,
Indonesian
brother,
American
brother,
Aboriginal tribes with
brother.
locks. Bro, what are you
brother.
talking about? No, you're
You a
not making sense.
motherfucking
You're not
lie.
making no
Hold on. Can
sense.
Show
I
me.
interject? Hold on. Can I read you
You're
guys something quickly,
finding
please? Welcome, everybody. Thank you for having me. I mean, thank you. But here, look, it says the term dreadlocks has roots in both cultural and historical contexts. The style originated in various ancient cultures around the world, from
thank you.
Egypt to India, and was later popularized by Rastafarians in Jamaica. For Rastafarians, the locks are a religious expression of spiritual strength and connection to the natural world. The dread part of the name likely came from early British colonizers and missionaries in Jamaica who viewed the Rastafarians' appearance and lifestyle as intimidating or, quote, dreadful. This hairstyle thus became known as dreadlocks, symbolizing both resilience and spiritual resilience. Okay, Sorry,
Yeah.
resistance and spiritual resistance.
The
That's a
only
good.
thing we got proof of is that it's everywhere. The rest of that shit is bullshit though. But it being
Yeah.
everywhere, yes, that's a fact because you still see it today.
Hold
It
up.
was not
Let
Who
me
everywhere.
ask
has
a
access
question.
to a
Let
computer
me
to look
let
up
me
did the Muskogee have drip locks?
let me ask a question. Nobody. Let me ask a question. Has anybody looked at the back of the Olmec head on the statues? You ever looked at the back of them? Them is
It's a
cornrows.
braid or a lock.
No,
It's a
it's a
braid.
braid.
They're not the same, brother. Braids and locks are not the same.
That's Them is because some people braids. have different types of hair, right?
Okay, so
Braids
you
and
got a
Them
locks
is
are
statue.
not
We
the
got,
braids.
same.
They're not
but you
locks.
got
They're
a
braids.
statue saying braids, but then you got the
It
Bonaparte
could be
mural
considered,
saying
but
locks.
see, it could be considered the same thing. You see what I'm saying? But
Yeah, but they not.
historically, those yeah, exactly. But if you're talking about like the locks that people have them like we have a lot today, most of those times people did that. Those were those seafarers. That's why I said those Vikings, they wore locks because they couldn't comb their hair, they couldn't do that. They was on the seas, so they used to tie it up, and they used to have them locks, them dreadlocks. How you look? Yeah, that was just out of necessity. They didn't have to worry about grooming or anything like that. Your warrior class, your seafarers, most of them people wore their locks like that. Those are the people.
Right,
But the
right.
Muskogee
That's
was
what
the
I'm saying.
mainland. Muskogee was
No,
mainland
nigga, on
Georgia,
the
like
mainland,
Indians.
niggas comb they head.
Man, cats had afros, man. They used to have
Yeah, and he's
cornrows.
saying,
They had cornrows, but
but he's
it was the
saying that
same thing. It was the same thing though. It was the same thing though, Otto.
No, because
It,
just like you said, they did it out of necessity to groom themselves. Niggas on the mainland didn't have that necessity to do that.
you know
So
yeah,
they
when
ancient
cats went
changed
to
their
Aztec
war,
name.
priests, ancient
yeah, when
Aztec
cats went to
priests wore
war, go
dreadlocks
ahead.
as well. It has to do with wisdom in that culture specifically.
Right. The
I'm just
Nazarites.
saying that
Okay.
is not American nigga culture. And I'm standing
That
on
makes
it.
no sense that you're saying it's not when I already explained that you find other aboriginals, various
Nigga, your
aboriginals with
explanation
dreadlocks.
don't make sense.
It
They're
don't make
saying
Your
sense to
it's
you.
not the way it
Slow,
explanation
is.
don't make sense
slow,
because we can't listen, Otto. We can't
slow.
find nowhere in our photo albums niggas wearing locks. Nowhere.
It's for connection to the natural, to nature, and a
I don't give
spiritual
a fuck
connection.
what is the connection to, nigga. We civilized. We groomed ourselves constantly. So you telling me we went from wearing dreadlocks to wearing perms and hairstyles and
People
fancy
still
hats and shit?
that's a cultural thing. It depends on what you
Exactly.
what
And
time
I'm
of day.
saying it's not American
And
culture.
locks can be upkept very well, bro. I hope you know that.
It doesn't mean it's all dirty and shit too. People can clean it.
Yeah,
It's all clean.
I know
Okay,
people with locks that their hair cleaner than yours for sure.
but what we can say is the white folks didn't give it to us. I know that much.
Hell no.
They didn't give us the perms and the afros and the fades and you know what I'm saying. The little
That's what I'm saying,
tail
nigga. We was
nuts.
groomed.
Yeah,
We was
yeah.
Now
wearing
the perms,
three-piece
I
suits.
don't know. They didn't
We
give it
we
to us
were
the
wearing
perms, but I believe
three-piece suits. Nigga,
perms
dreadlocks do
because
not
they didn't
go
like
with
their
a
hair.
three-piece suit.
Hey, look.
Driving around in a fancy car with a fucking
Cause
dog
you ever
hat
seen them?
on.
Hey,
You
look.
ever seen
Otto.
them ads
Uh,
back in the day? It was
hey,
niggas making them ads talking about make your hair better. What you mean make my hair better?
hey, look. Otto.
Soul glow.
See, that's a part of commerce, right? Where they was selling something, but it was our people that did that. Now, if you actually go back, right, I got a archaeological book of pictures. And if you ever see those ancient Assyrians and how their hair is, they got finger waves and shit. You ever see those pictures of those ancient Assyrians and them Sumerians got finger waves? They got finger waves. You know, we used to wear them finger waves back in the day. You know, I don't know how old y'all are, but I don't know if y'all remember finger waves, but you
Oh yeah,
know,
oh yeah.
yeah.
And the
Especially in
biggest
Mississippi.
thing this nigga not realizing, we the most innovative people. We not gonna have just one thing and be one set way. The
Hold
reason why
on.
shit's like that
Find me
now is because we all
somebody
wait,
that's
damn,
older
let me
than
finish my fucking
70
sentence, nigga. Damn, nigga, let me
that
finish my
has
sentence.
pictures
Bro,
of
you
their
gotta stop
families
cutting people
wearing
off, bro. You gotta stop
dreadlocks.
cutting people off because don't nobody wanna hear what you're saying, bro. Damn. That shit is crazy. And like I was saying, still right now to this day, we all have our own will. We all do shit how we want to do it. So everybody wasn't rocking the same, bro. Just because you're not finding photos don't mean the shit wasn't happening. You find the shit on the walls. You find it on figurines, which is remnants of our fucking ancestors. We left this shit for a reason, bro. You may not live that way today, but tons of us still do. And you find the aboriginals all around the world who still live in that way. That's just not what you're doing, bro.
That's a good point. And if you guys trace back where these beauty standards, makeup, different hairstyles, and all that shit came from, it comes from something called
Nigga,
Azazel.
y'all getting off the point. The
If you
point
go deep,
is,
it goes back to
can't
something called
nobody
Azazel. If you want to
document.
know where it comes from.
There is no documentation of it. You're just saying something. We got family
Look up
photos going back
Azazel.
100 years. We have family photos going back 100 years. No one's wearing dreads.
I'm
They're
saying
wearing
this is
hats,
ancient. This is ancient
cornrows,
fucking
and shit
nowhere to
like that.
demon
The
and
same shit we
Azazel.
doing now.
I dealt with this shit. Look it up, man. Educate yourself when it comes to that. This is where it comes from, bro. Eyeliner, it started with that, really.
Dispute
I do want to throw a
the
sidebar in.
If we could get an
I
image,
do want
we
to
could
dispute
say
do it
that.
right
the
now. We could do this right now with
dispute
an
the
image.
fact that no one can find photos of their family wearing dreads 100 years ago. We still eating cornbread, but we ain't combing our hair the same.
You can find people with braids way before 100, way before 3,000
Braids
years
and
ago.
dreads are not the same, sir. Braids can be taken down for new growth and rebraided. Dreads cannot.
All right, but people
You
have
can
different
unravel the
appetites and
locks.
shit.
You can unravel it.
And yeah, people can. You know what I mean?
Brother, y'all keep talking about what can be done. Show me that it was done. Anybody.
I got to say, you win on this one. We don't
Show
have
me.
actual photos. Probably nobody on this panel has actual photos of anybody in their family with locks within the last 100 years. That's when the United States was really taking off. So, of course, we were
That,
definitely all in the United States realm at that time. We just now getting back to our Aboriginal roots.
I told the brother, go look up the Nanticoke. It's a Nanticoke from Virginia. You could see his hair cut, and you see in the front of his head, he has locks. Like he had just cut his
do
locks off, but
anybody
he had
know?
dreadlocks at the front of his head. So it's like, bro, why you cut your locks off?
Does anybody remember a lady
Probably
named
trying to be
Mary
accepted.
I'll say
C.J.
if you want to play
Walker?
with semantics and shit, what are braids
Yeah, the lady with the
and
perm.
dreadlocks? What if braids and locks and all that fall under the same category of hair that's intertwined together in different bunches?
No, nigga. Braids is different.
I
Y'all
know it's
can't make them
different,
the
but I'm saying
same.
it's the same
Y'all
category.
cannot make them the same.
Bro, it's like your
They are
it's
different.
like
They are
your left
different.
foot. Okay, but it's like your left foot and your right foot is different. It's still a foot.
No, nigga. They take different care. You do not take care of braids like you take care of dreadlocks.
They are different,
Yeah,
man. It's
you
like a
roll
three. It's
locks.
like a
It
You
three
is a
roll
strand.
locks.
different. It is
You
a
do.
totally
It's three
different
strands.
process, and it's a
It's
totally
three,
different
and it's
style.
three strands when you braid in hair,
What's the
and then with locks.
similarity between them
With
though? Okay,
locks,
it's both
you just
hair.
come. You
It's
combine the
supposed to be
hair, brother. You combine it, and you just let it
combined hair
sit. And
Nigga,
intertwined.
when I was growing up, little girls got their hair braided and they got the little beads. and they used to shake that shit around.
It
And
is
then
similar though.
next week or next month, they would get a whole different braiding style.
Rebraided. Yeah, just
idea
like a
behind it, though.
retwist. Just like a retwist. That's just like a retwist, bro. Same thing.
No, nigga. Cornrows are close to your head.
It's the same technique, bro. You're
Dreads
not
hang off of
realizing
your
that.
head. That's a different style.
It's a different style, but you use the same technique. You're retwisting and rebraiding the hair, brother.
You
And
cannot
it's all
retwist
strands.
cornrows.
You have 2 strands, you got 3 strands, brother. You need to learn our culture, sir.
Hold on. Absolute.
Yes, sir.
You echo. All right, y'all go ahead.
You cannot retwist cornrows. You must take them down and redo them.
We know that's true, but what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
It is a different style. It takes a different care.
No, we understand that.
So why are you trying to equate them to the same?
And actually, you can retwist dreads constantly. You can just keep retwisting them. Your shit will stay looking nice and fresh. So, what are you talking about?
Right, but you can't do that with cornrows.
Yeah, you got to take it down and rebraid it. That's fine, but it's still strands of hair that you're combining. That's why I said you need to
So one
learn
month you can
what's
be
going
wearing an
on. What
afro,
it is, sir.
and the next
Why you
month you can be
braiding? Why are
wearing
you locking it up?
cornrows.
But I'm saying, why are you braiding and why are you locking? What is braiding and what is locking? When you braid and weave things, what are you doing?
Auto,
And when you
auto,
lock things, what are you doing? It's the same process,
auto,
except one
auto,
is a
auto,
damn near permanent. You're locking it.
auto,
It's permanent. It's
auto,
locked.
auto,
One, you're
auto,
braiding, you're weaving, you're putting it together,
auto,
you're combining it, sir.
auto,
Like super, bro. This shit is crazy.
auto,
It's fucking basic
auto.
logic, and you can't understand this
One
stuff.
month
Super,
you can
you're a
have an
little slow,
afro.
brother.
The
You're a little
next
slow.
month you can have cornrows. And the
Just like you
following
have
month you can
dreads.
go back to an afro.
You know, you
You
can take your
cannot do
locks
that
down
with
as well, right?
dreads.
You can't actually take your locks down.
They will not lock then, sir.
You said what?
They won't lock if you keep taking them down.
That ain't true. I know people that know how to take them down without even pulling the hair out. You got to know the techniques because you got to know the hair, bro. You got to know this shit, bro. My sister,
Yeah, I got
like, that's
Indian
all she
hair. My
did.
shit won't lock
Hold on. My
anyway.
sister, my mom, my aunt, my cousins, all they did was hair. So I know a lot about hair, brother. Trying to tell you, it's a part of our culture, bro. And the shit you
Although
saying
my
ain't
grandmother
right,
was a
bro. I sat there and
beautician.
watched them dread and I watched them braid, and it's actually very
She used to
similar
press
when
hair
it comes
for a
to
living.
braiding and locking. It's just one, you're doing a permanent lock, and one, you're
And she's
braiding and
been doing
weaving.
that since 1930. No, 24, 30. She's been pressing hair since the 40s, and she's never locked anyone's hair. She's a licensed beautician. My grandmother. That's what she did for a living. No one came to her for locks.
You in Texas though, right? Texas people don't really wear locks like that. Now they are. California, they was wearing locks before
Exactly.
Texas.
Now that's something
Yeah,
new.
but like I said, now, for instance, California,
But
New
y'all
York,
trying
and
to
the
tie
South.
that into our culture.
No,
That's
but
that's new.
California, the deep
That's not
South, and New
old.
York was actually wearing it. Texas was on that westernized, being Western, trying to be cowboys and shit, bro. So
Trying to be, nigga, we are.
you get what the
We the
hell I'm saying.
original cowboys. And you can't
The whole
ride no
West,
horse
the
with
whole
no
West.
fucking dreadlocks hanging down your back.
Exactly. But that
It's
that was the
hard to wear a
subculture.
cowboy
That
hat
was the
with a whole bunch
subculture
of
that y'all was
dreadlocks on your
choosing.
head.
Hey, but look, that's the subculture that
Dreadlocks
y'all
and
was choosing.
cowboy hats don't go together when you
That's the
really trying to do
subculture.
some work.
That is
You
the
can wear that
subculture.
shit down the street, but if
Oh,
you riding
okay,
a horse
super.
and working
Oh,
with
okay,
cattle,
you're ranting.
I don't
You're
see
ranting.
how that shit
You're
work.
ranting. You're ranting. That is the subculture that you guys chose to. That's what y'all chose to do. That's how y'all chose to live. That's the lifestyle y'all wanted. So that's what y'all
But
did.
Otto,
We have free
y'all
will in
trying to
America.
take something back in time. Y'all can't do that, brother.
We're
Because
freemen. Freemen, brother.
when
Free.
the Pan
Free.
Africans do it
Do what you
or
want.
the Pale Face do it, y'all all on their ass. But then y'all think y'all can do it? Come on, bro.
What is it that we're doing, Super?
Y'all trying to make something ancient that you just started doing today.
Bruh, it's proof of it. There's proof everywhere.
Show me.
You're saying you're
Because if
not
y'all
seeing
trying to go by
photos.
these
You're not
history
seeing
books,
photos
but
in the
they not
past
lining up
78
what we
years.
got at home in the photo
What
album.
photos? Hey, what photo
That's
albums
what
you
I'm
got of
saying,
people?
brother.
What
Brother.
photo albums do you
The
have of
stories
people in
that we get at home is
1870?
the truth.
Wait. What photo album do you have of people in the 1800s? You don't have none, Super. You have zero. None in the 1700s either. None in the 1600s either. You have some in recent time of the ancestors, or not even the ancestors, because ancestors are supposed to really be the people like your great
You're gonna
grandparents, your
kill
great
your
great.
own argument, brother. You're killing
No,
your
I'm
own
not.
argument.
I'm not killing my argument at all. I'm literally explaining to you that you
So if
only have
there's no
photos
photos
very,
of niggas
very
wearing dreads
extremely
in the
recent.
ancient
We've
times,
already
how
changed.
are you saying that they
Okay,
did it?
look, we've explained that the climate changed. The way people started living
Climate
changed.
change,
They
man.
were no
You
longer
got it.
living in
Yeah,
their
we did. We did.
unincorporated
You right.
towns.
You did.
They started
We got
they
you
started to
won. You
live
got
on
it,
a
bro.
we should be
You
equal.
got it.
Everybody
You
should be
got it.
equal.
You have
Like what
it.
do you
Bro,
that's why we
listen,
started cutting
Otto,
our
you
hair
got
and
it. Otto,
dressing and
you
being
have it.
all the same and being
Otto, you
uniform, brother.
won.
Yeah, that
You won,
uniform way
Otto.
is not the way of the
You
American. The
won. You
Americans are
won,
free
bro.
man.
You
They have
won.
the free will, brother. They do what they want. That's what American is. You have free will to do as you please. That's not what we've been doing. We've been running uniforms, sir. Everything's the same. It's not supposed to be. It's not how Americans are. That's why you have the West Tech and the Mayans and the Olmec. Even though these are the same people, they were just all so different.
Yeah, I don't disagree with it being ancient, but I mean I ain't gonna lie, although it's gonna be kind of hard to prove that in the US. I mean in America's they don't even really depict that in movies or anything, man. I just don't really remember niggas wearing dreads like in the 1920s and shit like that. In the
But that's
America.
what the depictions is the imagery they're giving to you. That's what they're giving to you. So of course you're not gonna find that. It's a lot of shit right now that's hidden that we're not finding. You
But
got to
they've been
uncover stuff,
psyoping the
and
fuck
this
out
is
of
why when you
everybody.
uncovered it, you finding it all over the walls and on your figurines and stuff. You should realize that that got to be your culture. Just like we were saying with braids, for a long ass period of time, we were not wearing braids in America because it was not uniform. But all you got to do is go to the Wangunk statue, in Massachusetts, of the American Indian Wangunk. What I mean, Connecticut. My bad, Connecticut. What does that? What does that statue have on its head? Braids, cornrows. These are all ancient things, but they're trying to make us
We
get away
just
from our
established
culture.
that
They try,
cornrows and braids are not dreads, sir. They're not the
well,
same
even with
thing.
braids though, you don't find photos. You don't find photos of your ancestors wearing braids, bro. You don't.
So why are
Maybe
you still
for
trying to
the
eat? Why are you still trying to make them the same thing? When you see cornrows, you can't say dreads. You got to
but
say
I explained
cornrows.
you're not finding a mass amount of people wearing braids either. You're not.
But
We're doing
when you do find them, they're cornrows. They're not dreads.
that's fine, but why are you not finding that in
But
the 1920s and
brother, you
1930s and
can't make when you see
Are you not understanding
cornrows,
what
you
I'm
can't
saying?
make those dreads.
I'm not saying they are. I keep explaining. I'm not
Well,
saying
then
that.
stop
But why
bringing up
are you not
statues with
finding people with
cornrows and
braids,
saying that
bro?
they're
It's all
dreads.
Copper. Do you get what I'm saying? Because if you sitting up saying
Do
that you're
you
not
get what
finding
I'm
people
saying?
with locks in 1930s, but then you're saying, well, we had braids, but you're not finding people with braids in the 1930s, that kills your argument.
What? What? I got pictures of my great aunts as children with braids in their hair and plaits hanging off the side of their head. They not dreaded up. They look shiny and full of grease.
You're saying you have photos of the so-called cornrows that are like all the way back You
Nigga,
have
you just
proto.
brought up a statue, an ancient statue with cornrows, and you telling me that we wasn't
Yeah,
doing it?
just like we got ancient statues of people with locks, bro. You got ancient
Where? Where are
murals,
these ancient
ancient murals.
statues of locks? Where? Where are they?
We've already explained to you. In
No,
Chiapas,
nigga, you trying to equate
Campeche,
cornrows with locks. They're not the
Chiapas,
same.
Campeche. You find this, and once you start
Bro,
digging deep,
you
you
can
start
keep
realizing
saying
and
that,
figuring out
and,
this
and
shit. Man,
every time you bring up a statue
bro,
or a picture,
America's all one land with fake borders,
those
brother.
are
So let's
braids,
just say
brother.
you said
Those are
it's not
platinum.
in America. The main, bro, that is the mainland. Mexico is the mainland. What are y'all talking about? That's all one land. Central America is North America. It's all one land. It is. They've been telling you it's not, but it is. South America's even America. It's all one fucking land. Is it not?
Bro, that's island culture because it was
That's
started
not
like
island culture.
Aton by
Not
by
island culture. This is why
sailors.
you find it. This is why you find it in
It,
Belize,
that's why
in
you find it more prevalent
Mexico,
in Jamaica than you do
Guatemala.
on the mainland.
Like, what are you, bro? The people in Belize, Guatemala, all those places wear locks as well. It's not just the Caribbean islands.
Right. And where are they located in proximity to the ocean?
They're in Central America.
What?
Belize is Central America.
What did you just say?
Central America. Yeah, I know. I understand that. You're saying it's close to the water. I understand that. That's fine. It's all the same people, though.
But it's a seafarer's culture.
For instance, you know all those
It's an
Jamaicans.
island culture.
Where the fuck did Jamaicans even get that shit from, bro?
The
Do you not
boats,
know that the
man.
Jamaicans are Pequot? Wait, hold on. So maybe that's where that culture went. You took a bunch of niggas that was Pequot from the east and sent their ass down to the
Brother, I
land.
don't know nothing
Maybe
about
that's
none
where
of
a lot
that.
of the dreadhead
I
people
don't
went.
even be arguing those points.
No, it's a fact though. I mean, I'm saying you got to start thinking about this shit. Was it the people that didn't want to assimilate and be just like everybody else? Is them the motherfuckers that they was like, all right, look, you should go work over here. Go work over here in Jamaica. You should go work in Liberia. You should go work in Sierra Leone. You know, it'd be better for you. Was those the people? Is that maybe the reason why you can't find dreadlocks in certain culture? Because it's been taken from this land with the people? You know, kind of like how they have cassava in West Africa
I
because it
guess
was
it
taken from
probably like
America.
yeah, back then it would be conformity, right? No one's gonna hire you, because you know. But nowadays it's different, so people are able to express their culture more openly. You
Yep,
know, what I mean, I'm from Toronto. It's the most culturally diverse place in the world where I'm at.
exactly.
So you see all types of
I
people from
was
everywhere
back to
imaginable,
the mighty, mighty
and they
white boy
all
that stopped y'all from wearing
yeah.
y'all hairstyles again, huh?
No, it's not. We probably. I don't want to say the word on YouTube because you know. But yeah, it's not a white person. I'll tell you that. Well, I guess he. Yeah.
Man, go ahead and talk, man. Go ahead and talk. It's open forum,
Well, I
man.
guess you can call him
Speak your
white. Yeah,
mind.
I guess you can call him white. Whatever. It starts with a J.
Yeah, don't abbreviate. Say what you got to say.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not trying to blame one type of people, but it's beyond that. Those are the people. There's a hierarchy to it. Beyond that, it's a spiritual fucking war. Beyond that, it's the shaitan, whatever you want to call it, the opposer. Or you can just, if you want to boil it down, it's Satanism, and it could be any religion and people from anywhere, really. But it's like, uh, it's pretty much egoism. It's serving the self. You know what I mean? It's all
We
about
we
me, me,
we
me,
we
serving the self.
we are
Yeah,
we are we are a diverse people. That's what we are. We're very diverse in what we do. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. Okay. So Otto got kicked out. Yeah, that was good. That was a good exchange, though. All I know is that shit. When my mom didn't want to get my hair cut, she used to braid my shit up. When I was a child, they wouldn't even cut my hair. I mean, when we was young, we didn't get our hair cut. They used to put it in an afro or braid it. That's all we had. I remember one time they tried to put a Jerry curl in my shit. That shit didn't even take. That shit didn't even take. I was like, they was trying to put that shit. I ain't want that shit. I was like, I don't want no damn Jerry curl.
Good.
Like shit. Y'all remember that S curl though? We put that S curl in it, slick it up. I mean, shit.
Nah, bro,
Man,
I
we
just
did all kind of shit.
nah, I really care about the hair that much. You know what I mean? As a man, I don't know why you care that much. You know, just fucking shave the shit off, or you know, wear your hair whatever way you like. If it's for some cultural reason, whatever. For me personally, I don't want to have to deal with all that. You know what I mean? It's just easier just to
But
shave that
see, but
off. I'm
see,
not a
see,
bitch.
but see, but
You know what I'm
see, but
saying?
that's the thing. See, but that's the thing, right? See, you come from a different stock. See, just because we want to look fly and we had what we had, that's what we grew up on. It ain't about being a bitch or nothing. You see a bitch, you slap one. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
no, no,
about.
I'm not saying no, no. I'm saying it's for cultural. It's for that.
Okay,
That's a culture, right? That's. But I'm saying for me,
that's our culture, though.
yeah, for me it's just easier, right? I don't want to have to deal with all that. You know, I guess it's lazy in that way, but
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. That's what the locks is about. That's what dreadlocks and all that stuff. You know, you in a certain place. Anybody, any of us, if we don't do nothing with our hair, we can wash it, do everything. We don't trim it. We don't do nothing. It's gonna lock up. It's gonna lock up naturally. You know. So it is what it is. But it's about culture. See, we talking about culture here. We're not talking about what a bitch is, what a man is, and this all that. We talking about culture.
so you know, like the Hasidic Jews, you know, the guys with the top, like the little hat and everything. What are those little? They're not locks or braids. They have like you know this little curl thing coming down from their head. I wonder what's that called. Oh, is that another version of what we're talking about?
I don't know. I ain't never asked them. I ain't never asked them why they wear that curly thing on the side of their face. I don't know why they do that. I ain't never asked them. Never even have a qualified question or a conversation with them
Yeah, same.
about that.
I don't think they tell you or talk to you either way.
You know, my question to them will be, why the hell y'all wear black suits and a top hat in 100-degree weather? That would be my question to
They
them.
don't use electricity on one day. They walk around.
I'm of the thought that they wear that black suit in 100-degree weather because that's the only way they can generate heat to their body. That's my thing.
They're like reptiles or something. They're cold. They do
I ain't say all that.
cold blooded. They didn't generate it.
I
I,
mean,
I
but you
have
know when
hot
you put a
hands. You
black
know me.
black
I
t-shirt on, right? When you put black on, right, and it hits and the sun hits that shit generate a lot of heat. It's hot. But why most time our people when it's hot we put on white because it reflects the sun. You see what I'm saying? Because we already generating heat. That's why we can kick it in the shade. You feel me? We don't need to be sitting out tanning and all that stuff. We generate that heat naturally, whether
I
it's
got
cold,
hot hands, bro. I'm hot
whether it's
blooded.
hot, whether it's cold, whether it's hot. We generate heat. Why is that? You ever ask yourself the question, why is that?
Thermodynamics.
I don't think you have. You know, you can
Yeah,
speculate.
it's thermodynamics. You just speculate. It's the energy, though. It's an electromagnetic energy, apparently, from my research.
Oh, okay, yeah, we can speculate. but
That's speculation.
you got it. Oh, okay. All right. I get it.
Yeah, I can't conform or deny it.
Right.
It's that energy. You got that energy. So, that's what they're trying to suppress. That's what all this shit is all about. Trying to suppress what everybody actually has. Every human really has it. That's the mind. Every brain looks the same either way. You poke somebody, yeah, they're gonna bleed red.
Yeah, I think that's a common thing. Now, let me ask you a question because I hear you talking. What you talking? I mean, what is your approach? You know what I'm saying to the situations that it is right now, what we got going on in our
Right.
lifetime. What you
Don't get
see?
caught up. Don't get caught up on one way of thinking. Look at everything from multiple angles, minimum 12 different angles for every situation, and then use pattern recognition, your own intuition, your own common sense, and beyond common sense, like your gut, and move along like that. And like always learn, always never stay stagnant, move forward, build, network, deal with your shit, take care of business. That's
How
that's what I.
how you how you feel? How you feel about America?
Well, I can't really. I don't live there. I never have. Right? I'm Canadian.
Oh,
I'm from Toronto, so I
okay.
can't really talk on somewhere I've never been at. But I'm pretty sure North America is all the same. Pretty much everywhere is all the same in a way.
Okay,
It's just
so
slightly different.
let me ask you this question. From the outside looking in, how do you feel about America? Or let me not even feel. So you can't have a feeling. What do you think
About
about
America,
America
like
from the
what the
outside looking in?
about the government, about the people, about what
I said America.
in general.
That's it encapsulated every aspect of it, every
In
nook and
general.
cranny. Yeah.
Oh, but they're the bullies of the world, pretty much. Going around fucking around like crazy, and they made everybody a slave there, pretty much, just like over here. But over here, they do it with a smile and a handshake. Over there in America, will just slap you in the head. They don't really give a fuck.
Now, do you consider the United States government equal or considered to be America?
No,
Okay,
no.
tell
I
me
think
why.
I think Americans are great people because they make it's called a government for a reason. If you break down the etymology, it literally means mind control to control the mind. So just like any other government, you're going to manipulate and psyop the fuck out of the people. I think the majority, just like any, I could say this throughout the entire world, the majority of people are good people. They're just fucking misguided and forced under duress to fucking, create certain situations and move a certain way. It's like
Okay.
bad parents, it's like Big Daddy, right, or Big Brother. It's like, yeah, bad parents create bad children.
So what you're saying is you consider the United States government Papa?
Yeah, and then you have a bunch of little children after.
Okay, tell me why you think the United States government is considered to be the American people's father.
Again, I don't know, try not paying your taxes. You don't want the IRS coming after you, yeah, you're done. You might as well go shoot someone in the head.
Okay, I'm gonna accept that from you because you on the outside looking in, right? All right,
Like I
so
said, I'm not qualified to tell you because I don't live there. I've never been there. I'm speculating.
yeah, exactly. On the outside looking in, you know what I'm saying? You're not in the interior, so you giving your perspective based on what you see and what you hear.
I was saying the great people, and you guys have a lot of rights as one of the freest countries in the world still, even with this nonsense. And don't let them take your fucking guns away. If that happens, the world's over, technically.
So, if it's one of the freest countries in the world, then why are you calling the United States government our father?
Because they manipulated. Go look into what they've done. Come on, bro.
No, no,
look.
no, 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 no. I'm in the interior. I live this, right? I got
So you tell
many
me that
many
because you're
ancestors
there.
that's been
I'm
on.
speculating.
I got many ancestors that's been on this land. So based on what you said before, and you said it's the freest country in the world, then how is the United States government our father? Does your father treat you the way you said the United States government treats our people as a father? Is that the
They've done
actual
it.
conduct of
Okay.
a
Well, you
father
know
to
what?
treat their children?
All right, now we're going to. I'm talking about like black op. It's outside of the government shit that's going on too. Remember, it's more multi-layered and compartmentalized than that. There's like hidden
Right.
forces at play, and they use the government as a puppet. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just
So
like
that's not
everywhere
a
else.
that's not a father.
Well, no, like it's more of a puppet, and then with the puppeteer, for the father is the goddamn devil, which is the god of this world technically.
No, we talking about a father. You have children?
No, I don't. I'm still pretty young. I'm gonna have a family soon when everything's I set it up properly.
Okay, I'm a grandfather.
Mm.
I don't treat my children that way of what you're explaining of what you consider the United States government to be as a father. That's not a father. You gotta
It's
be
more of like
careful.
what I
No,
mean by that. But hold on.
I'm just getting
Remember,
you
hey,
right here. We good.
yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
remember what I was saying there. It's more like my father. I meant like big brother. Right? That term, big brother. You all heard that. Remember I said father. That I meant like more like big brother kind of thing. That's kind of what I meant.
No, I got big brothers. My big brothers
Yeah.
don't treat me like that. Now they want to toughen me up. Yeah, they toughen me up. Like, beat me up or, you know, toughen me up and say, hey, that type of thing, but to make me better.
I'm saying, what about all these
Now
experiments that are commissioned?
this system is not this system based on what you're saying, this system is not trying to make us better. So that's not a big brother either.
They're trying to make you a compliant slave. It's more of a master slave fucking dynamic.
Okay, so if that's the case, you can't use those words because
All
it
Did
right,
doesn't
yeah. So
somebody
toss
apply.
that
call
out
for
the
me?
yeah. Toss that out
You
the
said
window,
you
man.
was a slave?
Under the gun. No, I'm saying what they're trying. This is what it is: taxation, all this shit that's going on.
So
Where they
you
like
feel like a
inject.
slave?
I'm not a slave. You don't have to be a part. I'm saying
Do
the
you
majority of
feel
the
like a
population.
slave?
No,
So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the majority of the population, and
But
it's
not
any
you.
scheme. No, there's some people there, not you. Hopefully, maybe that's why we're having the
No, no, no,
conversations.
Nick. I'm talking about you. You. Everybody
No,
else is a slave, but not you.
no, not everybody. The majority, and not just.
Majority of slaves. What makes you not a slave?
I run my own thing. I don't comply. I do my own thing outside of the mind. I understand things. I research. I take care of my family. I take care of the people around me, no matter who it is. Yeah, that's why.
Oh, you sound like a runaway slave.
Yeah, I'm running away from. Yeah, but not. You know, you can run, but you
Yeah,
can't hide.
yeah.
Well,
We
don't
got
back me in the
slave
corner.
catchers out there waiting for you. We gonna get you back on the plantation.
Nah,
I'm
bro.
glad to know you. Go ahead, y'all got it. I got my eye on you. You look like a hard worker.
So what you're saying? Does everyone accept that and just keep going?
You got it.
That's a pretty fucked up way to look at it. I won't accept that for you, myself, or anybody.
I'm a slave owner. I'm looking for slaves. And you sound like a runaway slave.
All right, so come get me.
I'm on you. I'm on you. I'm
Well, you're
on
gonna learn
you.
very quickly. You better run
Run,
the other
run,
way.
nigga, run. Run,
Yeah,
nigga,
I'm gonna
run.
run one way. You better run the other way.
Yeah, I see you. I see your avatar. Run, nigga, run. That fire is on your ass.
That's a great way to have movement. Okay,
Yeah, I know it. I know it. That heat make a motherfucker move around.
that's done very purposefully, you know.
Yeah, the sting of that whip on that back, it feel about the same.
Not even me. That's my good friend 81. You know what he does for fun? Like just not yeah, he just like runs like 50 kilometers. You know, like he runs over a marathon for fun on a random like Monday night for
Oh
fun.
yeah, y'all
Yeah.
run together. Y'all run
Nah,
together. Y'all
nah,
both some runaway slaves.
I don't do none of that. He
Keep
does that.
running.
I grow.
And you said who does that? Who runs that marathon?
Oh, it's my friend 81.
You said A1?
Yeah. Cage.
Oh,
I grow. I grow cannabis. I grow weed legally here in Canada.
you talking about Tompkins?
Huh?
Who you talking about? A1. A1. You talking about Tompkins one?
No. 81 is my friend over here. You know, I know since
Oh.
kids in Toronto.
Okay, let's talk about Canada real quick.
They make fires and shit. You know, giant fires. And
Oh,
Phoenix
okay.
comes out of that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what's up. That's what's up. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you have to catch a boat to get to Canada from North America?
No, you can drive over. You can take a boat. You could walk. You could fly. Anything you can imagine. Take a fucking camel if you want.
Exactly. You see where I'm going?
We have certain libraries over here that are actually hilariously enough.
Okay, so you see
They're
where I'm
shared
going with this.
libraries between U.S. and Canada. You can just
Okay,
walk
so
over and with
so
no
Canada.
border.
Okay, so the continent, the two places are connected, correct?
Yeah,
All right, that makes it one landmass. It's not separate.
yeah, you can walk over. We have shared libraries. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know. But you try to make it as if Canada is not a part of America.
Well, it's all North America, and then you got Central America, and then you got South America. It's all the same thing.
No, you have North America and you have South America.
And you got Central America. That's where Mexico, for example, is
That's a
not
new.
South
That's a new. That's a new. That's a new construct. Central,
America.
what you would consider Central America was a part of North America.
What's the the continuity between it all? America. It's all America. It's simple,
I
right?
I
That's
can
the whole point.
I could give you I could give you certain specific type of wars. I could give you treaties. I give you a lot of different things that let you know
Yes, sir.
that Mexico is a part of North America.
Yeah. I guess they'd call that North America.
All right,
But
right.
I guess they made like a new construct, like you were saying, the Central America. That's what we were supposedly taught. And if you look it up now, they have Central America. So I guess they changed it up. Who knows? You know.
Let me ask you another question. Are there indigenous tribes, nations in Canada?
Oh yeah. They found over here. They found native children buried under churches, like hundreds, thousands of them. Yeah,
Right.
natives over here. They have their own. They have their own churches. Sorry, not their own churches. They have their own police stations, their own fucking courts, their own
Hey
law, their own.
Tone.
They don't pay for. They don't pay taxes, and they have their own land, and
Yeah.
they do their own
Hey
thing
Tone,
here.
did you ask him where he originated from?
I
Yeah,
was about to
they're
get
big on the
there.
casinos and shit.
I was about to get there. Now,
Oh, okay.
are
I ain't
these
know. I
are
wasn't
are
listening. I had walked away for a second. I ain't want y'all
yeah,
to repeat some shit.
are these indigenous people considered to be Indians?
No, they call them First Nations people here.
They call them First Nations.
Yeah,
Right. Okay, so you know that First Nations title pertains to North America as well, right?
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Central America and South America, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the adjoining islands.
Yep.
Okay, so my thing is where I said indigenous and you went to native.
Yeah,
Why?
that's not the
Why
proper term now.
is
Now
that?
this,
Is that? Okay, so that's the proper term. Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. Why do you go from indigenous to native? Because it's the proper term, right? More of a
no,
political
no,
term,
the proper term they use now here is First Nations. For
right?
some reason, they keep changing it, right? So I'm just telling you what. I
Yeah,
guess before they call them
because
Indian, then they went to Native, then they went to First Nations.
right. So because there's been a lot of dilution in who's who and what's what. So you got to put yourself out there and say you are the First Nation. You got to claim that, right? So now my next question is: are you did you and your family originate in Canada, or did you guys come from somewhere else?
No. Well, my family originally they're like Inca, from Ecuador on my father's side. On my mom's
Okay,
side, I just found out what my last name was. My grandfather's last name was on her side. Finally, she told me, and yeah, it's Sicilian. So I'm like Sicilian and Ecuadorian.
okay, so she's Sicilian.
Yeah.
So she's from the lower part of Europe, close to North Africa.
Yeah, the Sicilians were invaded. The Moors invaded Sicily a long time ago, but the Ecuadors, the Spaniards invaded that. But my grandfather's like native from there, or First Nation, or Indian, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And it's more of like the Inca. So it's like Inca, and then it's like Sicilian, which I guess like mixed with more. I don't know.
Right. So Sicilians don't like to be called Italian, right?
Yeah, it's two different things. Yeah.
Yeah, because the Sicilians was considered to be black.
Well, yeah, if you want to call it, yeah, like I said, the Moorish, they're Moors, right? The Moors came in
I
and
know
spread that ancient knowledge to them from Egypt.
we're just using a popular term,
Yeah, from
right?
ancient Kemet, the Moors ended up having that knowledge and then spreading it around, like to Sicily and different places.
Right. Okay. So what what was the Sicilians called before that? You
Okay, yeah, I
familiar?
got it.
You familiar?
This
You
nigga
familiar?
think he free, but he indoctrinated. But y'all got it.
You familiar with the Etruscans?
Yes, I've heard of the Etruscans, but pretty much, I'm just saying the narratives that are being spread. I'm not saying this is true or not true. I'm just saying this is where if you dig around, this is where the information you're getting back.
Yeah. The reason why it's going that part of the narrative is going through one ear and out the other because I don't deal with narratives. I want to deal with facts that we can actually put our hands on.
Cage, let me ask you one question. Are you like anti-government, like want to live off the grid and do your own thing?
No, 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 none of that. I'm not for government or against it. I don't. There's nothing wrong with living off the grid. I'd love to grow my own food, have my own land, and do my own thing. That's the goal. But it doesn't mean to run away from government or anything. But you do have to realize that governments and people in power can take advantage and do take advantage of the people. Do different tactics, mind control tactics, all types of shit. And it's not, that's not proper. Doesn't mean that we have to overthrow or do anarchy or, do some crazy bullshit. All I'm saying is it takes through education, through knowledge, and that, we can have a different thing. The power's through through learning, not through fucking, using a gun or something.
Mm-hmm. Right on, brother. Y'all got it.
Okay, so let's talk about Canada. How y'all getting along with y'all prime minister and your whole little situation you guys got going over here? Gage. Gage. You there?
Yeah, my bad. I was just doing something quick in the back. Yeah, I'm here. Oh yeah, to answer that question, I'd say, oh, the big issue here is the cost of living is insane. And it's like if you want to like get a bedroom here, you're paying well over $1,000. You know what I mean? Like the average one bedroom apartment's like over $2,000. Fucking, you go to the grocery store, it's fucking ridiculous. The prices, you spend like $200 and get like over 2 bags of shit.
Sound like America.
Yeah, people, it's like New York kind of or California type shit, and you know the prices here, and then people cannot survive, so a bunch of people turn to crime. So now we got a whole lot of I don't know, you motherfuckers. Someone's flooding the streets with all these guns, you know, like switches with extended magazines, assault rifles, grenades, all types of crazy shit, and you have a bunch of little kids running around killing each other for nothing, just to get some idiots on the top rich. Same fucking story, different place. And funny enough, you know, if you go watch movies that are based in New Jack City or what else, Get Rich or Die Trying, it's all based in Toronto. They're not based. It's filmed in Toronto. You know, because it looks just the same. We had the first public housing thing in North America here in Regent Park, which got gentrified now. But regardless, it's the same bullshit, bro. Yeah.
So
shooting people for no reason. There's innocent people.
Right. So you saying that was one of the first ghettos? Is that what you're saying?
It was the first in North America. Over here. Yeah. And they film shit over here because it's based off here. You know, like what you get in New York.
Why
And
do
it's
you
a lot
think that
cheaper.
happened?
It's a lot cheaper to fucking film here. Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think that happened though? That all that first stuff
It's a
happened.
part of their plan. They just want to. It's a part of their little fucking plan.
Nah, you got to do a little bit better than that. Nah, we ain't doing this part of their plan type stuff. Sound like you understand history a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out how did all that conspire to where it's at today.
Why? Because they want people being subservient. They want people being locked in.
Who's they?
They want people. They is the shaitan, the opposer of man, and you know it could come in the form of a elemental. It could come in the form as an energy, as a human. But yeah, people, and it has to do with mammon. You know, mammon. That's where money comes from. Munai. You know, it's like it's a way to control. It's all through money, really, but you can't blame the money. It's the mechanism behind the money.
What religion are you talking about? This sounds religious.
It's not religious like that. It's more of serving the self, serving. It's like I think it boils down to the survival instinct.
But you using shaitan though.
It's kind of I'm saying how does it feed off of it or work? I think it's done. It's just a word you can put onto it to try to bring it into context. You know, it goes beyond a word, really. But I believe that. Well, actually, I know beyond know that pretty much how it's being done is through the survival instinct. Right? People feel that necessity to survive, just like you withdraw food, you have no food, you're gonna have to act. Right? So it's all like action reaction. Kind of like
what kind of books do you read to get this knowledge? Give us some titles.
First one, like I love first one, the last one I'm gonna mention would be a great starter introduction to it. It's called The Kybalion by 3 Initiates. It has to do with the ancient Kemet, which were black people.
Yeah, but that book, I read that book. I have that book, and it don't have nothing to do with shaitan and none of that shit. So
no, but that will give you the basis to explore deeper, see how the tactics are working. But yeah, so what did you get?
You tried to throw me off the trail with that one. You were slick, but it didn't work. What's some of the other books? What's some of the other books with the shaitan and these spirits and mind control, and they
You
can
can look
come in
into
different
the Zohar,
forms?
the
The
Talmud.
Zohar
Yeah, you
and the
can look into
Talmud. Okay, cool.
the elders of
Like I
Zion. You
said,
can look into.
so this is religion.
Well, people put these ideas into a religion, but it goes
No,
beyond a
you
religion.
did it. You just talked about this and put it in context. How
Bro,
it's operating in the world
so all that
as you
means by the
see
shaitan,
it.
I mean, it's the opposer to man. You know, when they try doing something good and someone comes around, like it's like the Matrix, if you want to put it like that. It's like
The
some.
Matrix. Oh, okay. You one of those deep guys. Okay, I feel you. Go ahead.
It's not about that, bro. First of all, we can go into spelling and language. I'd recommend looking into by Chang Pao, Occult Words and Definitions by Chang Pao. That will really, it's all done through the language. Like AI is a language model. You know what I mean? So through this language, they use spelling, to lock you down into a certain reality.
You said AI is
See,
a
see,
language
see,
model, right?
see.
Yeah.
Wait.
You got it, Aton.
See, this is the problem. Now, I'm just gonna go ahead and be frank right now. See, this is where a lot of people use this spelling and all this stuff when languages have been in existence since time immemorial. Don't turn language and spelling and all that stuff and how we get down and how we create and do this stuff into some goddamn demon shit. Now, if you want to say that some other people did that and reversed it and made you subjective to that, then say that.
People have taken advantage of it. You know, I'm not saying like everything you see is evil. It has a lot to do with the intent behind it. But if you look into the language, like the double, triple entendres, all that, it's hilarious. For example, pray and pray. You know,
See, but
like
what
pray
I'm saying is this.
you're
See,
praying
what
with
I'm
an
saying
AI.
is this. Not to cut you off, but I'm cutting you off.
Yeah,
Not to say
that's
that, but you're sounding like a slave. That's a slave mentality. I
not
mean,
when a slave
it's gonna
realizes
make
that
you.
they're no longer a slave. We're
See.
going Django on them.
It's gonna make you. It's gonna make you quick to do something because you feel you subjected to it. That's a slave mentality. If you
And
got
we're fucking
control of it,
Django
it ain't got no control of you. But I'm just saying, I ain't trying to be disrespectful, but I got to be straight with you.
No, but it
You
doesn't. But
sound
you got to
exotic.
realize that you got to realize the trick before, and then you can really, then you can deal with it.
You overthinking this shit, man.
And but you better because it's chess, bro. It's on checkers.
Mm. All right, man. Sound like you ain't prepared. You got to get out your emotions, man.
No, I'm
You got a
ready to
lot of
go.
feelings. I'm hearing a lot of feelings right now. I'm hearing a lot of feelings.
It's not about feelings. I'm indifferent to that. What it is called I'm being serious. Would you like me to
I
speak all
smell
monotone?
pussy. Is that
I could
you,
speak
Cage?
monotone. Let me speak like this so it could get. It's. I'm gonna speak naturally. Either way.
I smell grass on your breath. You sound like a sheep.
All right. Well, genuine French lambskin. On the fucking belt that was given to me. No, not the belt. The apron. Remember that apron I showed you guys last time? My mom found in the dump, around the garbage.
Oh, that was you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You had a different picture back then. Yeah. Okay. That was you.
Oh, it's just yeah. This is another time we saw the Phoenix and we made the flyer. This is the original one. Remember?
Nah, but I remember you pulling up that picture of what you found, what you found.
Oh,
But
I'm saying there's the original one. I switched it for you.
I mean,
Say,
everything
what's
that you're
this
talking about
philosophy
is
around the Phoenix? What is that about?
The Phoenix rising from the ashes. Yeah. It's a symbol. It's an alchemical symbol of rebirth.
you talking about Phoenix, Arizona?
Mm.
Now, I'm not playing with you, right? I'm not trying to be funny. But see,
Well,
everything that you're saying
sure.
is
Yeah, why would they name
no.
it that?
I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm throw some darts at you that hopefully you can catch. But everything that you're saying is a given, right? Everybody know they got to be prepared. Everybody know today's not promised. We already know that. You can walk right down the street and bend over and done. That's a given. You're talking about a given. Talk about something else, man. Talk about living. You on this doomsday shit, all this fear mongering. Come on, man. Get out of that.
No, I'm not. I'm not doing any of that. There's nothing to worry about. God, the grand creator, like the real creator, the prime creator, whatever you want to call it, the creator, God, whatever you want to call it, will always protect you and everybody here, always. And yeah, I was looking at comments. So none of your business said Cage probably simulcasting to his page. No, I'm not, because I'm a real person. I would have asked permission to do that.
Hey, Cage, we not worried about that. Don't worry about that. Look, Cage,
I'm just saying in
do
general, I
do,
would ask
do
permission
you
to do such a
pray?
thing.
Do you pray to a higher being? Like, do you worship anything,
No, I
a
don't
power?
worship. What I do is I
But you
ask.
said that there was a creator or whatever. What is that about?
No, what I mean, like there must be the Masons would call it a grand architect. Some people call it God. Some people call it the creator. Some there's a million different names for it. I was saying, obviously, there's something that is outside of, there's something that's there.
Cage, have you
Something that's
accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
no, I don't accept anybody's words.
Would you like to join the church and come to the altar and lay your burdens down?
I'm fine. You can drink your Eucharist and your
We
blood,
can
or you
pray
can.
together, brother, because Jesus, He has an unchanging hand and will hold you forever.
That's a great idea.
Just come to the Lord, Cage. You take one step towards Jesus and He'll take 2 steps towards you. He just needs you to make the effort.
Okay.
Would you like to pray together, brother?
If you like, yeah.
I'll pray. I'll pray with you, brother Cage.
Sure, bro. Thank you.
Bow your head.
Is that a pray with
Yes.
an A or an E?
No, no, no. We're gonna pray to the Lord, sir. We're gonna, get your soul together,
With
and
an
you will
E
have
or an
no
A?
more
I misspelled.
worries. All your rewards will be given unto you in heaven. No more suffering. All you have to do is accept Jesus. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tell me
Are
more.
you a member? Are you a member of any church? Is there a local church that you can go and attend?
Nah, last time I was in a church, I was with my plug because he asked me to go with him. I was a young kid, that was a long, long time ago. No, I'm the plug.
Je- yeah, Jesus doesn't care about any of the things that you've done in the past. He'll forgive you, and He'll walk with you, and life just gets better from there. Trust me. He has saved many of souls.
Do you truly believe this, or what? You fucking around. Don't use Jesus' name in vain before I call her Zeus.
What do you mean? You saying that Jesus? You were just speaking about the great architecture. I'm just saying it's the Lord,
I'm saying
the
it goes
Father, the
beyond a
Son,
name.
and
It
the
goes
Holy
beyond
Ghost.
a name. It goes beyond a name. It goes beyond a doctrine or a dogma or a creed
Jesus
or
is the
a religion.
name.
According to what?
Just, all you have to do is call on sweet baby Jesus.
Nah, bro, you don't even believe that either. You're working with the devil.
I baptize you, Cage, in the name of the Lord.
Yeah, it's like water torture babies and shit and dump them underwater. Great idea. It's like water torturing them. You know, and like someone like dumps their head in the fucking water and, you know, like, you make, these
All
people
you
are
have to
sick in
do
the
is
fucking head.
accept them. That's all. That's all.
Yeah,
You shouldn't
I'm saying.
fight it because once you
Well,
embrace, that's
yeah,
going to be the warmest embrace that you can ever
keep that
feel.
shit to yourself before I fucking dunk you under the water. Yeah, you're
God
gonna let
damn, what
you
happened
might
to
hear water in
A-Town?
the background either way. Yeah. Any more questions? You want me to ask you a few fucking questions now too, or what? You're done interrogating me. It's not gonna work.
I'm just trying to bring you over to the love of the Lord. It's like no other love that you can ever experience in life. But you can ask me whatever you want, Cage. It's cool.
What would be the one piece of advice to give yourself, the young version of yourself? If you can go back and you could tell yourself one thing, what would it be?
I'm pretty satisfied with the outcome of my life. I don't think I would change anything.
It's not about changing anything. I'm not saying that. I'm saying what's the one thing you say? Well, keep going, keep doing what you're doing. What would it be?
Um, I don't know. Because if you give somebody advice, that's to get them to, see things a different way and maybe do things a different
All
way.
right,
And I'm
if you
saying,
could say one sentence to yourself, then no advice, none of that, just one sentence.
I don't, hi, I don't know. What's up?
There you go. At least they're honest. So, what do
Why?
you
What
really
would you
believe
What
in
would
then?
you tell the younger version of yourself?
Yeah, just keep taking care of business. It's already done before it happened. Yeah, I'd say it's already done before it happened.
Man, you're not a good interviewer. That's the best question you can come up with.
What are your true beliefs, though? That's what I'm really wondering. No bullshit. Don't bullshit me.
I don't have any beliefs.
All right, so what do you know, or what do you beyond know?
Say what?
What do you know, or what do you beyond know? What have you learned?
About what?
Everything, reality in general.
Brother, I've been on Earth half of 100 years. I can't tell you everything I know at this time. So be specific.
Boil it down.
I don't know. I don't understand. That's too general of a question. Narrow your question down.
I want to see where you're gonna go off of. So I'm saying, boil it down and answer it.
I don't even understand the question, sir. It's too vague.
What are the most important things you've learned off of your journey thus far? Be general with it, whatever comes to
The
mind.
the best thing that advice that I learned was keep learning. Learn something new every day and keep learning for the rest of your life.
Great advice. So what about the discernment? How do you discern what's valuable and what serves you to learn and the people around you, as opposed to what doesn't? So how do you how do you have that discernment or that choice where that's going to be something that's going to be beneficial?
Get as much as information as you can before you make any decision.
There you go. Prop. Great answer. So in the last week, what's the most important thing you've learned? What have you learned in the last week? Since you said you got to continuously learn. So what the fuck did we learn this week? I know we're on like Tuesday now. What did we learn from Monday to Tuesday?
I'm going through a court case, so I learned different aspects of the law that I didn't know.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so you're going through a court thing. Have you ever thought about running your Discovery? I'm not sure what they call it. Over here they call it Discovery. Where the Crown. It's called the Crown here and the Discovery, but over there I guess it's called the Prosecutor. And I'm not sure what they call it, Discovery. But you can take that as a PDF file and run it through AI, and then ask it and train it to find any certain inconsistencies within that information that's being presented to the court, and then you could get that shit
Yeah,
removed. What about that?
yeah, they already have that. That's already a thing.
Yeah, I'm saying you can do that motherfucker for free by yourself, and then give that to somebody to represent you. You put that work in yourself, and
No.
then they see something.
Yeah, I'm not in a criminal case. I'm not a criminal. This is civil.
I'm saying any sort of civil case, anything. I'm not talking about criminal. I didn't assume criminal. I'm saying any sort of thing like that.
Yeah, but they already got an AI driven law app.
No, but have you thought to do it yourself? Because you can run APIs and do it yourself.
No, I haven't. I should. That's a good idea. Chat GBT will do that for you.
Yeah, yeah. Just run it in there and then keep pressing it, It'll give you any. Be like, you gotta prompt it in the right way. Be like, you must scan this entire document and find any logical inconsistencies within it. And you have to review it, refine it, and then you can, you'll beat up whatever the fuck. You'll deal with that shit either way. 100%.